When this guy wakes up, he immediately gets yelled at by an angry girl who asks him how long he's going to sleep, and how much longer he's going to embarrass their family. She angrily throws papers all over the room and leaves, and our boy finally gets the chance to look around. He thought it was just a dream, but everything is real. He ended up in the body of the worst villain possible, named Decolane, in the very game he developed. Decolane is just a talentless, arrogant noble who's evil in every possible way. He only pretends to be a magic genius by stealing the credit for other people's achievements. The only thing he actually does is lie and use everyone around him for his own gain. He's the root of all the problems and the enemy of everyone around him, and everyone wants him dead. His sister, Uriel, who just yelled at him, his future bride, Julia, who can't wait to stab him with a sword, and even his students at the Magic Academy, who can't wait to get rid of him. So it's no wonder that during game testing, he survived only once out of 1,000 attempts. It would be certain death for Kim Woo-jin. But just before he ended up inside the game, he felt pity for the character everyone hated. Since the character was actually created based on his own appearance, he decided to add every possible skill that looked good to him, just for fun. Comprehension, Midas touch, iron body, and much more. Just then, his coworker comes in and asks how testing is going. Inu Era is a lead developer and also his ex-girlfriend. They had been together for 7 years, and were happy the entire time. Woo-jin is naturally lazy, but unlike him, she's a born workaholic. Her ambition even helped him become a better person, but in the end, they broke up, and after 6 months, she found a new boyfriend. Still, even though so much time has passed, Woo-jin thinks she's the perfect girl in every way possible, and still harbors some feelings for her. Maybe she does too, but it's over now. She just wishes him good luck with fixing the game's bugs and leaves. Just as Woo-jin returns to the screen to reset all the skills he just added to Decolane, he receives a message from an unknown person asking him to look outside. Woo-jin looks out the window and is shocked to see a huge thunderstorm, with lightning striking right into his building. The next moment, he wakes up in the body of Decolane himself, the character who cannot escape death, no matter what, and destined to die. Woo-jin then glances at the documents Decolane's sister threw at him before storming out. Her name is Uriel von Greyhan Ucklin, Decolane's half-sister, and the one currently serving as the head of House Ucklin in his stead. And it just so happens that Decolane doesn't share a typical sibling bond with her. Decolane also has a fiancée, and her name is Julie. Given how Uriel mentioned Julie in such a bad tone, Woo-jin suspects something must have happened between him and her. The document in his hand turns out to be a contract. Apparently, he has already signed himself up as Professor Decolane at the Impartial University, responsible for teaching basic magic and mana mindset. Looks like he has no choice but to attend the lectures he's supposed to deliver. While he has zero experience teaching, this opportunity also allows him to step outside and gather intel on the current circumstances of this world. A system notification pops up, blinking in front of him. It shows that his primary survival goal is to become necessary to the game. For the side quest, he is supposed to deliver a lecture in university. If he completes the quest, he'll be granted 0.5 store currency. He recalls how there are routes where Decolane dies because of Uriel's actions. To avoid that, he gets up to fulfill his current mission. Not to mention, that store currency will be crucial for his survival. Though he's not quite sure which topic he's supposed to deliver a lecture on, he figures he doesn't have to worry about it. After all, he has the comprehension skill he added before being transmigrated into the game. This attribute helps him understand literally anything. The only thing he needs is a little mana to activate it. As he prepares and changes into something more formal, he notices how drastically different this place is from where he used to live. Yet, at the same time, he moves through everything effortlessly, as if he had lived his entire life as Decolane. Under normal circumstances, he would have felt out of place wearing clothes like these. But now they feel elegant and bring him comfort, and it's all thanks to one of Decolane's attributes: intimidation, dignity, and aesthetic sense. It's as if Decolane is allowing him to completely take over this body. Woo-jin doesn't even feel the urge to say anything that would be considered rude. The formality that Kim Woo-jin once found rigid now feels natural. Although his main purpose is to gather information, this walk toward his first lecture feels completely normal, as if he's always belonged here. He can absolutely feel himself fulfilling the role of a noble, one of the superior members of the aristocracy. It's a stark contrast to the life he originally had. Kim Woo-jin was a nobody from South Korea, with fairly average looks, a lazy, supposedly pathetic guy who was even dumped by a girl. But now, as Decolane, he wants to embody the role of a noble properly. As he proceeds to enter his car, he recalls that he has never been in such a luxurious vehicle before. Speaking of nice cars, he remembers his ex's boyfriend, who also had one just to flex. Suddenly he notices a young boy sitting in the adjacent seat. When the boy realizes Decolane is there, he frantically greets the professor and proceeds to hand over some documents. Seeing this, Deculane entertains the possibility that this person is perhaps his assistant, or maybe even his secretary. Deculane questions him about his identity, which causes the boy to get a little startled, especially since he has already been serving Deculane for 3 years. Deculane soon realizes that the document he assumed was lecture material is actually just a script for him to read. It contains all the information needed for the lecture, down to every detail. He isn't surprised, though. Given Deculane's nature, there was no way he would have been capable of preparing material himself, considering how prideful and untalented he is, which means this boy has done all the work. So, Wu Jin feels more than obliged to use a few words of appreciation. The boy is startled upon receiving a compliment. Even the driver is bewildered to hear his master saying something nice for once. Wu Jin also feels the recoil of this body after offering praise. It's a literal physical reaction. He actually feels sick after complimenting someone, which only makes Wu Jin question just how terrible of a person this guy Deculane really is. He felt the same sickening sensation when leaving the manor earlier. It seems that Deculane's consciousness is trying to invade his own. After their short journey, they finally arrive at the Imperial University, a place bustling with life. Now that he's here, his next task is to find the area mentioned in the documents, Rodeo Hall. Once we arrive at the designated place, we see that the students have already taken their seats, and surprisingly, they seem eager to attend Professor Deculane's lecture. Rumor has it that Deculane is a master of spell interpretation, a talent that once earned him the title of child prodigy at a young age. Once our guy finally graces the class with his presence, he calls for their attention, introducing himself as Deculane von Greyhanuklein. He is here to lead this class as the head professor of the university's magic tower. With the formalities out of the way, he begins the lecture. The female students are absolutely smitten by how handsome and imposing Deculane is. But one particular female student does not share the same sentiment. As far as she is concerned, Deculane is an enemy of her father, nothing more than a piece of trash in her eyes. To understand why she harbors such resentment, we need to look into the past. Almost 3 years ago, her father took his own life. For many years, he dedicated himself to researching spell interpretation, but when someone extorted his thesis from him, he fell into complete despair and ultimately chose death. The person who robbed her father of his life's work was the one everyone called a genius spell interpreter, and that despicable person was Deculane. With the loss of her father, she was powerless to do anything. In the end, she lost everything, including her family's house and territory, becoming an orphan with nowhere to call home. So she made a vow, a promise to take revenge on that bastard. To fulfill that pledge, she fought her way into the Empire's Royal University, where Deculane is a professor. While other students may not know the truth, she is determined to expose the fact that Deculane's so-called spell interpretation skills are nothing more than a stolen bluff, achievements that rightfully belong to her father. She can't stand seeing him occupy a place that was supposed to be her father's, but as much as she wants to expose him right away, she knows she needs to stay calm, because the only way to take him down is to orchestrate her revenge meticulously. Deculane once again commands the room's attention, introducing himself as the head professor of the magic tower, and a monarch mage who controls the elements. With that, he begins his lecture. He starts by explaining the fundamentals of magic, its 3 major attributes and 9 types. Attributes are the origin and source of magic, while elements are the materials that make up objects. The 9 types include summoning, spirits, destruction, support, enchantment, manipulation, ductility, bewitchment, and lastly, harmony. As Wu Jin continues delivering the lecture, he realizes that this job is actually much easier than he initially thought. It's his first time teaching, and he is unfamiliar with the theory of magic. Yet even though he is simply reading from a script, he understands everything perfectly. Not only that, but Deculane's natural presence and overwhelming grace make the students hang on to his every word. Even the burdensome traits of elitism, like maintaining interest and eye contact, feel natural rather than oppressive. Perhaps the current Deculane truly possesses the qualities of a great teacher. We then return to the lecture's content, where we learn how the use of mana differs depending on where it is stored in the body. Normally mages store mana in their heads, as it is the easiest place to imagine spells. Knights store mana in their hearts, allowing them to emit it through their blood vessels. Lastly, there is the inner core, which combines internal and external mana, making it the most universally effective storage method. In simple terms, hard work is important, but if one lacks talent, they need to choose a path and focus. Speaking of focusing, Wu Jin reflects on how Deculane's talents aren't that impressive either. His current mana is around 3,500. If you need a comparison to understand how small this mana pool is, consider this. There's a mage whose primary mana is at 30,000, so Wu Jin finds it quite ironic that he's lecturing students about something he should be implementing in his own life. In any case, he concludes the lecture, but there's still one particular line he's hesitating to deliver. He's sure that if it were the original Deculane, he wouldn't have read this sentence, and that line is, "If there are any students who want to ask questions, It seems like the students were thoroughly absorbed in the lecture, so there aren't any lingering doubts they have regarding the lecture topic. Even Deculane feels relieved that there are no questions. But just as he thinks this, that same student who has a grudge against Deculane stands up. She recalls an event from last night, where a mysterious spell was discovered in the dormitories. It's assumed to be the work of the devil, but she wants to hear Deculane's thoughts on the matter. Before answering her query, Deculane can't help but call her out for her lack of ethics. She was supposed to mention her name and affiliation before asking any questions. He's not willing to respond to someone who doesn't even know basic classroom etiquette. With that said, he begins to leave, not because he cares about etiquette, but because he's not in the condition to respond to her question. After all, his comprehension skills consume a huge amount of mana, and he currently has only 2,000 left in reserve out of the 3,375 he originally had. Just understanding the script cost him 1,300 mana, so he's unsure how much mana it'll take to learn about a spell he's never seen before. Meanwhile, the students are snickering under their breath after seeing how she made a fool of herself. They think she was trying to get the professor's attention, but it backfired. The poor girl is stung by the humiliation caused by the professor's words, but she still tries to persist, hoping to get a response from him. According to her, the magic tower is refusing to analyze the situation, believing it's just a rumor. But if it's Professor Deculane, she's sure they might be able to figure out what kind of magic was used. She casts a spell herself and requests Deculane to interpret it. With no choice, Deculane examines the spell, which instantly cost him around 1,700 mana. She reveals that several remaining debutantes at the dormitory are analyzing it, but they've found absolutely no leads, so she's hoping that Professor Deculane can at least take a glance at it. Without hesitation, Deculane declares that it's barrier magic, and his sudden response catches her off guard. He continues to elaborate that it's a bewitchment-type barrier spell, which means the caster of this spell intended to trap everyone in the dormitory. Now that he's answered her query, he dismisses her, telling her not to persist further. Since the side quest has been cleared, Deculane collects the reward currency he was promised. The scene then cuts to the university's Magic Tower cafeteria, where we meet that girl again, eating without much regard for table manners. By the way, her name is Ephraim. The only reason she had asked that question was to expose that Deculane's spell interpretation skills are a lie, but instead, she became the clown, and the embarrassment she endured was crushing. She's still convinced that Deculane didn't know what he was talking about and just said whatever came to his mind. You see, bewitchment magic is extremely difficult, and most spells require parameters. So, Deculane calling the spell bewitchment magic without mentioning any parameters seems like a stretch. What she showed him was a direct copy of the unknown magic circle that was drawn on the front door of the dormitory last night. While everyone was initially astounded by the unknown spell, it quickly became research material for the new students, so she knew from the start that Deculane was full of it, making up the claim that the spell was bewitchment magic. But then, one of her friends rushes to her to report that the magic circle on the dorm's front door yesterday is indeed a barrier spell, and they figured it out after collective research. Basically, what Professor Deculane said about that spell was, in fact, true. Ephraim is in absolute disbelief. She refuses to accept that it was actually barrier magic. After all, she doesn't want to acknowledge Deculane as a legitimate master of spell interpretation. Her friend, after rattling off endless praises for Professor Deculane and his capabilities, eventually decides to leave. Before going, she thanks Ephraim for asking the professor about the spell since no one else had the guts to question him. Even so, Ephraim remains unconvinced that Deculane gave the correct answer on purpose. She believes it was just a fluke. What frustrates her even more is that she ended up making him stand out even more. Now everyone is convinced Deculane is a capable professor. She then begins reading through a document detailing the accomplishments of their prestigious Professor Deculane. She's digging deep, trying to learn more about Deculane. After all, there's a famous saying, if you know the enemy in yourself, you will never be defeated. She decides to steel herself. If she has to face that jackass daily, she'll make sure to expose him hard enough to ruin his reputation completely. The scene shifts to Deculane, who is still dreading the worst possible outcome that could have occurred in the classroom. You see, the moment he looked at that spell, his comprehension skill activated automatically. Just looking at the spell circle, with its tangled lines and intricate structure, was enough to drain every bit of mana he had left. And most importantly, even after sacrificing all that mana, he was unable to understand what the spell actually was. Even if he had twice the mana he has now, he wouldn't have been able to grasp the principles behind it. But for now, he's just relieved that everything worked out in his favor. Just as he continues walking, his path is suddenly blocked by a woman clad in white knight armor, with white hair and light-colored eyes. She's a familiar sight. Deculane immediately recognizes her because he's seen her countless times while working on this game. She is Julie von Diafredden, his supposed fiancée, and a named character who will eventually become the pinnacle of knighthood, though he wasn't expecting to cross paths with her this early. Regardless, he responds to her greeting promptly, claiming that he's doing fine. But Julie doesn't seem convinced. She questions how he can be doing fine after breaking the promise they made a week ago. Of course, Woo Jin has no clue what promise she's talking about. Since he wants to avoid unnecessary drama this early on, he decides to brush it off. He tries to walk past her, casually claiming that he doesn't recall making any promise, but Julie quickly blocks his path again. She won't let him run away like last time. Seeing how serious she is about this promise thing, Deculaine realizes she won't let him go without an answer, so he reiterates the same thing, claiming to have forgotten and using his recent fever as an excuse. He requests that she remind him exactly which promise she's talking about. At this point, the story flashes back to 1 week ago. Julie had made a promise to him. If he was truthful to himself and confessed his pretenses and arrogance to everyone, she would always be by his side, even if the world crumbled. Back in the present, poor Julie is on the brink of tears. She wonders if she placed her trust in the wrong person. With a sulking expression, she steps aside, giving him permission to leave. Deculaine doesn't even bother to ask what's bothering her and simply walks away. Something that, of course, annoys the hell out of Julie, though she doesn't voice it. Their engagement was purely out of convenience. With the union of Deculaine, a talented mage, and Julie, a talented knight, the heads of their families believed that it would greatly benefit both sides, expanding their influence. The Yuklines and the Freidens, two powerful noble bloodlines, would dominate together. For this reason alone, there was no one to object the marriage, and this is why Julie has been roped to marry him, even though she does not love him a single bit. However, the two households later realized that Deculaine's talents never truly existed in the first place. He was not the talented mage everyone thought he was. Perhaps Deculaine did not wish to acknowledge it, but he had lied to the world by calling himself a genius at analyzing spells, ultimately becoming a professor. There had even been headlines highlighting how the youngest top professor at the Magic Tower is currently on the decline. After that headline ran, he stopped showcasing any accomplishments. But despite this, the Yuklines and the Freidens tried to keep it quiet, and Julie was sure it was because neither household wanted to become the topic of gossip. They didn't want their flaws exposed to the public, but Julie couldn't forgive the situation either. She had accepted the marriage without love, but she could not stand the lies, which conflicted with her beliefs as a knight. To her surprise, Deculaine had agreed to honor her beliefs by remaining a truthful person. But now, it seemed to her that it was just another load of bullcrap after all. Before we continue, let's take a moment to provide some background on the Imperial University and the Magic Tower. The Imperial University is the best university in this game, and its magic department is the top department of all. One could compare the magic department to the equivalent of Korean University Medical School and the Magic Tower to the Korean National University Hospital. Woo Jin takes note of the grandeur of this place. It has a large campus, with a garden that's carefully maintained, resembling an American college campus. His team members, and he had spent many nights working together to create this atmosphere. While he would love to experience this beautiful place, his only regret is that he wishes he were in someone else's body, not the one he currently occupies. Suddenly, Woo Jin notices someone following him. As he turns, he crashes into the person who was closely trailing him. It turns out to be his assistant, who was carrying a lot of documents. The papers scatter all over the ground after the crash. Deculaine didn't immediately recognize it was Alan. He had instinctively thought that someone might have been trying to ambush him. After getting back to his office, Alan finally presents the documents he was rushing to deliver. It's a list of sponsorships for the new mages this year. The Magic Tower is similar to research facilities in the real world, so funding is required for the development of magic. Professors at the Magic Tower sponsor the new mages they deem worthy. As Deculaine goes through the profiles of each candidate, one particular name stands out. The name is highlighted in gold, which he assumes is due to his attribute. This attribute is known as Wealthy Magnate. It allows him to attract wealth and become an exceptional financier with an uncanny intuition for profitable ventures. The more information provided, the more accurate his intuition becomes. Then there's another attribute known as Sharp Eyesight. This ability allows one to visually perceive institutions, attributes, mana points, and similar elements. It is primarily used in conjunction with other traits, rather than on its own. The reason Deculaine is able to identify this promising candidate is due to the combination of his two attributes, Wealthy Magnate and Sharp Eyesight. It's now evident that individuals with names shining in this glittering gold light are sure to bring him wealth. There are a few others like this, but one name stands out the most. That name belongs to none other than Ephraim Luna, the very girl who is actively seeking his downfall. To think that Deculaine's abilities have led him to see her as the most potential candidate for prosperity, even though she is determined to destroy his career. Deculaine recognizes her as one of the main characters in the game. According to the developers, the only information he knows about her is that she lost her father due to Deculaine's actions. He He also takes note that Ephraim seems to have no sponsors for some reason. When he questions Alan about it, his assistant reveals that everyone is cautious when it comes to her. Well, it's no surprise. After all, no one wants to anger Decaline by sponsoring someone who might become his enemy. One thing is commendable about Ephraim, however. Despite not attending the academy and learning magic through self-study, her talent speaks volumes. The potential in her is limitless, yet Ephraim Luna is his enemy, or rather, he is her enemy, since he is the one responsible for her father's death. If things proceed as they did in the original game, Decaline knows he might very well end up dead. After all, he is destined to die in the game. He also has the attribute villain's fate, which ensures that the entire world hates him and wants him dead. However, anything or anyone that fails to kill him ultimately makes him stronger. In the game, Decaline dies in countless ways, such as by sword, by poison, by assassination. The method may change, but the outcome is always the same: death. The only way for him to survive is to make different choices that the original Decaline would not have made. With that in mind, he ultimately decides to sponsor Ephraim. After signing the documents, he tells Alan to submit them. He also instructs him to borrow a few books that he is about to mention. Later, as he sits alone, Decaline reflects on how much money he requires to survive. From what he knows, many of the deaths awaiting him can be avoided with money alone. Investing in a promising mage is one way to acquire wealth. However, that alone isn't enough. There are countless characters in this game world who resent him, and they will try to kill him whenever they get the chance. In order to survive, amassing wealth and power is the only way out. While Wu Jin desires to become stronger, he remembers that Decaline's talents are average at best. If he doesn't find a way to improve, he's certain he won't survive the numerous threats closing in on him. Luckily, there is one thing in his favor: his attributes. Decaline can't control all four elements as he boasts, but he definitely has potential in manipulating earth and fire. Combining earth, fire, and metal results in the formation of Decaline's unique attribute, Midas Touch. This attribute consumes the user's mana to unlock the potential of a target. Decaline's talents in manipulating metal also allow him to wield chi-controlled, levitating blades. While it sounds grandiose, these chi-controlled blades are essentially just telekinesis at its core. However, in this world, telekinesis is not widely known or understood. If Decaline learns basic manipulation magic, he can compensate for his lack of raw power by manipulating metal objects. To make this a reality, he needs to first learn the fundamentals of manipulation magic. So, he decides to test his skills. As soon as he activates his comprehension skill, he begins absorbing all the concepts and spells related to basic telekinesis written in this book. Once he has absorbed the knowledge, he uses his newly acquired telekinesis powers on a pen. And just like that, the pen floats into the air. Thanks to his memorized attribute, Decaline can cast the telekinesis spell without needing any incantation. Although the current telekinesis spell he's learned only covers the basics, it's already quite powerful. He can't even begin to imagine the possibilities once he learns more advanced telekinesis. The next thing Decaline wants to figure out is what to do with a magic circle. He considers engraving it over his entire body. In this world, magic circles become stronger the larger they are, so he plans to understand his body first using his comprehend attribute. Not just his brain but his heart and inner core as well. Then he will engrave magic circles all over his body to strengthen his telekinesis. Of course, there is a risk that his body might overload or suffer side effects, but this is where one of his attributes, Iron Man, comes in handy. This attribute grants Decaline innate physical abilities, and the potential of his body is of the highest caliber. He's confident that this attribute will allow him to withstand any side effects. As soon as he starts the process of engraving the magic circle onto his body, excruciating pain triggers throughout his body, a pain unlike anything he's ever felt. It feels as though every bone is breaking, and every muscle is being torn apart. However, as grueling as this experience is, Decaline won't waver. Not a single groan escapes his lips. After all, this is the elegance required of a noble. Finally, the process comes to a halt. Sadly, after enduring all this, Decaline has failed due to an insufficient amount of mana, currently standing at just 1 point. But the effort isn't entirely in vain. He now has a magic circle etched onto his shoulder. At this rate, it will take about 2 weeks to cover his entire body. A month passes after Decaline's seminar, and it's finally the first day of lectures at the University Magic Tower. All the students gather in the remote area, awaiting their first lesson. A notice board nearby contains a message from the professor. The professor wishes to test everyone's abilities, so the students will have to prove themselves by performing on their own, in a place already rich with elements. The students are all quite astounded that their teacher just left them to study on their own. The one who is most annoyed by this is, of course, Ephraim. While she curses him under her breath, a girl walks past her and intentionally bumps into her. Naturally, Ephraim, already irritated, turns to confront the girl who just bumped into her. But when she recognizes the person in front of her, her expression quickly contorts into shock. It's none other than Sylvia von Josephine, Elaide. The two girls lock eyes for a brief moment, but Sylvia just proceeds to walk away, ignoring Ephraim as though she doesn't even know her. Later, as Ephraim is focused on performing a task, her mind is still preoccupied with the encounter. She is certain the girl she encountered is from House Elaid. About 10 years ago, the Elides, fearing Ephraim's potential, surrounded their manor with troops and threatened them. So it's beyond Ephraim's understanding that Sylvia doesn't recognize her. Suddenly the structure she is creating with her magic starts to falter, and Ephraim feels a heavy pressure in the air. It's as if her mana is being sucked somewhere. When she looks in the direction of the disturbance, she spots Sylvia, who has just created an enormous structure which is 1,000 times larger than the one Ephraim was making. Naturally, Ephraim is furious, as the turbulence caused by Sylvia's magic has completely disrupted her work, but Sylvia pays no attention to the noise around her, continuing her task undisturbed. This only infuriates Ephraim further. The fact that Sylvia doesn't even acknowledge her existence is maddening. In an effort to get Sylvia's attention, Ephraim decides to provoke her. She begins throwing jabs at Sylvia, undermining her strength. After all, they were rivals, and Sylvia always used to threaten Ephraim and forced her to step away from magic, all to surpass her rival. But once again, Sylvia refuses to acknowledge Ephraim's presence. She claims she doesn't recognize Ephraim, but mentions having heard about the death of the impudent negligent noble. Of course, Ephraim is enraged to hear this disrespectful trash talk about her father. Without a second thought, she leaps into the air, her magic activated around her balled-up fist. She's determined to make Sylvia regret what she just said. The enraged Ephraim lunges forth with a powerful strike, attempting to punish Sylvia for her disgusting words about her father. In response, the blonde conjures a protective barrier, her eyes flickering in doubt of her own ability. The collision results in an explosive boom, sending rumbles of winds across the bodies of the students, who groan before the impact. The aftermath of the explosion leads to the students checking on each other's health. When the dust settles, Ephraim is made visible, her left hand grabbing hold of Sylvia's head, roaring at the blonde, forever daring to insult her deceased father. As she continues to threaten Sylvia, Ephraim's eyes dart behind, realizing that some kind of mystical dark light has been created in the distance. The students panic and scream, while Ephraim questions if what she's seeing is a void. It's the same spot where both of their mana collided earlier, causing a rupture in space that is now engulfing everything around it. Realizing that the void is at risk of causing an explosion, the students panic even more and attempt to run away. When Ephraim understands the risk of the situation at hand, the explosion could send metal fragments bursting everywhere like shrapnel, inevitably spelling everyone's doom. The space-devouring ball of black continues to eat away at its surroundings. Ephraim does her best to contain the magic with her might. All of a sudden she no longer hears its sound or feels its weight, as if the void stopped on its own. When she opens her eyes, a towering man clad in aesthetic noble attire is standing before them. It's their professor, and he has just saved their lives. Decaline's sudden appearance is shocking, but what's even more shocking is the fact that he stopped the fragments using ice magic in an instant. Following that, Decaline left his students' mouths open as he displayed telekinesis magic to control the ice fragments. The sight itself left his students with an impression of the beauty and wonders of magic. Ephraim understands the use of enchantment magic in this case. However, even she could feel enraptured by the mesmerizing use of it before their eyes. With the shards taken care of, the professor spoke, his words denoting the end of the lecture. Turning a strong glare to Sylvia and Ephraim, Decaline tells everyone to leave aside from the troublemakers responsible for creating the situation. Right now, Ephraim's face tells you all you need to know. It's the definition of an oh shit I'm so fucked moment. In the next scene, we jump all the way to the interrogation room. There, Decaline awaited the arrival of the other professors, namely Retlin and Relin, who are the professors of the Spirit Studies and Support Studies departments. Welcoming them is a woman sitting next to Decaline, the chairwoman of the university, Adeline Sigillian. With all the professors seated, they now turn to curiously question the daring student who attempted to strike down a lady of the Elaid house. Turns out, Ephraim is classified as a nobody, to the point they discriminate against her worth based on her nameless background. Of course, the situation was prevented thanks to Decaline's intervention, impressing all the other professors. Giving it some thought, Decaline understands the outcome that will result from this disciplinary meeting. It's obvious that the daughter of one of the most influential families will be seen as the victim, while the fallen noble Ephraim, a mere commoner before the university's eyes, will be seen as the evil perpetrator. Hence, Decaline feels the urge to involve himself and bring about a shift to that perspective. After all, ever since he set his eyes on Ephraim, he could sense douses of scarlet energy just leaking out of her body. It's as clear as day to a villain character like him, an attribute called the villain's fate. Basically, when the entire world wants you to die, there's trouble brewing, and if he can't influence the outcome soon, his inevitable death will creep closer and closer. The official meeting to conclude Ephraim and Sylvia's fate is sprung into action. Relin is the first one to roar at the Ephraim for senselessly engaging in conflict and jeopardizing the safety of many students. It was only thanks to Decalane's personal involvement that nothing grave happened. In response, dejected as she is, Ephraim states that she cannot mention her reason for the attack. This kind of avoidant response comes across as an offense to the teachers, but right now, all Ephraim can think about is concealing her intentions so her target, the scumbag Professor Decalane, doesn't know that she's after him. Sylvia's provocative words race through her mind, but even if that is the truth, she can't risk saying anything in front of her one and only target. That is why Ephraim is willingly sitting through discomfort and pain for the sake of her long-term plan. Relin roars at the girl once more, questioning if she's got some sort of an inferiority complex. He drills it into her head, reminding her of their difference in status as a noble and a commoner. Next, Sylvia is told to speak. She also tries to conceal the matter, and excuses that she was responsible for accidentally destroying Ephraim's work, which led to an argument. This puts her as an innocent person in front of the eyes of the disciplinary committee, making it even more irrational for Ephraim to have made her move. The professors continue to grill Ephraim, questioning if she's got anger management issues. Relin even goes as far as to recommend expelling the student entirely, refusing to slide this incident with a warning. Right now, feeling alienated from the professors and receiving not a single word in her support, Ephraim feels isolated and cold. All fingers point to her as the culprit. The professors see her as the person responsible. Every insult and every scolding hurled at her, and the worst part is, she can't issue a single response in return. With her father gone, the poor girl is off on her own. The world has shut itself down on her. Blaming Professor Decalane, she pins him as an object of blame for her own mistakes, which is an emotional response befitting a child. Ephraim finally speaks, concluding that each professor thinks the same as the next. Before motioning a decision, she wants to hear Decalane's account of the situation. Making his voice clear, he makes a request to the chairwoman. It's right about this moment where Ephraim thinks her life is over now. It's obvious that she's going to be expelled, but to a shocking turn of events, Decalane puts Sylvia under fire, arguing that she too had a fault in the incident that occurred. His response stuns both students, while Decalane continues to hammer his question once more. Decalane is at a loss for words, unable to have predicted this trajectory in the meeting. Even Relin, the old fart who chose to see Ephraim as a worthless commoner, is having a field day comprehending Decalane's words. Our boy argues that Sylvia had every reason to act and prevent the incident that was caused, yet she chose not to. He wonders if her so-called esteemed abilities as one of the ill-aid household fell short in the heat of the moment. Sylvia's in a daze. She lowers her head in shame, apologizing first. Then she confesses the truth. Sylvia refused to block Ephraim's attack because she intended for the student to get into trouble. The silver-haired girl is tripping out. There's no way Decalane, someone who is her enemy, took her side just now. It's her fault too, so it's not like he has to protect her. Relin speaks up, countering that as a victim, Sylvia's fault matters very little with how she defended. Blame falls entirely on the assailant. Decalane fires back, stating that as a professor, he's the one who failed for creating a lecture that didn't require his presence. He wonders if he should be taking the blame instead. This sudden comment flusters Professor Relin, who's still on Sylvia's side. Ephraim is out here shocked that this man is steamrolling another professor just to save her ass. It's the height of ridiculousness that he's doing this much to protect her. Having heard enough, the chairwoman concludes her decision. She doesn't think of it as a serious matter, believing that students naturally run into conflict with age. That's why she's more than willing to let this one slide past without any issues. Adeline tells both students to return home, as there won't be any consequences this time. Ephraim is having mixed feelings. She was fully prepared to eat an expulsion in her face, and knowing Professor Decalane's personality, things should have concluded that way. So it doesn't make any sense how things concluded the way they did. After the meeting, Relin applauds Decalane's unique insight and analysis on viewing a situation, but our boy's attention turns to Ephraim, who calls for his attention and musters the resolve to ask him a question. She internalizes that if he's familiar with the name, Luna, and recalls his association with her father, the one who he put through living hell, causing the man to take his own life to end the pain. Being a master of anticipation, Decalane expected her to reach out to him. This girl is hell-bent on getting an answer from him, and wonders how Decalane would respond to her question, and if he would try and overthrow the verdict of the meeting just to protect himself. Even worse, Ephraim feels afraid that this man may not even remember mistreating her father, which would make her situation even worse. Surprisingly, Decalane tells her that she shouldn't busy herself with the troubles of the past, hindering her potential to grow. Hearing those words, he departs, leaving Ephraim with one conclusion. She's reached the understanding that he must know about her father, because if he didn't, he wouldn't have helped her just now. She wonders if the professor personally feels some kind of responsibility, which is why he helped her out of her own difficult situation. Ephraim misunderstands his help as a kind of pity. It fills her heart with joy. At least the scumbag professor didn't forget what he did. So long as that is the case, she's okay with the situation. The conclusion of Ephraim's case results in an addition of 2 points for Deculane's death prevention. In the next scene, we see Sylvia explaining the situation to her father, Giltheon, the head of the Illity family, and an Esper mage. His father affirms that the talented student Ephraim Lunas already missed her chance to flourish as a mage. A decade ago, back when the aptitude exam was being held, both girls encountered the other for the very first time. It was during that time that the manometer went crazy before their presence, predicting their immeasurable talent to become future archmages. These two girls just stared at each other blankly, unable to comprehend the slew of words they had just heard. To give you an example of just how powerful archmages truly are, they are classified as beings that not even emperors can threaten. Only a select few people ever rise to this level, and their names are etched in history forever. Tradition has it that 3 people will become archmages in each era, irrespective of their specialty, a rule that has never changed. Interestingly, currently apart from Nemerkin, there are 2 empty spots for the archmages of this era. Ephraim is actually a candidate for being an archmage, leaving behind one last seat. It was back then that both the Illid and Luna families stood opposite to each other, and now they must compete for the final seat. Of course, Sylvia's father is adamant on his daughter getting that title no matter the cost, so much so that he threatened Ephraim's father by force, exempting him from enrolling her daughter at the academy. Sylvia understood all too well that the only reason her family recklessly overpowered the Luna family was because they wanted her to seize the throne. They wanted to make her archmage no matter the cost, though it is also her personal wish and predicted fate. That's why Ephraim's words from back then stung her so much. She chalks it off as simply being unlucky. While Giltheon isn't exactly worried about her competitor, he's more worried about Professor Deculaine, believing that he's an ordinary man who was a genius at a young age. That's why there's no telling if he could suddenly rise above the ranks and become a dark horse. This isn't new news to Sylvia though, because she could sense his potential from the moment he deciphered her trap. When the explosion happened, it was true that Sylvia eradicated Ephraim's mana, but she also set up a personal trap to launch the void as a conflict between their attacks. This way the incident would cause even further demise and put Ephraim under fire. The reason Deculaine shot them a glare back then was because he understood this trap from the get-go, despite her being careful of any observation close by. Even though he knew everything, Deculaine kept both of them safe by offering a third way, a compromise. It was his warning, a way of demanding them to play along with his version of the story so that they could survive in one piece. Yes, before you even ask, the One Piece is real. In any case, she grossly underestimated his talents, but now it makes her ponder the kind of man he truly is. A few days flew by. We get to see Deculaine's glorious manor. This man is living Bruce Wayne's life over here. Getting all dripped out, this man is escorted by his driver, his thoughts agreeing with his decision to support Ephraim in that critical moment. This way, he removed one of the death roots for himself and even increased store currency. Personally, he wasn't expecting Ephraim to make herself known so quickly in their first encounter, but he could tell from then on that she was hostile from the start. While his intervention just now has made him an enemy of Sylvia as well, it's still the best course of action he could have taken. Brushing that matter off, Deculaine isn't keen on attending social events. At the same time, he doesn't want the opportunity of gaining store points to just fly past him. After all, he gained a side quest to attend the Flower of the New Year event, adding another half a point to his store currency. As of right now, he still requires a minimum of 5 currency points to access the shop. That's why he's focusing on interacting with the main characters for now. Arriving at his destination, Deculaine is welcomed with honor and respect. The party is full of nobles and their expensive laughter. The professor spots a bunch of named characters that he can interact with. Of them, one stands more notable than ever. It's Helm, a character who Kim Woo-jin personally modeled in the game. Arriving at the event was good after all, Deculaine believes. He's spotted by an old man out of the blue, who is honored to meet the esteemed Professor Deculaine. His sudden announcement of the professor's name draws attention from many eyes, all darting away to see the professor. The party goes into an uproar, celebrating the professor's great presence. That cool and peaceful confidence he had about the party from earlier, it's all shattered to pieces now. While this is happening, Deculaine hears someone remarking on Sir Ganesha. The professor draws away from the current interaction and follows the trail of the voice. Having heard about Ganesha, he knows that he can't risk not having an interaction with one of the most important characters around. His gaze shifts and carefully picks apart the crowd, but Ganesha is nowhere to be found. Deculaine seriously doesn't want to lose this chance, but unbeknownst to him, the scary adventurer is standing behind him. At this point in the story, she's the 5th strongest character introduced. Deculaine finally locates her on the higher floor, the scarlet-haired woman staring down at the scene. He quickened his pace to meet her, but gets cock-blocked by Helm, who interacts with him at the worst possible moment. let's explore Ihelm a bit more. He's an exclusive mage of the royal palace, ranked as a monarch, equaling to Deculane's title. Ihelm provokes Deculane, surprised that the great professor still remembers his name. He wants to check in on Deculane's research, and immediately brings up the mention of some bad rumors. Ihelm points out how his research has stagnated in the past 3 years, and many are now questioning Deculane's true abilities and talents. This audacious man is straight up talking shit in his face. It just so happens that Ihelm was Deculane's peer in their university. They once had a close relationship, but after Deculane seized the position of head professor for himself, Ihelm's jealousy grew harsher and hostile over time. Though the original character would have been peeved by Ihelm's provocative remarks, our boy is as cool as a cucumber, refusing to respond with impulse. Also, the rumors only mention the truth, so he's fine with them too. Deculane's attention is drawn to shock when he notices that his target, Ganesha, is no longer there. The poor guy wanted to achieve one goal for the day, and it was ruined by this blabbering loudmouth who still continues to yap endlessly. Walking right past him, Deculane annoyingly swears at him, and even calls him a piece of rotten cheese. I love that insult so much I'm going to be using that as his nickname from now on. Rotten cheese is left bewildered by the statement. The chill professor refuses to say another word, and quickly moves on to locate Ganesha, fearing that she may leave the society even before he can acquaint himself with her. His plan is in shambles as we speak. His sudden disappearance from the event causes a bunch of people to wonder where he went. Deculane really wanted to end the rotten cheese then and there, but he was limited to his response because of the people around them. To his shock, Ganesha calls his name. She's there standing right next to him. She's curious if he came looking for her. It's true that Deculane found her unexpectedly, having escaped the clutches of the imbeciles in the gathering event. Still, her reaction makes him wonder if these two have previously met each other in the past. The Scarlet Adventurer lets out a chuckle at his response. When he confesses, he merely got lost. Ganesha calls out his little lie and knows he was looking. She apologizes for messing up their earlier mission, and even requests letting the matter go. Now it's confirmed that they had a previous relationship based on commissions. The adventurer apologizes once more for failing to recruit a talented child under his wing. It's because of her personal attachment that she ruined the mission, refusing to hand the child over to him. Now, of course, our boy is curious about the context of this discussion, and he's gained an understanding of Deculane's decisions. He was going to use a talented child to do the research in his place and maintain his name. Curiously, Ganesha asks a question. She sensitively asks how long he's going to keep up the facade and remain the way he is. Her careful choice of words puts him into contemplation. It's true that before possessing Deculane's body, he maintained character and acted violently, gaining many enemies and losing trust with the people in his life, even going as far as hurting others for his personal fame. But now, the current Deculane has come to a decision, confessing that he's going to live a different life. Intrigued, Ganesha is surprised. She was fully expecting him to lash out and attack her for that statement. Of course, since she was brash and acted on her own during the mission. Kim Woo-jin, who is possessing Deculane's body, is rather surprised that this bold professor would go as far as to attempt attacking one of the strongest people around at the time. It goes to show the villain's reckless demeanor. While he doesn't know much about the original Deculane's past relationship with Ganesha, he knows for a fact that this woman could easily annihilate him with no effort at all. Two of her most prominent attributes are invincible body and master of martial arts. You can only expect her to go batshit crazy after having those stats. She's one of the few adventurers who has reached the height of her physical stats. Now because Kim Woo-jin is possessing Deculane's body, there was no instance of hiring assassins to do the deed for him, because if that were the case, Ganesha would have died already. While he's having this contemplation, Ganesha is wondering if this guy hit his head or ate something spoiled today. She can't place a finger on his strange behavior. Ganesha's already achieved his goals for today, so he quickens to leave the discussion. Ganesha is rather surprised, and wonders if it's really true that he won't be sending anyone after her. Turning to her one last time, the cool professor remarks that it would be beneath him. This girl is literally left too stunned to even speak. Going back to the hall, Deculane internalizes that he could easily utilize Yukline's power to pressurize the adventurer using the guild. However, doing so would only cause his death variables to increase. To his utmost horror, the system informs him that he just prevented a death variable. Ro was not expecting to get murdered tonight. This means for a fact that Ganesha's conversation from earlier could have ended very, very differently. Even a simple social gathering event is waving death flags over his head. Poor guy. The scene switches to Rayleigh, an adventurer who is relative to Julie. The talented knight is sitting in annoyance, clearly disoriented and in a bad mood. Rayleigh realizes what must be causing her sour expression, so she boldly asks if Julie has made any progress with her fiancé as of late. Just hearing that, Julie's body fidgets. Rayleigh clarifies that she means Professor Deculane, as there were rumors spreading about. Recalling his annoying response from their meeting, Julie doesn't hide her frustration, expressing that their relationship is in the gutter. Only this time, she confessed it out loud. In a surprising turn of events, the man of the hour comes around to leave. He spots her, but he's already leaving, despite being known for loving gathering events. He didn't even shoot a look towards his fiancée, causing people to wonder if he's got a sour relationship with Julie. This adds to the rumors about him. Deculane's early leave from the gathering event raised a number of questions, all leading to one theory. They think it's because Julie and him had a fallout. But of course not even the game developer Kim Woo-jin could have predicted this turn of events. A week has passed since he attended the social gathering event. This man has been putting in the work, looking at his damn muscles as he finesses that pull-up. Apart from his usual memorization and telekinetic training, he introduced working out to his routine to increase his stamina. It's mostly because he nearly died from experimenting with some crazy shit. Just a few days ago, this guy was on the floor, coughing out blood in his miserable condition. Any normal mage would have died from what he did. The only reason he survived is thanks to his Iron Man attribute. Bro is Tony Stark. In a quest to achieve greater strength after encountering Ganesha, he attempted to engrave fire control alongside his telekinetic powers. This would aid his metal manipulation overall. He wanted to upgrade his core magic for his telekinetic ability, cutting off the time needed to learn additional magic. However, this method was extremely reckless even for him, and it was only after experiencing the incredible strain on his body that he felt the need to dedicate some time to training. That's how he came to develop a workout routine. By the end of his routine, this guy is looking like David Lade with his aesthetics. With his morning workout wrapped up, it's time to go to class. The scene jumps ahead to Professor Declan's office, where we see Alan delivering the professor a message from the magic tower. The sender is classified as someone from a high rank. Prying open the message, Declan learns that there's an audit hearing in 6 months regarding his research. They just want him to prepare some documents for the hearing by that time. Of course, this is troublesome, because this means Declan's research is put under fire and under question for being delayed. The thing about Declan's role is that he's always been classified as the head professor in the eyes of the game. It's critical for him to maintain his title as a professor, because the moment he loses it is also the moment his hopes of returning home will be dashed for good. Right now, he's going to scavenge and find anything worth his time from his laboratory. Declan enters the room, which is a complete and utter mess, as if there was an attack of some kind. The place has been uncared for, and if Declan frequented the laboratory often, there's no way he would have kept it in this horrendous state. Interestingly, one disgusting spot looks particularly out of place. It begs the question if he was trying to hide something. There's no telling, but Declan thinks it's a good way to test the waters and see what's up. Thanks to his telekinetic magic, he didn't have to dirty his own hands plodding through the trash. From the remains, he grabs a book and pries it open. It seems like Declan encrypted his life's work to ensure that it wouldn't get stolen. Be that as it may, our boy can easily use his comprehension skills to bypass this issue. It's thanks to that he's able to cast open a golden bright light, hinting at the significance of his incredible research. Thanks to his attributes, wealthy magnate, and sharp eyesight, he can tell that this book is definitely valuable. Despite that, the research seems incomplete, with many pages ripped in between and left unfinished. Even after all its flaws, it's shone brightly, once again hinting at the research's significance. Surprisingly, Declan spots a pendant with a picture of Ephraim Luna and her father. This helps him piece together their relationship. Turns out that her father was working under him as a researcher. That's why the Luna family despises Professor Declan, who tortured her father for his own fame. It's because of Declan that Ephraim has navigated a brutal life. But now, things will be different. He's made up his mind to complete the research with the help of his comprehension skill. And right after its completion, he's going to add her father's name as a contributor to the research as a co-author. Character development in a way you didn't expect. The scene switches to one of the cafes of the university. Here, some of the commoners have decided to band up as their own group, sticking for each other in the time of need. If they don't, the nobles will pull the rug from under their feet. Asking for Ephraim's opinion, the girl puts her on the spot. Ephraim doesn't know how to feel about the situation. After all, she is a fallen noble herself. Still, she's fine with forgetting about her previous life, because right now, she doesn't even have a residence in her name. The orange-haired girl proudly accepts Ephraim as one of their own, the rest of them denoting her as the representative of the commoners. One of the girls, donning a shorter hairstyle, suggests they get permission from a professor to approve their club officially. It seems like the biggest obstacle in their path at the moment. At first they bring up Professor Rellin, but knowing his attitude for always protecting nobles, he's out of the count. Then there's Professor Carmel, who also shuns commoners. One of them adds that Professor Deculain wouldn't be a good pick either. While this is happening, Ephraim is too busy salivating at the sight of a beautiful strawberry dessert. The orange-haired girl erupts in confidence, believing that they should definitely ask for Professor Deculain's help. They're all hoping that Ephraim will be the one to make the request on their behalf, a role that she clearly didn't sign up for as evident by her shocked expression. One guy agrees, believing that Deculain's their best shot, as he looks down on everyone, no matter the status. The fact that Ephraim escaped punishment thanks to him is enough to conclude that Deculain favors her a bit, or at least that's what these guys think. The girl clarifies that there's nothing of the sort going on. She genuinely feels upset that the conversation has taken a shift like this. Ephraim wants nothing to do with Deculane after all. Refusing the request, she bolts away, but the orange-haired girl chases after her anyway, hoping that she'll reconsider it once more. Ephraim clarifies that whatever they're thinking is not going to happen. Julia suddenly freezes at the sight of someone. Ephraim wonders what caused her to stagger like that. It's only when she turns to meet Deculane's gaze that she realizes it's the devil himself. She certainly wasn't expecting to encounter him in the worst timing possible. Julia runs the heck away, leaving it all to rest on her shoulders. Ephraim is there, not knowing what to say, as the professor is already leaving. Hesitating, she makes her move, grabbing his attention. She requests the creation of a club that requires an approval from his end. In the end, this Tsundere mustered up the will to ask him despite her embarrassment. He reasons that he usually doesn't approve requests from commoners, which is why she is also worried. Though Julia's approach was ridiculous, her suggestion was actually right. Ephraim believes they should just try their luck and see if it works. To her shock, Deculane takes the letter and actually signs it, even requesting a note of details to be sent to his office. Ephraim is starstruck as she's handed the paper back, unable to believe that he actually approved the creation of the club. She just can't figure out his damn personality. Julia runs all giddied up, thankful that Ephraim successfully managed to get a signature. Meanwhile, the troubled girl wonders why he's doing all of this. He's being exclusively nice to her for no reason. Fast-forwarding to the lecture, Deculane teaches the students about elements, which are supposed to be the building blocks of magic. And yet, many mages are still unaware about the difference between categorical and pure elements. As he's giving his lecture, Ephraim's thoughts drift away elsewhere, not knowing if the professor's actions are rooted in guilt or even sympathy. This man, the one who drove her father to his grave, despite his nice gestures, all of it feels fake to her. She thinks that if he truly feels responsible, then he should drop the act and reveal the truth to the world. Seeing her visibly fidget in annoyance, Julia wonders if she's alright. This snaps the girl out of her contemplation. Julia thinks her friend is annoyed because of the students across the table. Ephraim is confused at first, but quickly realizes that it's the nobles along with Sylvia, who have a terrible impression of her. After all, her stunt from that day made her an enemy of every noble family. Ephraim tells Julia that it's alright. She just wants to focus on the lecture for now. Zooming in on Deculane's lecture, he explains the significance of magic circles. However, she knew that his lectures used to be different. Right now, Deculane is expertly explaining how each spell is affected by adding strokes to the magic circle. He furthers the main topic of learning for today, something he terms flowing fire. The thing is, Ephraim is right. Deculane's lectures initially used to be a showboat of his talents and authority as a professor, but the lectures conducted by Kim Woo-jin right now were recreations of the beauty of magic, and they showcased a fundamental understanding of magic. It shocked the students, even Sylvia, who had once foregone her childlike curiosity of magic because of her natural-born aptitude as a mage. Deculane continues, showing them the magic circle responsible for water. Combining this with a fire circle, it creates a unique phenomenon. The purple magic circle steals the attention of the crowd, allowing liquid smooth fire to flow like water. The students are thrilled and amazed. Sylvia most notably can't believe that his lectures challenged such theoretical depths. Typically, mages deemed geniuses actually conjure magic using their intuition and natural talent. Theory meant very little to them, and if every mage prioritized theory, then that meant the commonality of magic in one container. It's true that focusing too much on theory could steal all your time from actually learning magic through understanding and intuition. Theoretical understanding is usually terrible and obstructive to the learning process. That's the unfortunate paradox. To become a genius, one must be blessed with brilliant intuition, and yet, not even the elites can explain the root of their intuition. For a genius professor with his bundle of rumors, it's shocking to her that Deculane is insisting on teaching theoretical classes despite his rank. When the lecture is finished, Ephraim is left with a changing impression. She certainly didn't expect the professor to be so good, to the point she found herself glued to the lecture. Ephraim's attention is stolen when she hears a mountain of slurs coming from the other side of the door. She knows it's the annoying nobles who want to harass her. That whole conflict with Sylvia made everything worse. To her surprise, she spots a sponsorship certificate underneath her door. Of course, her initial reaction is that it must be a damn prank. There's no way she got sponsored when everyone in House Alot hates her. Ephraim gives the situation credit, recognizing that she can later use this in a report. So she happily goes to the magical administration office, only to find out that this little piece of envelope is as real as it can get. She remembers her body jolting when the receptionist verified the authentic seal. Ephraim's face blooms with happiness. She can't contain her joy at all. The girl even tries pulling her face, wondering if this is some kind of sick dream. Then she cowardly checks her surroundings, afraid that someone must have spotted her reaction. Ephraim shrinks underneath the table, afraid that people will soon find out her ownership over 100,000 elm. To give you guys a good idea of the amount, it's equivalent to 100 million won. This girl is so scared, in fact, she's already packing her stuff in hopes of escaping when shit goes down. Even the staff members seemed suspicious and gave her a good look. Ephraim is losing her marbles when her tantrum leads to hitting her head on the table. This dork is convinced that it's no longer a dream. The absurdity of the situation makes her weep. The girl who was alienated all this time finally had her talents recognized. It fills her with the optimism to try harder for her life. I don't know about you guys, but I think this scene is a good example of showing how a token of kindness can restore someone's faith in the world. I really liked it, and I hope you did too. Anyway, let's get serious and visit the Eucline Manor. Here, Killian's half-sister learns that he's currently headed to the auction site of Skatsonaville. Bear with me, I know that's a weird-ass name. She's steaming in frustration, remembering how he had already wasted 10 million elm only last year. It makes her fear how much he's going to waste this time around. At the auction site, we come to see our boy, who has been longing to buy something worth his time. Just when he first began using telekinesis magic, the professor had realized he needed a kind of metal to make up for his sorry excuse of a talent. It's going to be a replacement for a temporary fix that he made using wood steel. The real deal will be here at the auction site today, which is why he's in the VIP waiting room. There, he spots a familiar figure. It's his fiancée, yet again another unexpected occurrence. She sees him, gets up with an angry glare, and turns to confront him. The knight is practically irritated with his damn appearance. It's the definition of your girlfriend getting mad at you for ignoring her. Julie brings up the occurrence of Sylvia and Ephraim, whom he had detained to be judged before the committee. Knowing that it's pretty old news, the mage questions why she's bringing it up, and if she's going to blame him for that. Julie holds a stern expression, hounding him for crushing the dreams of newbie students through his annoying attitude. She highly advises him against repeating past mistakes. Julie finishes up by saying that it's her final piece of advice for him, her words hinting at an indication of a breakup. Blaming his mind, Killian understands her intentions to break the relationship, but in reality, he actually favors this turn of events. Despite her enamoring appearance, he doesn't really intend to marry a woman over something insignificant, even in a fake life. Then there's the fact that she's a walking red flag full of death variables for him to encounter. This means, the dude could literally face death on the day of their marriage. Killian chooses to remain silent until she turns away, his thoughts wondering why she came here, knowing she's not the type to attend auctions. Wanting to annoy her, he provokes Julie by asking if she came all the way here to get on his nerves. It embarrasses the girl, who brushes away any such thoughts, stating that she came here looking for something. Killian tells her to calm down, because the chick went from 0 to 100 in the span of a second. She's left all pouting in annoyance. Julie continues leaving, and it's the first time Killian thinks cute of her expression. Suddenly, he catches himself experiencing a sharp and sudden emotion, right when he was reasoning just how dangerous it would be to surround himself with her. It's as if Kim Woo-jin is slowly being tainted by Killian's personal emotions. So far, he's kept his personality in check. An announcement addressing the visitors of the auction house is made. The auction is about to begin. Killian brushes away such meaningless thoughts, believing that it's just his body reacting this way. Back to the scene of the auction house, he's patiently awaiting as the first item gets revealed. It's a special vase made by a unique artisan from the East. Its significance is so loud that golden shimmers of light reach all the way to Killian, the same light he checked with his research papers. The light's insistent glow is proof that he should get it. The host entertains a bunch of bids, until Killian bids the highest at 2.5 million elm. The item is sold at the immediate price. The only reason he acquired the vase is because it represents a greater value than the money put up for it. He's got more than enough in his mega bank account. I'm serious, this guy has 200 million in his damn account. A bunch of high-value items are all snatched by Killian, including a special ring, a pair of special scissors, and a rune necklace. Even after all of that, this man has the gall to bid for 5.5 million. The people at the auction house are shocked to find Professor Killian making such wild bids. His fiancée, on the other hand, deems him as a mere attention seeker with nothing better to do with his life. She thinks their personalities clash too much, as he wasted so much money without cause. Still, she came here with a goal of her own. She wants to obtain the Winter's Fire for herself. The host finally presents the last object of the auction, an item so rare that it's impossible to find, and or representing great history. It's the magic of nature itself, the Winter's Fire. The ethereal snowflare stone is revealed in all its beauty, stunning both Killian and his fiancée. This stone is one of the 10 rarest metals found in the game. Normally used to forge swords, this item is the height of paradoxical wonders, maintaining the essence of both heat and cold energies. Only dragon bones surpass them in value. Still, it's Killian's best bet, but Julie is also invested. Parties place their bets all the way up to 30 million elmi. Julie is extremely confident in her bid and is about to win, her face lighting up with happiness. But then, one man intervenes, placing an offer of 31 million elni, stealing the limelight. She turns in annoyance, unable to accept what his damn fiancé is scheming. She doesn't want him to interfere with the only object she's after. She places a bid of 32 million, which is countered by 33 million by the professor. They're a bit surprised that the professor wants to obtain a sword forging stone. They wonder if he wants to give it to his fiancée. They all think it must be the reason he's preventing her from making the purchase. Killian all of a sudden realizes that he's fighting against Julie so far. This confirms her personal ambitions to obtain the snowflake stone, which means if he obtains the object, she'll carry a grudge for life. At the same time, he wants it badly, because it's the first time in 3 years that the stone has made its appearance. While it's a gamble, a major risk, Killian is ready to walk that line. So he's ready to meet Julie with his fullest might. The price shoots up all the way up to 42 million, and it's at that number that the object is sold to Professor Killian. The people applaud in the epic battle that took place, which is funny because when you really think about it, these guys were just flaunting money. They also think Julie is the one who was being overly stubborn, because in their worldview, Killian obtained the stone to give it to her to begin with. Right now, the knight is fuming, her blood boiling in anger. The events have all conspired similarly to last year. Killian offered her riches and jewelry to enjoy on her engagement day, but she vividly remembers it as the worst day of her life. Damn, the worst she could say is no, always ends in disaster. The Killian of that time wanted to flaunt his power and wealth, which is why she detested him so much. She felt humiliated if anything, her face showcasing her annoyance. All this time, there's only one thing she's been wanting from Killian, and he refuses to give it to her. And no, you perverted gremlins, I know what you're thinking, but that's not what it means. Leaving the room, she ruined her engagement day for herself, but that act left a bruise on the professor's ego. Despite her dignity as a knight, she ended up in a relationship with a professor with a shitty personality. Of course, she was granted captaincy for it, but people gossiped all kinds of nasty rumors around her. She knew all too well that he was responsible for spreading those crappy rumors to begin with. It only made her hate him even more, and it was that day she decided that this man was unworthy of her love. Right now, Julie is facing a similar feeling, but to her surprise, her fiancé is approaching her. Donning a soft expression, he asks if she was after the snowflare stone as well. Beaming in fury, she takes it as a provocation, ready to argue with him. But Julie is completely shocked when she hears the words, "I'm sorry," releasing from his mouth. She takes a second to process what the heck he just said. Killian politely takes his leave, having paralyzed her on her feet. Julie's mind is racing with a billion thoughts, not knowing the purpose of his apology. She knows that Killian isn't even the type to apologize. As she's walking away, she finds the majestic Josephine, her older sister, who tells her to come for a ride. The scene cuts to the professor, who understands Julie's frustration for having taken her object of interest. It's pretty surprising that he didn't encounter any death variables despite what happened. It only makes him wonder about Killian's original asshole personality, which led her to take his life in one of the routes. In any case, he is welcomed home by his maids, who seem to be visibly upset by something. When they mention Yariel's visit, Killian freezes at the sight of his half-sister. The girl vanishes and appears right behind him, confronting him for having spent so much money recklessly. She wanted to spend it on mines, and yet here he is, casually dwindling it on an auction. To salvage the situation, he tells her that he brought something that will return them the money with profit added on top. But of course, his sister is extremely pissed, pinning him as a man who is using her like a disposable piece of garbage. Even Killian understands that the current situation is dangerous. His poor sister is sobbing that she's only there to clean up the consequences of his reckless actions. I honestly think she's so valid for confronting him. Yariel highlights their financial troubles, with her doing her best to support them, and yet he spent all of her precious money. Her aura shifts in a tinge of red, her voice adopting a serious tone, marking him as an asshole who gambled all of the money that rightfully belonged to their estate. Killian is on red alert by his sister's pulsating, dangerous aura. His villain's fate attribute activates at the sight of danger, meaning he's near enough a death experience. There's also the sight of a golden light coming from her aura, which leads him to an understanding. If he doesn't do something about the situation, he's destined to die. And if he does intervene, it may rack in a lot of profits. It's basically an opportunity hidden in catastrophe. Of course, Killian knows just the way to handle this situation. He tells Yariel not to worry, which is arguably the worst way to handle the situation after what she just said. She roars at him with her concerns, highlighting every single problem she went through, the struggle she faced just for the sake of her ungrateful ass of a brother. In response, Killian tells her that she didn't have to suffer through all of that. Again, Yariel points to him for being the reason they actively lost so much money after the death of their parents, and the fact that he obliterated 150 million in one day is no joke. To make her shut up, Dakilian shocks her with a declaration. He's ready to hand her the position of the head of the house. It stops her dead in her tracks, unable to comprehend what he just said. Dakilian reiterates his point, confirming that he'll do exactly as he said. Yariel went from nearly murdering him to now being flustered at his comment. She thinks he's fucking around, but he thinks she's just dragging it out. Dakilian even states that he's ready to swear on it if she's refusing to accept his words. Yariel is shocked that he's willing to go as far as to take a dangerous oath, risking death just to keep his word. She doesn't know where all of this is coming from, even wondering if he suffered a concussion on the way here. Her brother is fine with her refusing to believe him. Yariel inevitably accepts, though she's ready to put him in the grave if he goes back on his words. Saying so, she leaves immediately to fix his latest mess. With Yariel gone, Dakilian gains 2 points for preventing a death variable. He takes a sigh of relief, grateful that nothing major happened. He's fine with handing over the position without worry. He thinks if things continue to flow at this rate, his escape is near. Interestingly, Ganesha surprises him with her presence, commenting that his words were really true, that he's adamant on changing. She leaps in, apologizing for dropping by. She couldn't believe her eyes just now. Dakilian thinks it's nothing special. His sister would just make up for a better househead than him. The adventurer reveals the truth about his sister, Yariel, who doesn't have an inkling of the Euclian family's blood. This comes as a shock to Dakilian's system. He never could have predicted this turn of events, as it wasn't even supposed to be in the original game. Ganesha drops a bombshell that his sister doesn't have a single drop of Euclian's blood in her. He'd already known that they weren't directly related, but learning that there was no blood connection at all still comes as a surprise. Seeing his reaction, Ganesha reminds him that he was the one who requested the investigation in the first place. However, Dakilian remains unfazed, stating that it doesn't matter to him. This response catches Ganesha off guard, as she never expected him to be so indifferent. Even so, she agrees to keep it a secret. As she turns to leave, she shares another piece of crucial news that the 6 snakeheads have begun to move. These individuals lead a notorious criminal organization, and each of them carries a bounty worth millions. Before leaping out the window, the adventurer pauses to warn Dakilian. The 6 snakeheads are after the item he purchased at the auction, and he should be more cautious. It seems like he's been neglecting his magical defenses lately. With that, she vanishes into the night, leaving behind a white kerchief. As for the revelation about his sister, Dakilian isn't bothered by it. To him, it changes nothing. After all, he isn't the real Dakilian, and whether she's biologically related or not, he will always consider her family. Meanwhile, in the forest, Ganesha and her men sit around a campfire, discussing Dakilian's recent change in demeanor. She seems flattered by his words, but one of her men teases her, pointing out that she has always had a soft spot for handsome men, making her opinion biased. Ganesha, now furious, threatens to cut him into pieces. As the argument escalates, Rayleigh, an adventurer and a relative of Julie, expresses her surprise at Dakilian's apparent human side. Dusting herself off, Ganesha confirms the change and assures everyone that they no longer need to find a magic slave for Dakilian. She suggests they return and instructs the group to keep everything they heard today a secret. With that, they activate teleportation magic, vanishing into the sky in a bright flash. The next day, inside the magic tower at Imperial University, Dakilian browses the system store and comes across a level 1 attribute that enhances both mana output and quality. However, it costs 10 and although he now has access to the store, he lacks the necessary currency to purchase anything. The store only allows skills to be bought using store currency, which is limited per level. Each time he gains access, the cost of skills doubles. Dakilian understands that he can't afford to rush or waste this opportunity. He has been carefully integrating his training into his routine, but he recognizes that his physical strength is lacking. To improve, he needs better mana quality, which will allow him to train more effectively. He requires 4 more store currency to make the purchase and decides to find a way to obtain them quickly. As he considers his next move, Alan arrives, looking concerned. He hands Dakilian the latest issue of Wizard Journal. Flipping through the pages, Dakilian spots a wanted notice for a man known as the Wizard Killer, Lockhart, who has been seen roaming the outskirts of the area. Dakilian is well aware that the Wizard Killer poses a serious threat to mage players and has already started making appearances. However, since he is not an ordinary mage, he isn't too concerned. Instead, he sees this as a valuable opportunity to earn store credits and secretly hopes to encounter him. Turning to Alan, Dakilian reassures him that there's no need to fear and instructs him to head to the library and wait there. Then, out of nowhere, he asks Alan if he wants to become an assistant professor. The unexpected question leaves Alan completely stunned. He can't believe Dakilian would recommend him for such a position, especially when he has always criticized his lack of talent. As Alan bombards him with questions, Dakilian simply tells him to be quiet and hands him a bangle engraved with the Euclian emblem. Overwhelmed with excitement, Alan thanks him. While Deculane considers how useful Alan's skills in organizing documents and handling minor errands will be in the future, he doesn't want him to leave, especially since many who resented Deculane's cold nature have already walked away. Yet Alan remained loyal, handling everything without complaint. To further support him, Deculane gives Alan a generous sum of money and suggests he treat himself to a good meal. With that, Deculane heads to the staff-only library, leaving Alan in shock. His purpose for visiting is to study Luna's research papers on the creation of pure elements. However, as he reviews them, he finds numerous mistakes and decides to correct them. He is also searching for valuable grimoires related to manipulation magic. As he walks through the library's aisles, his gaze lands on Sylvia, who is browsing through the books. She shouldn't be there as it's staff-only library. 10 minutes earlier, Sylvia had been searching for study materials in the executive reading room, a space typically reserved for faculty members. The librarian, initially reluctant, is overridden by the professor, who grants Sylvia access, citing her status as Eylet's successor and the current year's rookie mage. With no choice but to comply, the librarian allows her to browse freely. Sylvia, whose passion lies in studying literature and languages, has come specifically to find a novel written in Ethanol, the language of the long-extinct fairies, making such books extremely rare. This rare find is precisely why she has entered a place normally off-limits to her. As Deculane approaches, Sylvia remains unaware of his presence until he directly confronts her, questioning why she is in the executive reading room. He warns her about setting a disciplinary committee on her again. Caught off guard, she recalls rumors about Deculane's dislike for libraries and wonders if he intends to summon the disciplinary committee. She explains that she has received permission from Professor Reland to be there while searching for a particular document. Deculane quickly realizes that both the professor and the librarian have ignored school regulations, and in his view, all those involved should be reprimanded. Just as Sylvia processes his words, he picks up the book she is holding and immediately recognizes it as an Ethanol novel. He questions her ability to read it, though he acknowledges that this isn't the main concern. Sylvia defends her interest in literature and languages, but Deculane lets it go for now, warning her that any future rule-breaking without authorization will result in disciplinary action. This raises her to have someone else borrow books on her behalf, rather than relying on her family's influence. As Deculane walks away, Sylvia silently fumes, feeling humiliated by his words. Sylvia had only wanted to understand the fairies, yet Deculane had challenged her ability to read the novel, citing the inconsistencies in the Ethanol language. However, he hadn't given her unauthorized presence much weight. Meanwhile, in the jungle, a group of adventurers are navigating a dense forest while hunting a magical beast. Deculane observes them, noting their steady composure despite this being their first practical training session. They are in the Mountain of Darkness, a place of significance and strict security for the Magic Tower. These forests also serve as the training ground near the university, known for its abundant magical resources. However, the area is also highly dangerous due to the presence of venomous creatures, leading the Magic Tower to enforce protective barriers and constant patrols. Professor Roland is worried that currently, the position of head professor overseeing this area is vacant. To everyone's surprise, Deculane steps up and volunteers for the role, earning the approval of his colleagues. As he takes charge, another professor silently acknowledges that this is exactly how a leader should act. Internally, Deculane is driven by a side quest notification, the Darkness of the Magic Tower, which offers store currency and an additional achievement reward. A mysterious pull draws him toward the mountain, likely the true reason behind this quest. This quest signals a major shift in the game, turning it into a horror experience. As the head professor has decided, everyone starts to pack up and start the venture. 9 hours later, at the cafe near the Magic Tower, Ephraim and her friends are enjoying snacks. Celebrating her achievement of reaching 100,000 NA, she eagerly offers to treat them. Their conversation drifts toward the anticipated approval of their club and plans for their first gathering. Her friend brings up a recent training session at the Mountain of Darkness, where 50 participants had volunteered despite occasional mishaps. Suddenly, a scream cuts through the air, followed by a tremor. Rushing outside, they spot someone running and crying out for help. Julia hesitates, sensing that something is wrong, and shouts for Ephraim to stop, but she keeps running. After a short distance, Ephraim stops, turns around, and is shocked to see that her friend has vanished. Disoriented, she finds herself in an unfamiliar location, completely separated from her friends. Recalling the person who had been calling for help, she spots a figure and calls out to them. However, as they approach, she quickly senses danger. The person lets out a horrifying scream, revealing a monstrous form. Now certain she is under attack, Ephraim readies herself to fight. Just then, Deculane unexpectedly appears, startling her. She immediately accuses him of harming the woman, questioning his authority to attack a civilian. Deculane, unfazed, tells her to take a closer look. As the illusion fades, it becomes clear that the figure is not human, but a demon. Deculane explains that Sylvia had been caught in a deceptive spell, a common trick used by demons. Ephraim attempts to step in, but Deculane coldly tells her to stay out of it. The demon suddenly lunges at Deculane, forcing him to engage. Furious at its attempted escape, he launches into battle, demonstrating his overwhelming power. Deculane, analyzing the creature, identifies its primary ability as illusion magic, and notes the glowing core on its forehead. Thanks to his own resistance to mental attacks, the demon's illusions have no effect on him. Deculane's blood boils with rage, a result of his inherited Yucaline lineage, one known for its exceptional strength in hunting demons. This bloodline not only purifies surrounding mana and enhances its quality, but also intensifies the user's aggression. The ancient legacy of the Yucaline line, feared for its relentless pursuit of demons, comes alive within him. Deculane, fully embracing his instincts, swears to destroy the creature. His fury surges as the monster demon charges at him with all its power. Meanwhile, Deculane just completes the side quest, earning store currency and officially defeating his first demon. With the Yucaline attribute now unlocked, he calls the creature filthy before finishing it off. However, upon closer inspection, he is shaken by its appearance. A realization strikes him. The presence of this demon is not random. It is a sign that the game, even without a player, is moving forward. The next day, in the university building, Ephraim wakes up disoriented and terrified, letting out a scream as she finds herself in a ward bed. The nurse beside her asks if she is awake. Ephraim vaguely remembers being in the forest, but struggles to recall specific details. The nurse informs her that a demon had appeared at the Mountain of Darkness, and that she had been caught in its illusion, causing her to lose consciousness. She was found and brought to safety. Much to her frustration, she learns that it was Professor Deculane who saved her. Looking at the clock, she asks what day it is, only for the nurse to shock her by revealing that she has been unconscious for 36 hours. It is now Wednesday, meaning she is already late. Spotting her two friends, Ephraim rushes to class, barely making it in time. Her friend, relieved to see her, expresses concern, explaining that she had visited the clinic while Ephraim remained unresponsive. As they settle in, they discover that today's lesson will be a special class. Moments later, Deculane enters, accompanied by Alan carrying a box. Ephraim, puzzled, wonders about his identity. Without hesitation, Deculane announces that this is Alan, who will be assisting him as a teaching aide. The students are surprised by Deculane's decision, as he was known for teaching alone. Many speculate that becoming his teaching assistant could be a way to build one's resume. Though with Deculane, that seems unlikely. Deculane is reminded of her father, who, despite his skills, was unable to secure a teaching assistant position at 30. She questions Deculane's sudden decision to take on a mage as an assistant. Deculane announces that today's lecture will be based on experience. The students, including Sylvia, are given a 3-hour task with a timer. As Ephraim begins her assignment, she can't shake the thoughts of her father's inheritance. She notices a similarity between her bracelet and Deculane's, making her question her father's past relationship with Deculane and his recent generosity. She resolves to complete the task. Meanwhile, Sylvia finishes in just 25 minutes and 15 seconds. Her peers are astonished, noting she didn't even take half an hour. Alan and Deculane observe silently, and after a brief moment, Deculane permits Sylvia to leave. Though relieved, Sylvia is filled with hatred toward him. Ephraim struggles with her task as time passes. One by one, Deculane dismisses the students once their 3 hours are up. Eventually, only Ephraim remains. She knows she is done for and slams her head on the table, trying to think of something. Recalling Sylvia, she realizes that not only did she fail to surpass her, but she was also the only one who accomplished nothing by the end of the class. She calls herself stupid for being unable to complete such a simple task. Berating herself, she mutters that she is incompetent and a failure. As she sinks deeper into despair, she suddenly hears Deculane's voice, revealing that 5 hours and 40 minutes have already passed. He asks how much longer she intends to make him wait. Shocked, Ephraim looks up, realizing he is still there. Meanwhile, Deculane criticizes her for failing to complete such a simple assignment on time and even having a breakdown over it. He tells her that no matter who mocks her, surpasses her, or even if someone she resents stands before her, she must remain cold and logical at all times. He declares that with such a weak mindset, she will never reach his level. His disappointment is evident as he turns and walks away. Ephraim sits there, stunned and in despair. The room is empty, and the clock continues ticking. She slams the table in frustration, remembering Deculane's cutting words about trusting in her. Refusing to accept them, she repeats his words to herself. As her frustration builds, a green power flares from her bracelet, its aura surrounding her. Fueled by determination and anger, she declares that she will do it, no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, Deculane reflects on the recent events unschooling Ephraim. Though he spent considerable effort on Ephraim, he believes it was necessary. She must grow stronger for the challenges ahead. The appearance of a demon at the Mountain of Darkness is a signal. The main quest is about to begin. During the coming age of overwhelming evil, characters with strong moral alignments will emerge, including a much stronger Ephraim. Right now, she lacks mental fortitude and a true sense of a mage's responsibilities, but Deculane anticipates her overcoming these weaknesses and growing into a formidable force, one that could potentially threaten him. Yet Deculane, a firm believer in self-reliance over fate, is confident he can prevent that. He refuses to let a newcomer surpass him. Ephraim steps out of the classroom, pauses briefly, and then rushes to Deculane's office. There, she presents the results of her magic assignment. Deculane notes that it took her 6 hours and 25 minutes to complete. While acknowledging her shortcomings as a non-academy graduate, he cannot deny the quality of her work. It is worthy of first place. With this, a side quest is completed, granting store currency. Now that Ephraim has returned, Deculane decides it's time to head home. However, as he walks, a white-haired man intercepts him. Deculane recognizes him as Zeit Varen Bruggen, Julie's older brother and the head of the Frauden family, to which Julie belongs. He is also the one who strongly pushed for Deculane and Julie's betrothal. Zeit is formidable, ranking above Ganesha in combat strength, a named character renowned for his prowess. However, Deculane is confused as to why someone like Zeit would seek him out. Immediately, he begins to speculate about Zeit's intentions, suspecting that this encounter might have something to do with Julie's Snowflare stone. Though Deculane bears no hostility towards Zeit, he remains on guard, uncertain whether this meeting poses a serious threat. Zeit, however, just voices his concerns regarding Deculane and Julie's recent interactions. He casually suggests they have dinner together, framing it as a friendly gathering. Deculane, seeing little choice, agrees without hesitation. Satisfied with a quick response, Zeit assures him that he'll arrange everything and even tailor the menu to Deculane's preferences. Deculane quickly realizes that Zeit has carefully planned this meeting, leaving him no room to refuse. Understanding how much Zeit values his family's standing, Deculane knows that going against his plans could be risky. The following day, at the frightened household, Julie reacts with immediate frustration upon hearing about the dinner. She expresses her disdain for Deculane, arguing that her rigorous training schedule leaves no time for such events. Zeit, however, dismisses her complaints, calling her reaction childish over something as trivial as a Snowflare stone. Growing irritated, Julie listens as Zeit speculates that Deculane must have purchased the rare metal typically used for forging weapons, with the intention of giving it to her. Julie goes further, stating that if Deculane were to present it as a gift, she would likely end the engagement on her own. Julie's frustration only grows, but Zeit remains firm. With his anger boiling, he advises her to think carefully, reminding her that emotions have no place in political matters. He pointedly asks if she harbors any romantic feelings, noting that, as far as he knows, there aren't any men who love her. She immediately denies it, insisting it's nothing like that. Zeit then asks if her concerns stem from Deculane's poor record, but she also denies that, stating it has nothing to do with him. Her response only irritates Zeit further. However, despite his frustration, he accepts her answer. Preparing to leave, he instructs her to be on time, and to resolve any lingering issues before the meeting. As soon as Zeit leaves, Julie, unable to control her emotions any longer, lashes out, swinging her sword with tremendous force in a fit of rage. Her slashes create a powerful blast, shaking the surroundings. Meanwhile, her subordinates stand behind her, silently observing. Witnessing her outburst, the subordinate comments that her sword is turbulent. His name is Varan, a member of the Order of Hidakane and Julie's subordinate. Julie quickly apologizes for showing him such a disgraceful side of herself, but Varan understands. He also believes it is unfair for the current head of the household to pressure her into marrying someone like Deculane. Julie is warned not to speak ill of Deculane, though she insists that it doesn't matter to her. Seeing Varan fall silent, she turns away, ordering him to prepare as she gets ready to leave. Varan is deep in thought, contemplating the path he has chosen to prove his loyalty. It's a task that only he can accomplish, and he is determined to see it through, believing it will bring Julie happiness. At the Burked Assembly of Elders, a conference is underway regarding the appearance of a demon in the Mountain of Darkness. The elders discuss the magecraft they developed using mystic arts to combat demonic entities, realizing that it is now time to take action. To address the situation, the conference leader orders his men to send letters to the 12 sorcerers, summoning them to Burked. With that, the letters are dispatched. Meanwhile, Deculane finishes organizing the items he obtained from the auction. He prepares to equip Rufren's ring, which enhances mana recovery, and the ancient rune necklace, designed to store mana. Following Ganesha's advice to prevent theft, he plans to secure the rest of the items in a vault. However, an issue arises. The Frost Flame Stone isn't responding as expected. While he knew it wouldn't be easy to use right away, he is surprised that his telekinesis has no effect on it. Suspecting that the stone's mana is actively resisting him, he recalls spending a significant amount on it. He recalls reading about a related concept during his visit to the library, the idea of communion, a method used to tame legendary swords by establishing a connection with them. He wonders if this process involves forming an understanding of the sword itself. Deciding to attempt it himself, Deculane reaches out to the stone. The moment he makes contact, a sudden surge of energy pulses through him. To his surprise, he successfully gains a 0.1% comprehension of it, increasing his mana by 300. However, at this pace, he estimates that fully mastering it would take at least a year, as it demands an immense amount of mana. Wondering if this slow progress is his only option, he sets the thought aside for now and shifts his focus to his upcoming plans. Reviewing his schedule, he notes the dinner arranged by Zeit. However, upon noticing the date, he tenses. This event was scheduled before he possessed this body, and in just 3 days, the death anniversary looms. Both events weigh heavily on his mind. When Deculane arrives at the restaurant, Von Meschel, Veron is already there. Julie, who left earlier, should already be inside. Zeit greets her warmly, complimenting her appearance. Deculane, catching sight of her, is momentarily taken aback. She looks stunning, a stark contrast to her usual battle-ready attire. He acknowledges the effort she put into her appearance, feeling a sense of admiration. Another figure stands beside Julie, having helped her choose the dress. Deculane, focused entirely on Julie, hadn't even noticed him at first. Then, an unexpected introduction takes place. He meets Josephine, Julie's sister. She isn't just any relative. She is a named character he must tread carefully around. She's someone who would use any means necessary to get what she wants. In other words, she is a sociopath. She is the mastermind behind Shadow, an undercover intelligence network that operates behind the scenes and possesses strength comparable to that of Zeit. Her only real attachment is to Julie, and anyone who threatens her sister risks invoking her wrath. Deculane understands why Josephine hasn't acted against him yet, but the way she watches him makes it clear. Her hostility is just beneath the surface, and if he ever crosses a line with Julie, she won't hesitate. As he steps into the room, Deculane immediately recognizes the situation as a critical and potentially deadly obstacle. To navigate it safely, he must prove his sincerity regarding Julie. Zeit wastes no time and directly asks Deculane when he plans to hold the engagement ceremony, reminding him that 3 years have already passed. Before Deculane can respond, Julie interjects, but Zeit stops her, stating that the adults are talking. Deculane is about to reply, but hesitates, troubled by the immense aura emanating from Julie's sister. Looking at her, he declares that he is leaving the relationship entirely in Julie's hands, stating that if she doesn't want it, he will gladly accept her decision. Julie is visibly shaken by this statement. Zeit, concerned by how easily the engagement could be dismissed, voices his doubts, stating that the family heads won't approve of such a decision. Still trembling, Julie turns to the head of the family and requests a private discussion. Zeit thinks for a moment, then agrees, and he and Julie's sister leave together. Deculane watches them go, trying to decipher Zeit's true intentions. Meanwhile, Josephine, holding a glass of wine, also wants to know what they are planning. Deculane thinks about Josephine and realizes that she is using some kind of skill to listen in on the conversation behind the door. Given her earlier laughter, he suspects it was merely a distraction to conceal a listening device. However, he sees this as an opportunity. If he can convince Josephine that his love for Julie is genuine, he might be able to neutralize this dangerous situation. Looking directly at Julie, Deculane begins to speak. He declares that he has already spoken his truth, leaving her confused. He insists that the engagement isn't something he can simply undo at will. At this point, things have progressed beyond their control. Growing frustrated, Julie questions his reasoning. She reminds him that before their engagement, he used her influence to arrange it, even negotiating with his family's elders by offering compensation. Julie's anger flares as she raises her voice. She accuses him of pushing her away from dangerous battles, pressuring her to abandon her pursuit of the Imperial Order, and instead take charge of the Order of Hadekane, which operates under the Yucaline family's watch. She also brings up the rumors he spread about her after she refused. Her fury is evident. She cannot believe he is still resorting to these tactics. Deculane acknowledges her words, admitting that he has knowingly manipulated her and forced her to stay, committing actions that cannot be justified. Julie, understanding Deculane's resentment more than anyone, refuses to be deceived. She declares that she won't fall for his schemes. Deculane concedes that he has held Julie back and admits the wrongfulness of his actions. She listens as he shifts his focus, pointing out that both her older sister and brother have overstepped their boundaries. If not for the weight of family reputation, they would have no reason to oppose breaking the engagement. As Josephine silently observes, Deculane pushes his argument further. He tells Julie that if she truly wants to pursue her dream of becoming a defender, she must leave her family behind. Deculane, with a disarming tone, admits that he lacks both honesty and loyalty, leaving Julie in shock. He confesses that he embodies the very opposite of the values she upholds, making him an unworthy match for her. However, instead of breaking off the engagement, he suggests they remain betrothed but never marry. This would free her from the web of complicated interests surrounding them. Though he wishes he could let her go completely, he offers his name as a shield until she is ready to pursue her dreams. He promises to wait, keeping the engagement intact. Julie, stunned by his sudden shift in attitude, demands to know the reason behind it. Deculain assures her that he expects nothing in return, only that she smiles for him once a month. He declares that this is all he desires. His words leave Julie flustered, and even Josephine is momentarily taken aback. Deculain knows that he only said what Josephine wanted to hear to avoid an unpredictable outcome, yet he acknowledges Julie's reaction, finding her embarrassment unexpectedly charming. Smirking, he concedes that she has managed to win him over in that moment. Julie, furious, snaps that she won't fall for his tricks. She finds his words humiliating, but if he is truly being sincere, she wants to see more proof. Josephine, flustered, begins to wonder if Deculain's feelings are actually real, and if that's the case, she decides to spy on them a bit longer. With that, Deculain successfully avoids a death variable and gains 2 store currency. 3 days pass quickly, and the anniversary of a significant death arrives. Deculain arrives at the cemetery in his car, making his way through with emotions stirring within him. The setting sun casts a golden glow over the overgrown grass and scattered tombstones. Though this place holds no personal significance for Deculain, it does for Kim Woo-jin, his earlier self. A flashback unfolds, revealing a conversation between Kim Woo-jin and his team leader, In-yu. They discuss adding an Easter egg to Deculain's background. In-yu suggests expanding his story with the author's approval, but Kim dismisses the idea, arguing that it's unnecessary and would only add to their workload. However, In-yu insists that it's worth it, emphasizing their commitment to the game. Kim eventually relents, though he questions its importance, especially since it has no direct connection to the main storyline. In-yu, however, finds the idea meaningful, and insists that they must put their hearts into the game. Kim once again denies it, finding it meaningless and pointing out that In-yu didn't even ask for his opinion before deciding to include it. Still, she believes it's a good idea and won't be useless at all, as she claims that Deculain has a bereaved fiancé in his past. Kim reflects on her past enthusiasm for creative additions, wondering what she found so intriguing about Deculain's lost fiancé. He contemplates whether it was done for their team's sake, or simply a way to care for those around her. He also wonders what kind of joke was hidden within the Easter egg that had once made her laugh. Back in the present, Deculain searches for any remnants of Kim Woo-jin's memories, hoping to grasp the full picture. He questions whether In-yu's choices were acts of brilliance or cruelty. Eventually, he finds a tombstone engraved with the name In-yu Eravan, and wonders why her name ended up there. It is then revealed that Deculain's character was modeled after Kim Woo-jin, and In-yu had chosen to use her own name for Deculain's deceased fiancé. Deculain wonders if she ever thanked him for it. Kneeling before the gravestone, he reaches out to touch it, emotions overwhelming him as memories of In-yu flood his mind. He recalls her sweet voice whispering to him, the days she praised his drawings, the way she gave him his coat, the way she loved him, and the 7 years they had spent together. As Deculain recalls his memories of her, tears continue to fall from his eyes. However, someone else at the cemetery is furious upon finding him there. After a while, Deculain walks out, realizing that he has stopped crying, something he attributes to his personality coming in handy. As he continues walking, he hears someone following him. Turning around, he sees Lockhart standing behind him, radiating killing intent. Lockhart, as Deculain recalls from his name, is surprised that Deculain already knows him. Lockhart, also known as the Wizard Killer Lockhart, is a mini-boss villain designed to be a nightmare for mages. His ability, Magic Nullification, makes him a direct counter to magic users. There are no real limits to his power beyond physical contact, allowing him to render magic completely useless within his range. Lockhart arrogantly boasts about his immunity to magic while relentlessly attacking. As he closes in on Deculain, our boy swiftly dodges his relentless barrage of strikes. Moving with precision, Lockhart is shocked. Most mages would have trembled in fear before him, yet this guy is effortlessly avoiding all his blows. Annoyed, he unleashes a powerful strike at Deculain, only to be counterpunched in the face. Walking up to Lockhart, Deculain calmly states that fighting him is meaningless. Several days ago, Deculain finally managed to acquire 10-to-1 in-store currency and purchased a mana improvement skill he had always wanted. This enhancement expanded his overall mana capacity. While testing it through repeated practice, he realized he would need to completely readjust, but he was thrilled to be able to unleash a greater amount of mana with the same effort. During his training, he discovered that the skill's effects extended over a larger range than expected. Then, as he grabbed his practice stick, he was shocked to see his hand sinking into it, making him realize that the skill had also increased his physical strength as a whole. After multiple attempts, Lockhart is finally defeated and lies on the ground in front of Deculain, utterly beaten. Deculain successfully overcomes the death variable, earning additional store currency. Reflecting on the fight, he acknowledges that while he initially believed his Iron Man attribute alone would be enough, The recent trade enhancements made the battle far easier than expected. Lockhart, stunned, refuses to accept defeat. Furious, he shouts trash talk at Deculane, accusing him of being a traitor. Observing Lockhart's intense anger and unusual abilities, Deculane quickly pieces together the truth. Lockhart is not an ordinary opponent. He belongs to the Red Film race, a revelation that leaves Lockhart in shock. The Red Film race, named for their distinct birth markings, are the descendants of demons. Scattered throughout the continent, they conceal their identities, as they are natural enemies of mages. Just as magecraft was originally developed to combat demons, the war between mages and the Red Film race has been a defining conflict in the world. It is a major element of the game's lore. Standing over the defeated Lockhart, Deculane realizes that, due to their heritage, the Red Film race is constantly at risk. He suspects that a large-scale purge is underway. Though he understands the suffering Lockhart's people have endured, he points out that killing innocent mages would only turn him into the very monster he despises. Lockhart, furious, demands that Deculane stay silent and finish him off. Instead, Deculane surprises him by expressing his belief that the Red Film are not inherently evil. Lockhart, disbelieving, accuses Deculane of hypocrisy. Deculane calmly states that the only time he has ever lost control of his instincts was when he faced a true demon, something ingrained in his ukulele's bloodline. For generations, his lineage has hunted demons, and the reaction is buried deep within him. This is pure instinct for Deculane, something he cannot simply overcome. He questions whether he is losing his dignity and composure in front of Lockhart, or if he is wavering at his provocations. Making his point clear, he states that the Red Film are humans too and that he can trust them. As the other inspectors arrive, Deculane swiftly knocks Lockhart out cold to ensure he can be safely arrested without resistance. One of the inspectors introduces himself as Ropa. While praising Deculane's incredible kicking power, he asks if he should kick the criminal a few more times for him. Deculane waves it off, saying it's fine. Then, using his magic, he uproots a nearby tree, shocking the inspector. Transforming the tree into a neutralizing rope, he hands it over and suggests tying Lockhart with it, as normal cuffs won't work. After that, Deculane asks if Ropa was patrolling the area, as he arrived quite early. This surprises the inspector, who explains that he came after receiving a report, which he assumed Deculane had sent. Deculane brushes it off, suggesting that someone else who heard the commotion might have reported it. With that, Deculane leaves, entrusting the situation to the officer. As he walks back, he feels relieved that he resolved the matter without bloodshed. That's a good outcome. He doesn't want to hurt anyone if he can avoid it. The following day, Uriel arrives at Deculane's training room to deliver a letter from Bircht, who has called for a meeting for the first time in 15 years. Accepting it, Deculane wonders if Uriel really came all this way just for that, as he believes it should be his duty to handle such matters. Opening the letter, he reads about the recent demon incident that took place in the Mountain of Darkness. The Bircht are summoning all mages for a meeting to discuss the situation. This marks the beginning of a new main quest for Deculane, titled Bircht's Call. The meeting is set for a week later, and he is permitted to bring one guard along. Uriel suggests that Jeff accompany him, but Deculane immediately refuses, pointing out that Jeff is merely their driver and has no idea how to wield a weapon. Despite this, Uriel insists that he should take a guard, as the journey to Bircht is known to be dangerous. Hearing her concern, Deculane is slightly surprised that she seems worried about him. Flustered, she quickly clarifies, rather loudly, that she only cares because she doesn't want him to die. With a slight blush, she offers to handle the matter of selecting a guard on his behalf. Deculane agrees to let her take care of it. Meanwhile, at Freyheim's outpost, Julie is occupied with training young knights in sword fighting. A vice captain watches everything unfold, mumbling to himself about what course of action he should take. Suddenly, Varen responds to his thoughts, startling him as he hadn't even noticed Varen standing behind him. Taking a moment to calm down, the vice captain reveals that a commission has arrived for their order, but he is unsure if the captain will approve it. Varen encourages him to ask, but the vice captain hesitates, revealing that the commission involves guarding Deculane. In reality, the request is to protect the entire train he will be traveling on, as they knew that if it were only about guarding Deculane himself, it would likely be rejected. Varen, however, advises him to accept the commission, pointing out that successfully completing it would boost their order's reputation and improve their financial situation. Despite this, the vice captain still worries about Julie's reaction. Varen cuts him off, assuring him that their captain would never let personal feelings interfere with a mission. With that, the vice captain finally decides to approach Julie about the commission, while Varen lingers behind with his dark and unspoken expressions. Brecht, also known as Albans, is a high-altitude, formidable region in the continent's north commanding respect and authority at 3,500 meters. It's home to the Elders, a powerful group of mages. Every magic school across the land submits to their ideas here, with a magic tower playing a key role. But what really sets Brecht apart is the floating island of mages. Even the legendary mages have to follow the decisions made in this place. By the looks of its immense power status, Brecht takes the high honor of being called the Magic World Central Pillar. Even the rarely occurring summoning assembly every few decades is a great honor. It's also a mark of true renown for any attending renowned sorcerer. In spite of that, a summons to Brecht is a double-edged sword whispered to the mage's grave. Now that this man lets out a surge of man, the man's presence fills the area with oppressive power. Aside from that, the train to Brecht platform, normal life continues here, including the usual farewells and daily routines. While the preparations are in order, confirming the workers' details, the inn assures everything is in hand. Aside from the silver-headed girl nodding in agreement, she gives away her approval for this. Just then, the silver-headed girl, who was assigned to handle this today, announces his arrival. A man with a sharp-suited demeanor, with his face utterly blank, enters the scene with a kid, who is practically vibrating with excitement. This kid is totally wide-eyed to spot snow in April. He couldn't believe it was worth it. Out of nowhere, this girl steps in to inform the professor that from this point forward, the Order of Freiheim will be handling the guard duty for the first half of the train. Professor struggles to keep a straight face when he spots Julie, completely losing it in a clustered panic. Her face switches really quickly from ghostly pale to bright red in mere seconds. Still, she stiffens up and reassures the professor that they will do their best to keep everyone safe and make the trip as smooth as possible. Right this moment, a flashback hits Julie, which kickstarts her total freak-out mode. She is barely holding it down. Professor's voice rings in her head, recalling the last time he advised her to try smiling once a month. In a full-blown panic French, this firecracker wonders if that's the right time to show off a big smile, a wide grin, or just a slight one. She is left thinking, what's the purpose behind this idiotic stunt? While the professor and her stand in awkward silence, the lot notices this crazy tension and gives respect to their captain. Even though she totally loathes his existence, she looks to be trying her hardest for his sake. Cutting down the fuss, Varan decides to show up finally, declaring to be handling their guard duty from this point on. The professor does a scan of Varan, the baddie who just pops up out of nowhere. He lets the big shot know he is tasked with keeping them in protection while the other two are just here to win their respects. Laughing his head off, this comrade gives Varan a good, hard pat on the shoulder. He asks the dude to cut it out already. Then he drops a quick intro, revealing that it's Varan, the mighty, skilled man known by the whole order. He mentions this guy is dealing with their guard assignment while claiming they are in good hands. Not taking his word for it, Professor checks him out with his sharp eyesight. He could feel no special vibes coming off him, considering it could be just his overthinking mind tripping. Moving on, Varan describes the mages as having full-blown security, with one escort talked per cabin. Without further ado, he insists on assigning himself to their cabin. That settles it. Time for their departure. She wishes them a quick, nice trip. Then she bolts out of there, but a quick head turn while flashing a smile his way. This forceful grin might crack her face soon enough. Meanwhile, the professor is totally clueless about what's up with her. Her lackey wonders if Julie is right in her head, but the professor quickly realizes that this bimbo kept her word. Several hours later, he settles inside the train quite nicely. Professor informs Varan to catch a quick nap, as they have plenty of time to chill. At this thought, Varan decides to opt for a quick slumber. In the meantime, the professor's mind is left wondering over this summon from Brecht, aka the mage's grave. In his point of view, there's a big reason behind Brecht's superiority as the pillar of the magic world while keeping up as the contrasting second face. He thinks it over if it has any relation to the unexpected events that rise to the occasion each time the summoning assembles comes by. Knowing the possibility of a train attack, he figures Decollane dies at the hands of a game of wits, and he isn't planning to choose the reckless way to go. For now, he is out to figure out which train guarantees their safety while the red lingers with the fate of being blown up. For a quickie, this guy knows the cheat of buying intel to learn which train got the highest chances. Although this guy bets the original Decollane would have made it easier, but imagining the ominous freaks out there, Professor calls off all the dark connections after getting his hands on Decollane. That only led him to tighten his security. For this reason, he opted to learn the legendary technique of martial arts, a strain using comprehension. Considering Alan's hype, it's weird to see him out cold. Days ago, Alan practically cried in happiness for having the chance to accompany him towards Brecht. However, the professor is about to have a quick change of heart when he sees Alan's dripping snot. Turns out, the professor is one big germaphobe. Even then, he never thought Alan would pack an ambitious mindset to ride this trip. Soon reaching Brecht, he is quite shocked to see such a smooth ride in his wake. Even after blunt preparation, George's suit, jacket, and shoes level up his defensive capabilities and unleash his full potential of Midas Touch. Some time ago, thanks to Midas Touch's manipulative powers, helped him take master of clothes tailored to his needs. His wood steel shuriken got a major upgrade thanks to Midas Touch. He powered up numerous pieces of wood steel which were scattered throughout the train and even tweaked into Alan's clothes just in case. Apparently the professor used up protective robes and upgraded their integrity by using Midas Touch. Something still bothers him. Turns out, Professor's big use of Midas Touch kept his mana tank emptier than usual. Preparations were necessary, but he would like it if nothing happened. He sighs in relief, as he craves that he would like it if things were super chill and nothing happened, but nothing goes his way either. Just then, the front of the train explodes in flames. Snowy peaks were passing by just about a few days before Decaline took off. This guy requests Blondie to put away her book for once. Brewing a small talk, he tends to ask if Blondie gets tasked with a buttload of assignments at the Magic Tower. Well, she nods at the first part, but she confesses to missing a few classes every now and then. This cranky lady isn't exactly thrilled about this whole situation, but this chill dude lets it slide, assuring her that it's all good. Her father even throws in a couple of praises to lift Blondie's spirits, acknowledging her works. Even though her mind is fixed on becoming an archmage, she still gives out her best. At that wild thought, Blondie scoffs, as she is convinced there is no future as an archmage if she can't even manage simple things. After this blunt conversation, she has no worries that concern Ephraim. Even then, she wishes to hear out Decaline's theories on this. Right about now, Blondie wastes no time in asking her father's legitimate reasons for planning this trip a little earlier, as Brecht's assembly is after a few days, so why such a rush? With a sigh, her father enlightens her that the importance of the trip to Brecht is nothing short of the graveyard of mages. All of a sudden, Blondie's newfound curiosity craves to know more. At that thought, her father lets her know that it's a legit story, while she always thought of it as nothing but a bedtime story. This hits her like a thunderbolt. Dropping the brutal truth bomb, he claims that each Brecht summoning somehow takes the lives of mages. A few of them never make it back alive like 15 years ago, a total score of 11 tasted death. Taking a look back, he describes to Blondie that receiving an invite to Brecht is a testament to their family's prestige. Being chosen among 20 families, there is no backing out of this one. Not to mention, attending this event would totally carve their names in history books, but absentees are destined to face harsh expulsion from the regime. Not to mention, any absent family gets kicked out pretty quickly, and a new one takes their spot with no fuss whatsoever. That's when her father checks out Blondie's smarts, asking if she can pick an easy way to clear out the prestigious trash. Taken aback, she couldn't believe her ears. As it turns out, the infamous trip to Brecht is more than just an assembly and does a quick job of dumping out trash. This ruthless game of ambitious sorcerers targets to take down the existing ones, carving their own path to prestige. That said, her father rests his case on explaining why choosing to travel early. Apparently, this dude's sources leak intel about a shady group scheming to ambush the late departing trains. As a precautionary measure, her father decides to take her along for the ride. This old man thought to let Sylvia know so she could face the world's cruelty with a sane mind. Out of 12 traditional families, he believes that all the sorcerers must receive a penalty for brewing this nonsense. Without skipping a beat, he is quick to admit that straight-up dying on their way to Brecht is basically just like dying a magical natural death. A few days later, Alan and Professor enjoy their cozy slumber in the train with no care in the world. Right then, out of nowhere, a huge explosion snaps Varun and Professor back to reality while Alan freaks out to spot a blinding light. Panic rises high as Alan has trouble speaking out his concerns. Without missing a beat, the little guy jumps a mile high in shock to spot the train floating in midair. As it turns out, the professor's quick thinking of using telekinesis took hold of the train and put it right back on track. While Astarn's martial arts were impressive, memorizing telekinesis before their departure came in handy. In the meantime, a bunch of creepers lurking on the train's roof are plotting a major heist, taking down a train packed with nothing but professors. But their huge payout keeps them motivated, and they are ready to strike. Diving in headfirst, the professor smirks at this bunch of morons who think they can take on him. Knowing these dumb fools picked the wrong card to mess around, their luck just ran out. Just now, Professor wastes no time, pulling out shards of wood and steel. He stabs the thugs and lets them have a taste of death. Alan's jaw practically hits the floor in shock, so Professor knocks the kid out as it's time to rest. Without further ado, he orders Varun to evacuate Alan and other passengers to safety, as he has a bone to pick with these thugs. That said, he tosses the filthy trash out of the train. That said, he figures that Iron Man's 5 senses would easily map out the differences. But no time to overthink here. The professor gets on board to handle things here and sort this mess out later. He turns to the remaining thugs, letting them know they signed their own deaths today. While Varun stands guard to Alan, the professor gets their show rolling. Alongside lowering the explosive damage, putting the train back on track, and taking the thugs to their deaths, this all took a toll on his mana reservoirs. Once with 10-36-57, everything settles here while Varun notifies of safely evacuating each passenger. Out of the blue, professors feel something is off about Varun. He cannot shake off this feeling that this dude's gaze is downright unsettling, but he can't blame this guy for having his guard up. Apparently that's not it. Just then, Varun's body erupts with the murderous intent of the villain's fate. This catches Professor off guard. Seeing this sneaky jerk unleashing his true colors, he can't believe he actually let his guard down. Thus, Varun admires Professor's survival tactics, but he is ready to kill him with his own hands. Things just got seriously creepy in here. With everyone out to safety, Varun fulfilled his duty, which left him to get his reward. That means it's time for Professor Dekulin to say goodbye, as it's game over already. Caught at such a bad time, with his mana battery already running dangerously low, the professor is completely taken aback. He never imagined his own guard would lift a blade against him. That said, curiosity takes hold, and he tends to ask Varun if he is acting alone or if someone's pulling the strings here. When asked if Julia is the mastermind behind this operation, Vernon's fury goes off the roof, boiling fumes. His murderous intent spikes as he glares at Professor, who got his breath numbered. That said, Varun orders Professor to quit mouthing his master's name from his filthy mouth. Dripping with fury, he warns Professor that any casual slip of the tongue might serve him much worse than what he has already planned. Even then, Varun thinks of Julia as an upstanding knight who wouldn't go to such lengths. His eyes are filled with bloodlust, and he is quick to announce that he plans on killing the Professor himself for Master Julia. With a look that screams kill, Professor can't seem to pinpoint what's wrong with this dude. To top it off, his most trusted Freehium guy turned out to be a maddening rogue. That wasn't on today's agenda. A trusted member of Freehium, everyone looks up to who went down such a path, much to their dismay. With the remaining 10, Professor wonders if he has a shot against this powered-up beast with nothing to lose here. Without a second thought, he quits wasting time, claiming to no longer serve him as his guard. Giving off a fierce glare, he lunges forward at full speed, his blade cut through the air with a lethal intent to kill. That totally surprises Professor, leaving him no choice but to cancel telekinesis on this train. Just like that, the train goes off balance. Somewhere else, Sylvia's servant knocks on the door to see if Lady's ready to try out Breck's special snow cone. Without wasting another breath, this girl tells Ciro, the Alade's family, to eat it all. With Professor Dekulin and Rewind, Ciro claims that everyone has arrived. Ciro tends to ask if Sylvia is on hold for someone important, but no words come out of her mouth as Ciro leaves her be. After that, Sylvia takes a trip down memory lane, feeling a pang of guilt. She watches the whole thing from a distance. The day she visited her late mother, Celia von Elam and Alade, was just another normal day. She poured her heart out and kept ranting about her school life and how this one teacher, Dekulin, gets on her nerves. His never-ending assignments are a pain in the head, and he possibly thinks of himself as the only professor alive or something. But just then, a faint sound interrupts her chatter. Curiously, she peeks around the tombstones only to spot Dekulin's noble posture. Dekulin never gave off the vibes of a mourner, but Sylvia is totally thrown off to see him taking his time out to visit a grave. Honestly, he is full of surprises. Just as then, Sylvia's jaw hits the floor to see a teardrop sliding down Dekulin's cheeks. She is rendered speechless by the sight of a tear falling from Dekulin's eyes, breaking his nearly perfect picture of his icy demeanor. The icy, cold Professor Dekulin cries, and Sylvia's entire perspective of him shifts greatly. At that moment, she couldn't see the high and mighty, arrogant professor, but someone who had lost someone dear to him. His tears look like shooting stars that live rent-free in her mind. That's when her father's intel crashes back into her thoughts. She recalls a shady group scheming to attack the late-arriving trains. Growing anxious as Dekulin hasn't made it to Breck yet, she recalls his lecture notes. That motivates her to try out something, so she whips out a magic stone. Fletching this medium, she plans to make something out of this. Considering magic's 3 attributes built by using the caster as the source, she owns 3 primary colors of magic already. Channeling her mana, she shapes the magic stone into a bird, Swift. With a silent command, she passes her intentions, hoping it to be Sylvia's set of eyes. Swift takes a quick flight, ready to show her everything. Meanwhile, Professor Dekulin is barely hanging in there with a few broken bones. Other than that, the train luckily didn't slide to the ground. Thanks to Iron Man, it would take a little time until he recovers soon. Hiding in there, out of sight, he thought he could buy himself some time, but Varen had other plans. That vicious freakout for Professor's blood wouldn't quit toying with him. Dekulin can't believe this guy is still in one piece. He tries crushing his flesh when throwing a wood steel, but Varen dodges like a pro. His protective QI takes Professor by surprise, and Varen admires this dying dude's strong hold on life. Such a pitiful way to cling to life. These two engage in a fierce battle. In the meantime, the professor has to admit Varen had the upper hand all along. In his perfect condition, he knows defeating him wouldn't be an easy task. Right now, his mana battery is running super low and exhaustion weighs him down. This makes the odds roll totally against the professor. Still, he isn't the type to go down without a fight. That said, the thought of Resolute pops into his mind. That's the ace up his sleeves now. This skill alone unleashes a full-fledged surge of mental power that lasts until the battle ends. However, if one resolves wavers, their body will remain standing and won't bend at all. With a disengaged mind, the magic would still work. Thus, Dekulin won't ever bend in such a peril. Besides that, Varen is proving to be a raging monster out for blood and goes full beast mode at Dekulin. Charging at him with his sword, Deculin knows that Varen's one cut and he is as good as dead. He is left wondering if he will wake up again in his office or not. Suddenly, a splash of blood paints the whole room red and Swift races to the crash site as Sylvia's set of eyes. Varen's wild instincts go into overdrive and his mind goes haywire for vengeance. He leaps into action, ready to settle this once and for all, but something unexpected halts him in his tracks. A sudden interruption catches Varen's attention. He takes notice of the space around him wavering unnaturally, making him lose his footing and lower his guard. In that instant, Deculin's little trick plays out perfectly as he catches the lad off guard. In a flash, Varen's hand is suddenly split and thrown away with a fountain of blood. Letting out a blood-curdling cry, his screams cut through the chaos. But Deculin, still unsure of what just happened, knows one thing. It's time to end this battle. With the very last pinch of mana, he tosses a wood-steel weapon, knocking Varen further off balance. Fallen on the edge of the train, his life hangs at the doorway by a dagger, clinging to life with his leftover hand. Right then, Deculin steps out with the smirk of a victor. Varen, gasping for breath, demands to see his cards. He wishes to know what sort of trickery Deculin pulled at the last to flip the tables around. But even Deculin has no clue what happened. However, now that the fight has reached this end, Deculin finally sees a chance to get some answers and hears out Varen's reasons for killing him. Deculin is looking for answers, and he is fully aware of never having any beef with Vero. Thus, it doesn't make sense for him to go this far. Varen lays it out straight that Deculin wrongs his liege and committed unforgivable sins. That kickstarts his brain into thinking if it's all for Julia. Raising an eyebrow, he questions why, even though Julia never asked for this. Wishing further, Deculin dares to ask who Julia is to him. With his strength failing, Varen has no answer to this. That question stings Varen, who believes that someone like Deculin wouldn't understand it at all. That sends Varen down memory lane. Julia once received high praise from the Frisia family for capturing this little pig. Turns out little Varen had gotten into a mess with some noble's brat, Jason, and was being framed as the troublemaker. But this brat's mommy wouldn't quit preaching about how kind her son is. Little Varen wouldn't budge and cursed that little jerk, refusing to back down. That ticks off the noble woman, and she is all set to press charges for assault and trespassing. She is ready to toss Varen back into whatever gutter he crawled out of. Totally stunned, Julia found it hard to believe that Varen, with his scrappy background, had the guts to sneak into noble territory. She can't believe that a scrawny lanky guy like him could climb up the walls. Without wasting a second, she takes the responsibility of reporting Varen to the police herself, which calms the noble woman. On the way, Varen wouldn't shut up about how unfair this was. He is only defending himself, asking if that happens to be a crime worth turning him in for. With a momentary silence, Julia breaks the ice by agreeing that the Frisia family is notorious for their nasty demeanor. She lets him know that Varen's statement might hold some truth. Before Varen flips out again, Julia shuts him up right away. She lets this Dumbo know that he doesn't get free passes to hit people. With determined eyes, Julia makes a big offer for Varen to follow her. She intends to teach him how to control himself, but this nut job only cares if food and drinks are included in this offer. And just like that, he met his liege, Julia, who took him in as her own. Soon he joined the Night Order, but his crappy personality was never his strong suit for making friends. Thanks to his nasty attitude, people kept a distance, which left only Julia, the one person who actually gave a damn about him. As long as he was by her side, everything felt right. Julia stood firm, always helping others and never turning away from injustice. Over time, Varen's respect for her grew, turning into something more than just an apprenticeship. He soon fell for her, but he knew he could never act on it, leaving those emotions nothing but a burden for her. His feelings, no matter how strong, would only hold her back. Although Varen claims his emotion is nothing but a burden to Julia, which is why he is dead set on killing Deculin, he is pretty sure that Deculin would be the end of his leech. This man would become the sole reason for Julia's demise. And to him, it's all pretty clear. Every disaster in this twisted game is a ripple effect of Deculin's actions, and this guy knows that Varen's prediction isn't wrong at all. But Deculin, unfazed, tells Varen that he is wrong and that he will change the outcome of Deculin's fate. He will make sure this guy won't walk down the path of destruction. That said, he swears of never harming Julia and offers Varen a hand. Yet Varen's goals are unbothered by Deculin's newfound understanding. Eyes blazing with mana, he refuses to change his mind and still wishes to kill this professor. With a heavy sigh, Deculin knows that his stubborn choice will haunt Julia for eternity. Now there's only one thing left to do, so he kicks Varen off the train. In the meantime, Julia's subordinates catch her in deep thought, probably worrying for Varen. She brushes it off, knowing Varen is capable enough to take care of himself. Falling through the endless sky, Varen lets his tears fall freely. He can only hope his liege a happy life. Swift flies like a free bird, letting her maker see the full crash site. Having a full view, Sylvia finally gets the hang of this situation. She realizes that Deculin killed his own guard, and the guard went down the cliff and into oblivion. Keeping a full focus, she gets a full understanding of how the situation proceeds to such a grave ending. Learning the Night Varen had motives of killing Professor Deculane first, but failed miserably, she learns that in his act of self-defense, Professor Deculane had no option but to eliminate him by kicking the knight off the train. Soon enough, Cyril calls Sylvia's attention back to Earth, alarming that the assembly is about to start. Giving off a concerned look, she leaves it be, but her mind wouldn't quit thinking about Deculane. She holds on to the hope that Deculane will appear in time, avoiding any further trouble. Moving on, the minions are excited to catch the sight of their vice chief, Lilia Freemian, of the Security Bureau. Thus, Lilia, out on patrol, verifies the site of the explosion and attack. Guards come clean that it's the right place, but with the Brecht assembly happening soon, that's just to be expected, like it's no biggie. Adjusting to the norm, Lilia questions if there are any casualties, giving out a flat yes. These guys confirm the status of 2 people still missing if not injured. In the back, she hears them out, naming Night Varen and Professor Deculane. That takes her by surprise. Moreover, they guide Lilia to their supervisor for further details on this matter. Right then, Lilia's eyes fall on the body of a little kid, probably passed out. She confirms this little dude is still out of it, thanks to the shock of this accidental crash. Chief Lilia continues her investigation, taking down everyone's reports. The lot informs Lilia of a knight rescuing them and evacuating them safely out of the crash site. They still recall the time of the train's mid-air ride, but by the time he woke up, it had already crashed off the cliff. Considering a second opinion, this victim claims that Assassin's second attack might have escalated things. The theory of mid-air didn't quite make sense. Good thing this guy took a picture out of shock, so they have evidence now. Lilia is wondering if he just magically picked up the train. Out of nowhere, this mystery voice echoes in her mind, claiming that Night Varen is dead. Not just that, it also admits that Varen pulled this whole thing off and did his best to eliminate Deculane, but failed miserably. Keeping it short, head Professor Deculane survived. Chief Lilia is totally caught off guard by this creepy telepathic message lending support for her investigation of the crime scene. This telepathic report might come in handy, but that surely freaked out Lilia. Having a look around, she doesn't see anyone who looks remotely suspicious to have pulled this off. This stunt leaves her with more questions than answers now. All of a sudden, some dude informs Lilia of someone walking right from the crash site. She notices a super chill dude with a noble posture coming into sight, and she quickly figures that it's none other than Professor Deculane himself. Totally worn out and bruised, Deculane, in deep thought, hasn't noticed the crowd and Lilia yet. He is aware that the strange happening hadn't happened at the exact moment. He would have been dead meat. Just like that, he would have been known for being taken out by some nameless knight of all people. Not to mention, he would have lost the opportunity to figure out what or who saved him back then. Like Varan, he would have ended up at the bottom of that cliff, forgotten and powerless. The realization hits hard that he stood no chance against Varan. He felt utterly powerless against his own guard. But the real question lingers in his mind. Who in the world saved him back then? Without skipping a beat, Lilia calls for head Professor Deculane's attention, verifying his safety. With a quick intro, she claims to be the Lilia Freemian from the Security Bureau. Thus, she lets him know that he has to fill out the report to help the investigation process. Ignoring her blabber, Deculane asks for what time it is, and she mentions 3.30. While he is in a much deeper thought to figure out, he is spared 6 hours to make it back in time. Out to do her duty, Lilia gets down to discuss what has happened so far, but this professor is not even the least bit interested. Instead, he tends to ask her if this is the only way to Brecht. That ticks her off, but she answers to Deculane that there is a road and sea route to Brecht. Then she gets down to questioning him about a few things, but Deculane vanishes in a blink. When asked, no one, not even the workers, had a clue where the professor disappeared. Lilia figures out that Deculane has pulled off a speed spell to slip away her grasp. After everything, blocking the train, telekinesis, fighting assassins, and taking on Varen, this dude still packs enough mojo. She can't believe this man had enough juice left to cast Accelerate Magic. That's a high-class spell. That pisses her off, confirming that Lockhart was right about this guy. Meanwhile, at the Brecht Assemble, the hall is packed, and it's 9.30. Sylvia still waits for Deculane's return. The host, all formal and out of sight, thanks the attendees for answering their summons. Then, out of nowhere, a monstrous surge of mana totally creeps out Sylvia, who is quick to notice that is none other than Dezekton, the great leader of Brecht, a living legend who had abandoned the outside world on his own terms. Looking at him, she knew to challenge the Archmage title, she had to reach his level. Now the roll call starts, marking the attendance of Gilfian of the Illid family, Ethensic of the Brand family, Baron of the Virad, and Ai Helm of the Rewind. Just when Yuklin of the Deculane family's name is called out, silence flows to the table. With zero response, the host decides to call their names 3 times, and if no response, then this family will face elimination from the 12 sorcerers. This escalates the gossip like wildfire. How the head of the Deculane family's downfall started with Euclion's coming. Their first summoning was marked to be 200 years ago, and it would be a big tragedy for their demise. Sylvia hears it all, how they trash talk about the current head of the Deculane family being a serious letdown compared to his ancestors. Laughter echoes through the hall for the talentless prick, as the host calls Deculane's name 3 times. Right about now, the host is about to move on. The doors burst open with a force that silenced the room. Standing there, Euclion of the Deculane family marks his attendance, catching everyone off guard. The meeting that had started in shocked silence progressed smoothly and swiftly. The first item on the agenda was the demon that had appeared in the Mountain of Darkness. It was discussed with no opposition. Ethansel, the presiding head of divinity and head of House Bran, expressed her opinion. She wanted to put more eyes on the matter regarding a demon appearing near the capital. She proposed that each school cooperate with the church, and that mages be dispatched into suspicious regions. Everybody agreed, and the meeting proceeded with their first short break. Deculane took a deep breath of exhaustion. He ran like crazy to reach Berkt as fast as he could. He could not afford to be late. Now he is devoid of mana or stamina in his tank. Despite his fatigue, his outward appearance hasn't been impacted. He still looked as slick and composed as ever. Deculane's noble traits and attributes are annoyingly incredible. As the council petered out of the round table, a certain someone called the professor with a worried voice. It was the teary-eyed Alan who had just arrived. He apologetically asked if his boss was all right. He was told to wait outside since he arrived when the meeting had already started. The professor assured him that there was no need to worry. After that suspicious interaction on the train, Deculane can no longer think of his child as innocent anymore. He's certain that something is off about Alan's identity. He can't quite pinpoint what it is yet, but it reminded him of a famous movie in his previous world. So, he instructed Alan to always stand next to him from now on. Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. He wants to keep a closer eye on Alan going forward. He is determined to find out what this pipsqueak really is in due time, no matter what. After the short break, the council convened to go back to the round table of discussion. The next agenda on the docket is one of grave importance and controversy. They must figure out what to do about the Bloodshroud sorcerer who had been killing mages. This is a sensitive topic, so this won't be concluded as easily as the previous agenda. The head of the Veyrad family, Vedhan, made a big show of smacking his hand against the table and giving an impassioned speech. He views the Bloodshroud race as cockroaches who have been secretly breeding and laying eggs within human society, corroding human lands. Ethansel, head of House Bran, immediately opposed such distasteful comments. Besides, they do not have the means to differentiate Bloodshrouds from other races at all. Vedhan proposed that they could just invent a method using the paltry clues they have about the race's features. He believes eradicating these cockroaches is possible with the power of the Imperial Magic Tower. Deculane maintained his silence. He knew that opinions would clash from the start, but it's getting heated too fast. As far as they know, Bloodshrouds can recognize one another, and they are gathering forces in secret. That must mean that they have a power structure and a leader at the helm. Vedhan fears that they are scheming about something sinister. Ethansel refused to buy into this fear-mongering based simply on Vethan's delusional speculation. The silent majority held their tongue, but they quietly agreed with the rambling madman. The notion of a Bloodshroud figurehead hiding and planning makes them feel uneasy and disgusted. They were in this situation 60 years ago, and the council's indecisiveness cost them the lives of countless mages. The tension in the round table was so thick that you could cut it with a knife. After what seemed like a lifetime of silent stalemate, Giltian von Ludwig Illide spoke up and tossed the ball to Deculane of Uckline. After all, the professor came from a long line of great exorcists who stood at the spearhead of eradicating demons since time immemorial. As someone from the present, Deculane is well versed in these types of situations. Blind hatred always leads to unnecessary grief and misfortunes. Setting the bleak future aside, suppressing the Bloodshrouds right now would be plainly wrong. Even if he can't stop the council's vote, he can always just delay their decision to the best of his abilities for the sake of the future main quest. The world had already branded the Bloodshrouds as the common enemy, a blunder for sure. So Deculane spoke up. While it is true that long ago the Bloodshrouds were viewed as humanity's enemy, reviewing every single piece of literature pertaining to the war would make it clear that all the bloodshed stemmed from a simple misunderstanding. Vedhan grimaced upon hearing such a ridiculous statement. Deculane continued that 237 years ago, during the Rodran Witch incident, Rodran was falsely accused and punished. From that incident, the Great Suppression occurred, leading to the death of countless Bloodshrouds. Refusing to accept the injustice, they retaliated. More blood was shed from both sides, and the cycle of violence continued. In Deculane's cold and fact-driven eyes, the incident 60 years ago simply got ugly because of politics. Some greedy pig discovered a Manastone mine in Bloodshroud lands and made up some ridiculous accusations to seize the precious resources. That greedy pig was one of Deculane's ancestors, a Euclid. Vedhan had long since closed his ears, blinded by his rage. He is certain that those cockroaches are born with demonic energy coursing through their veins. The Euclid family should know that better than anyone. Declan resented that implication. His family's tradition is hunting demons, not killing blood shrouds. No matter how hard Vedhan tries to conflate those two different things, the professor asked that rambling man if he could take responsibility for all the heinous shit he's been spouting since earlier. Accusing humans of being demons is a serious crime. The one spouting such hateful rhetoric can easily be indicted of being the thing they hate most. With Vedhan Virat stomping away like a child who didn't get what he wanted, the first meeting wrapped up inconclusively. The blood shroud agenda was moved to the next day. As the council went on their own way to retire to their rooms, we saw Gilthean doting on his daughter. He doesn't want to be separated from Sylvia, but an archaic rule demands that Burke members be isolated throughout the summit. While the father was teary-eyed, the daughter was unamused. She prefers getting away from his dad as much as possible. Before going their own ways, Gilthean warned his daughter that the Burke mages have abnormally high mana densities. With such a high concentration centered in one place, all sorts of magical phenomena can occur at night. It's imperative that Sylvia reads the hotel regulations. Upon reaching her hotel room, Sylvia changed into something more comfortable and looked at the extensive list of odd regulations. She reckoned that this ridiculous list is just a way to instill fear in young children. Deep into the night, she dozed off without any problems until something whisked her away from her dreams. She got up, feeling a dryness in her throat, and drank some water. Suddenly, her sleepiness vanished upon feeling an intense feeling of being surrounded by mana. Her room seemingly peeled away, exposing a different plane. When she looked around, her bed and everything that was supposed to be there were gone. The space suddenly morphed into an unfamiliar hallway. Hurriedly, she pulled out the list of rules, frantically scanning if she accidentally made a wrong move. From her peripheral vision, she caught a glimpse of a bright light, peeling her eyes away from the piece of paper. The rules dictate that once the guest lies down in bed, they must refrain from waking until morning, or they may find themselves in a different place. Sylvia's simple act of getting up to drink some water plunged her into this bizarre situation. In the second hall where she stayed a couple of days ago, this kind of magical phenomenon didn't happen. Now that she's situated near the Assembly of Elders, an area with a denser concentration of mana, she was subjected to some sort of spatial travel. Sylvia had been too complacent. She thought she would be fine as long as she didn't leave the room, but that's clearly not enough. She tried to force herself to calm down and think of a clear solution, but the sinister presence lurking in the dark hallway made that impossible. Her instincts told her to get the hell out of this place, but she didn't know where to go, or even where she was. The Rosary Hotel is a one-story building, yet she sees some random glowing staircase leading to God knows where. The rules listed that one must not go up or down any stairs that may appear. It also said that upon encountering an open door while walking down the hallway, one must never dare to look, let alone enter inside. Sylvia closed her eyes and continued running. She believes that there must be an entrance that can take her back to normalcy. After running on a loop for what felt like forever, she desperately tried knocking on one of the closed doors to ask for help. However, hotel rules state that one must not respond to any knocks or noise coming from outside. She tried seeking help relentlessly, jumping from one door to another, growing more desperate and hopeless as the malevolent presence closed in. Filled with despair, tears fell from her golden eyes, and finally, someone responded to her desolate calls to be saved. The door slowly opened, filling the dark hallway with blinding bright light, and a familiar voice asked Sylvia if she was lost. On the other side of the door was none other than Professor Deculain. One look at his expressionless face gave Sylvia immense comfort and a sense of security. Deculain invited her in, and she gave her most genuine thanks as the dark presence warily retreated. The fire pit crackled, filling the room with warmth. Sylvia explained how she got up from bed for a brief moment and ended up in the hallway, being chased by an unknown entity. The professor expected as much. Burke is the center of incredible magic phenomena. Furthermore, many spirits who have lost their consciousness to magic tend to stick around. Sylvia looked at the man's reliable frame, his never-changing appearance, unwavering gaze, and the air of steadfast nobility. She couldn't help but feel like Deculain was the only one who could have saved her. Her reverie was broken by a bizarre gurgling sound coming from the door. A slimy substance is slowly seeping through the tiny gaps in Deculain's entryway. A few moments later, the ghostly slime took the shape of a vengeful spirit made of pure darkness, hungry for life. Deculain didn't seem to mind the uninvited apparition and simply told his student to stay still. Suddenly, two pieces of minerals flashed past her. They danced in the air swiftly and forcefully dispatched the apparition without trouble. Upon being torn apart by the telekinetically controlled weapon, the apparition lost the stability of its form. Once the pair of minerals stopped in midair, Sylvia was awestruck by how such a feat was even possible. She had never seen the subjugation of roaming ghosts before. Deculain explained that he used a type of specialized magic designed to kill, which is nothing to be particularly proud of. After all, magic was not created with the sole purpose of killing. Hearing him say such noble words after saving her from such a hopeless plight tugged at the young woman's heartstrings. She felt compelled to show the man what she was capable of. So, she conjured a flowing flame that made the professor look away from the book he was reading to Oriform. Next, Sylvia displayed her raging lightning. Then we moved on to metallization, forming flower-like figures made of pure metal. With a blue hue, she also showed off her beautiful goblin fire. After showing the professor the spells that she was most proud of, Sylvia pouted at the fact that he barely even paid attention. Trying to get his attention by going in the opposite direction and doing something half-heartedly, she summoned a glittering light. It seemed to work. Deculain calmly corrected the tiny bit of instability in the air magic circle she embedded into the fire, and the result of the adjustment was stunning. Now that he's got the professor's attention, Sylvia steeled her resolve and asked the professor what's holding her back, her weakness. During such a ridiculous query, Deculain turned his eyes back to his book and advised Sylvia to figure out her flaws by herself. Like a child, Sylvia protested that he helped Ephorine to correct hers. She was mistaken. Ephorine found out what she was lacking by herself. Seeing the golden child of the current generation so frustrated at her already monstrous capabilities, the professor asked her to cease her impatience. Time is on her side. After all, as long as she continues her dedication to the craft, improvement will naturally come. Like everyone else, she must slowly work towards the pinnacle, one step at a time, and avoid shortcuts. Sylvia is one of the only 3 people who possesses the talent to reach the top of the magic world. After all, for some reason, such a compliment from Deculain reminded her of the countless empty platitudes she had heard about her astounding talents fated for the next archmage. Since she was a child, she had heard it all, but even back then, she could see through the insincere and stale flattery. However, when the praise comes from Deculain, it feels reassuring and real, more genuine than anything she had ever heard. Since it was late and it was dangerous to walk in the hallways, Sylvia spent the night sleeping on the professor's bed. Don't call the FBI yet. Our boy spent the night at his desk, reading books. In the dead of the night, his study was interrupted by a whiff of opportunity. A golden light is calling him to come outside. An energy that he's never felt before is telling him to go out. So the professor decided to go on a little late-night excursion. His wealthy magnate ability is tingling, and he's not one to turn down free treasure if he can help it. The mountain path is largely inaccessible, so he might just chance upon an incredibly rare item hiding in the woods. One of the reasons for the path's inaccessibility is the sinister spirits roaming around. One such spirit, an apparition with twisted limbs sprouting all over its body, tried to sneak up on Deculain to feed on fear. However, the professor did not even bat an eye on such cheap scares. The apparition tried and tried, and he simply treated the thing like it didn't exist. Deculain finally stopped leisurely walking and turned to the spirit. Instead of running from fear or exorcising the apparition, he simply asked the thing if it happened to see an item possessing a lot of magic nearby. After being treated like it's just some sort of random guy, the spirit took off running and crying while cursing Deculain in an indecipherable tongue. The professor was annoyed that he didn't even get an answer from a local spirit, albeit an evil one. Nevertheless, his diligent search eventually led him to the thing he'd been looking for. Upon closer inspection, he identified it as a purified mana tree fragment. This naturally mana-rich wood has been purified by lightning, making it an excellent crafting material. After coming into this world, he completely committed himself to training and research without resting. However, he eventually reached a slump because of Deculain's middling talent. If he can make a wand out of this extraordinary fragment, he can supplement his talent and grow his power faster. For a random midnight stroll in the woods, the rewards are far greater than he could have imagined. The next day came, and the reopened meeting progressed with a strange atmosphere, to say the least. Just like yesterday, Vethan Vayrad came in swinging with his ridiculous questions about the alleged demon blood flowing in the veins of blood shrouds. This time, Deculain opposed him with equal intensity. He argued that if salt is added to water, you can't call water salt instead. The heated discussion between the two pillars of Burke made many of the attending sorcerers flustered. Some of them are starting to think that the professor is siding with the enemy instead of humanity. They thought he would be the one championing the eradication of blood shrouds, but he's doing the opposite. Even Jilthian was stumped as to what picture the man was trying to paint. Sylvia, still sitting beside her father, can see the wheels turning inside everyone's mind. She could tell that everyone's opinion of Deculain was starting to sour. They think he has an ulterior motive, but they would be wrong. In her perspective, the professor is just stating the obvious. Seeing that a conclusion is impossible to reach at this rate, the arbiters decided that the matter regarding the blood shrouds would be postponed for the next meeting. They can't let the other agendas in the docket be sidelined by a single issue. Unlike the blood shroud issue, the other discussions progressed quickly, and the meeting came to a close after several days. By the time the Burke summit had concluded, Deculain had surely incurred bad blood against Veth and Virad. While he did not wish for this outcome, He needed to buy time for the sake of the main quest in the coming future, and becoming estranged from some people was the price to pay for that. Deculain stayed at Berkt a few more days after the summit. Today he's visiting the shopping district. Inside one of the magic shops he was familiar with, he was wondering how to properly use the purified mono tree fragment as the base of his new wand, and what materials would go with it perfectly. While he was browsing through the wares, Alan frantically called to his attention. His assistant pointed at someone, claiming that the person was the hero who made it possible for him to arrive at Berkt in one piece. Deculain recognized her as Lilia Premian, the vice chief of the security bureau, so they decided to take a break from shopping and treated Lilia to a meal as a form of courtesy to repay her for escorting Alan to safety. She appreciated the gesture and informed the professor that the investigation regarding the incident had properly concluded. Taking this as an opportunity to gain intel, he asked what happened to the escort guard Varon. She plainly stated that the guy died due to the ambush. The waiter served the modest meal, and the three started digging in. Lilia would not dare show it on her face, but she has her doubts about Deculain, and it all stems from what Lockhart said to her. Under direct imperial order, the Imperium Security Bureau sent the mage killer to the most notorious prison, Lacerdac, for his crimes against magic and humanity. Lockhart's arresting officer for his case was none other than Lilia herself. In the interrogation phase, the chatty mage killer had become tight-lipped. Seeing as she was not getting any relevant info from the criminal, the vice chief changed her tone and demanded that the criminal use his power. Her entire demeanor changed upon demanding as such. Upon understanding what she was trying to do, Lockhart smiled. He silently activated his power, sending thrums of nullifying magic throughout the room. When the waves hit the surveillance camera on the ceiling, it malfunctioned, and eventually lost power. After making sure that the Bureau couldn't hear or see them anymore, Vice Chief Lilia Premian finally dropped the act. Her composure crumbled as she smacked her fist on the interrogation table. With rage, she cursed Lockhart for being caught like a fucking idiot. She had already told the kid not to be rash, yet he continued sullying the name of their kind, setting back the Bloodshroud plan because he just couldn't stop killing mages. In all honesty, Lilia just wants to kill this imbecile to get it over with. If it's revealed that he's a Bloodshroud, the public opinion will worsen beyond repair. Putting pressure on her, Lockhart does not respect what she's doing for the cause. He thinks she's just leeching off the empire that hates their kind. Bloodshrouds are seen as different immediately upon birth, but they are not so easy to expose. Lockhart thinks humanity is simply terrified of the demonic abilities they are born with. Even so, their kind are not the only ones who are born with said abilities. Another mistake that the criminal makes is provoking Deculain when they are supposed to silently keep an eye on the Yuklins. Currently, they are supposed to be observers. If the man causes any trouble, they will escalate to assassination, not the other way around. Upon hearing that the Bloodshrouds are thinking of killing Deculain, Lockhart uncharacteristically calls the man a true noble who should not be touched. Lilia was puzzled. What kind of true noble would have a mountain of criminal cases against him filed in the Bureau? However, the man that Lockhart saw had the grace of affirming that Bloodshrouds weren't demons but humans. His eyes portrayed not a shred of doubt and only righteousness. The criminal genuinely believes that if there were more nobles like Deculain in this world, then their kind would not be forced to hide their identity anymore. They can live alongside everybody else. He didn't even kill Lockhart, even though he knew of his origin. He had the power and the law to back him up, yet he stayed his hand. Even though Lockhart is not one to joke around, Lilia still refuses to buy such horse shit. The Yuklain family stood at the forefront of slaughtering and oppressing their people after all. The criminal argued that if they start treating the descendants of said ancestors based on the crimes of the past, they would be no different than demons. Realistically speaking, Lilia won't be able to stay in a position of power without getting caught sooner or later. However, she's confident in her ability to blend in. Humans and Bloodshrouds are indistinguishable from each other after all. The only glaring distinction is a certain food that Bloodshrouds cannot eat. Changing the topic, Vice Chief Lilia heard murmurs about the Emperor's worsening health. Someone new will soon be appointed to take the throne, and they have no idea how the new Emperor will view Bloodshrouds. They must lay low. For now, Lockhart will be locked down in Lacordac. Back to the present, Lilia chewed on her steak while eyeing this so-called true noble with utmost vigilance. No matter how hard she looked, all she could see was some annoying aristocrat. Suddenly, an uninvited guest walked up to their table, and the pungent smell of alcohol assaulted her nostrils. Without taking his eyes off his plate, Deculain nonchalantly dismissed the drunkard without sparing a glance. It was the annoying brat, Wilhelm von Garion Rewind. Even after being shooed away, he insisted on staying and giving Deculain a piece of his mind. While the confrontation was happening, grim news hit the Order of Freiheim. Julie von Diaphrodin was just informed of the fate of one of her most valued knights. Hearing that Varun had perished during the escort mission to Birch shook her to the core. She stood up and ordered her men to get ready to depart. Julie wants to hear what the hell happened from Deculain's mouth. Back in the restaurant, Vice Chief Lilia awkwardly stopped her meal upon Wilhelm's midday drunken intrusion. She recognized the brat as the current head of the Rewind family. Caught in the middle of two opposing powerful noble clans, she was confused. to say the least. Wilhelm wanted to get some clarity about Deculane's odd stance in the meeting. He can't wrap his empty head around it. He wanted to know why a Ucilon would side with the blood shrouds so vehemently. Overhearing such a bombshell, Lilia almost let her real reaction show. Wilhelm remembers this peer of his, declaring that he wanted to annihilate those blood shrouds before. So what changed? Even before that, Deculane always blabbered on about how such lowly species should not have the right to live at all. Furthermore, he published a paper condemning blood shrouds at the university. Wilhelm tried to get a rise out of the professor, accusing him of finding a blood shroud slave to perhaps conduct research for such a talentless hack. Surprisingly, Alan defended his boss vigorously. Carefully dabbing his lips with a napkin, Deculane instructed his assistant to pipe down. It's all good. They simply shouldn't waste words against a man with a brain akin to rotten cheese. Such a surface-level line of thought is obvious to come from someone like Wilhelm. Everyone took the insult pretty well, all things considered. He just reminded Deculane that there are only 3 months left until the university's research presentation. Everyone will see if the professor's shit talk is all for show then. Vice Chief Lilia tried her best to stay calm upon hearing a string of ridiculous revelations. Why would a Euclid make an enemy of everyone else by siding with the blood shrouds? She could not believe that the man with so many pending criminal charges in the bureau would do such a thing. Maybe Lockhart's last words before being thrown to prison have their merits. The seed of Deculane had been successfully planted inside the mind of the Security Bureau's vice chief. The day after that memorable lunch, Deculane finally pulled the trigger and commissioned one of the best-named craftsmen to make a wand for him before leaving Birched. Interacting with the man gave him a sub-quest to complete, Rockalock's wand. To activate the quest, he needed sufficient fame, a kind heart, top-quality materials, and 2 or more visits. Upon completion, he'll receive 1 point of store currency and a wand crafted by Rockalock. Thanks to fulfilling every condition, he was able to clear the quest without a problem. After getting his new wand, Deculane and Alan boarded the train homebound. On the way back to the Empire, they shared the same carriage as the raging noble, Vedhan. The guy did not bother hiding his hostility at all. Thankfully, no conflicts actually erupted throughout the long ride. It was just really uncomfortable. In his mind, the professor just wanted to get back to the magic tower. Finally, they got off the tension-filled carriage. There's only 1 more train transfer left, and they will soon see different scenery other than snow. On the platform, the whole order of Freiheim, led by Julie, had been waiting for them to disembark. Without pleasantries, she directly asked her fiancé about the ambush and threw him some polite words for making it out safely. It's obvious that she had already heard about the news of Varen's passing. While Deculane doesn't know what version of the story the Order heard, it's obvious that they are not happy that he is the only one who survived, unlike their colleague. Julie, on the other hand, looked and sounded devastated. She heard that Deculane and Varen worked together to save the civilians, so she just wanted to ask one more question. She simply wanted to know what Varen's last moments were like. Julie's grieving and expectant eyes met Deculane's. For a moment, the professor did not know how to respond. Before today, he was planning to tell her everything. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. He was prepared to recount how Varen tried to kill him, and that things ended up this way after a bloody fight. He wanted to be truthful to Julie, at the very least. But now that he's standing in front of her, seeing the grief, Deculane can't seem to bring himself to say anything. He debated whether to tell her the truth or to let her live without knowledge of the all-too-cruel truth. Julie's conviction will never waver, but her heart is not as ironclad as she presents to the world. That's the nature of the Julie he knew. If she hears the truth, she will certainly blame herself for everything. She'll claim her subordinates' wrongdoings as her own, and severely torment herself with guilt. With a heavy heart, Deculane would play the villain and withhold what truly happened on that train. He will undoubtedly receive the ire of others, but he's gotten used to that. They stood in silence for a while, long enough for the train attendant to call on the passengers heading to the Empire. It's time for Deculane and Alan to board the 4th train, so he gave his fiancée a brief answer that in Varen's last moments, he was emotional. Technically, he just withheld a few more details, yet Julie still looked devastated. She politely thanked him for taking the time for this brief talk before they headed over north to escort their comrades' remains. Seeing her walk away, Deculane lamented. He felt laughable and pathetic for not being able to get a grip on the feelings that the previous Deculane had for Julie. After making sure that the Order of Freiheim was out of earshot, Alan expressed how rude those men were. They were also victims of the ambush, yet they did not even bother hiding their resentment and distaste. The professor didn't mind. Those knights are simply foolish. Unbeknownst to them, Sylvia had seen the whole conversation from a distance. She ran over to the professor and asked him why he held back. Deculane asked what she was talking about, but she refused to elaborate. Instead, she rummaged through her bag and handed him a gift, some sort of old book. After handing the gift to the professor, she ran away without saying another word. Deculane was stumped and so was Alan. This trip has gone far too long. It had been exhausting until the very end. He just wanted to get home and rest. Finally, the professor and his assistant boarded the last train and made their way back to the magic tower. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Birched, Julie demanded the rundown of what happened to Viren. The local authorities recounted how, during the first ambush, Professor Deculane took care of the situation and rescued civilians with Viren. With the second ambush, the train fell upside down, and that's when Viren fell. However, the VIP car miraculously hung by the cliff. To summarize, the two heroes tried their best to salvage an unsalvageable situation, and it cost Viren his life. Julie listened intently and thanked the local officer after the rundown. Her men asked if they could take home some keepsakes, but nothing survived. Furthermore, it is an unwritten law that crimes unfolding on the way to Birched around this season shall be left alone. Julie had lost her reliable right arm, and he left this world in vain. The grief and sadness she's feeling was suffocating. Before heading back to the Magic Tower, Deculane swung by the family house to be greeted by his sister's reprimand. She just found out that he wrote another family check in Birched, and she is livid. Uriel had already told him multiple times before that the family was in dire financial straits, yet he was spending like he had an infinite money glitch. At this rate, they won't last for more than 2 months. Admittedly, the fee to create the wand was greater than he was expecting, but he had to get it no matter the cost. Commissioning a named craftsman is no joke. Still, he was surprised to hear that their finances could only hold out for another 2 months. This is a wake-up call to take some sort of action. So, he asked his sister to calm down for a moment while he secured more funds. Deculane led Uriel to the warehouse where his recently acquired treasures were stored. This incensed Miss Eucline. She thought he was just flaunting his wealth. Honestly, he's more offended that she's been speaking like a brute instead of a lady this whole time. Uriel almost committed homicide right then and there. This guy is pushing the family to the brink of bankruptcy, and he has the balls to criticize her way of speaking. Meanwhile, Deculane is pondering the real reason why his wealthy magnate abilities shone at the sight of these wares. At that time, he just thought they were art investments that could be used to store monetary value. However, he just recently came to a realization while he was getting ready to leave Birched. He just found a way to exponentially expand his wealth, and that is by using his other broken ability, Midas Touch. His first target was the vase situated at the front of the pile. Uriel wasn't impressed by his actions. In her eyes, this dumbass brother of hers is just standing and holding his hand out like a moron. While she was complaining and talking trash, Deculane had finished modifying the first product. The next step is calling for an appraiser and putting the items back up for auction once more. Anyone with half a brain would think of him as insane. Selling antiques just days after buying them when you're supposed to hold on to them for an extended period of time is a surefire way to lose money. At this point, the items won't even go for half the price he paid for. Ignoring her complaints, he ordered Roy the butler to call an appraiser and get ready for transport. Looking at the new description of the vase of the Eastern Master Craftsman, its potential has been awakened. It now has the special effect of holding flowers that will never wilt. Additionally, said flowers will slowly transform, with each petal possessing varied effects ranging from mid to high-class fatigue recovery. He bought this vase for 2.5 million eln, but it had now turned into an item that he would have a hard time letting go. The transport team arrived fast, not even giving Uriel the time to yap and oppose the decision. In her perspective, this is just a dumb band-aid solution that will bankrupt them sooner or later. Absolutely tired of arguing with his sister, Deculane dismissed her concerns and got ready for work. Back in the University Magic Tower, the new Magic Exploration Club had established its own club room. Inside were 5 students of humble backgrounds playing cards in their downtime. One of them was Ephorine, who pushed her hand with a killer gaze. It was a full house with kings. Her club mates were taken aback. When it comes to cards, she is practically unbeatable. She'll do anything to be exempt from cleaning duties for a whole week. The atmosphere in the clubroom was cozy and fun. The students without noble backgrounds finally have a place for themselves. Sometimes Ephorine wonders if she's dreaming. She came from a disgraced baron family. She could not even afford to go to the academy. Ever since she entered the tower, she received constant hate. The ire of a noble student was one thing, but even most professors did not take kindly to her either. There were a lot of incidents that pushed her to the limit, even risking expulsion. To think that everything would pass and she would be able to have mundane fun with friends is simply bliss. Out of nowhere, she joyfully expressed how much she loved this ordinary magic exploration club they built. Her friend warned her not to be too boisterous as they never know what can happen if someone targets them again. Speaking of the devil, a professor barged into the clubroom and saw a bunch of peasants having fun and was incensed beyond belief. A student who looks like he's cosplaying as Deculane and failing snitched on the low-class commoners, taking up space in the magic tower and doing pointless poor people activities. Ephorine immediately recognized Professor Relin and that bastard Beck. These two are notorious for making an issue out of everything concerning commoners. Professor Relin looked at the ordinary Magic Exploration Club signage and was utterly offended for no reason. Though this isn't exactly a welcome visit, Ephorine and the gang had already expected something of this sort to happen. They need to handle this slob honorably, so she stood her ground and calmly explained that they were granted permission to create an official club. Professor Relin was beside himself. He knows no one who would co-sign such a stupid poor people club to be formed in the prestigious Magic Tower. Then, he recognized Ephraim as the lowlife from the Sylvia trial a few days back. Every time these so-called professors call her a lowlife, Ephraim gets closer to retaliating. Sensing her glaring eyes, Professor Rellin found an excuse to label her an arrogant brat, begging to be punished. Julia knows her friend well, so she tries to make Ephraim avert her vindictive gaze to no avail. Meanwhile, the bitch-ass ratback is laughing at the peasants being reprimanded. Rellin demanded to know who the hell would sponsor such an outrageous club as the man in question made his way to the room. Ephraim was the first one to notice who had just arrived. Meanwhile, the clueless pig, Rellin, was still yapping and getting his disgusting spit everywhere. Professor Decaulain arrived just in time to tower over the elitist professor and claimed that he was the one who co-signed the new club. He exerted horrific amounts of pressure on the pig and asked if there was a problem with him allowing a new student organization. His presence relieved the other students, but Ephraim still felt wary of the man. Rellin felt his blood run cold in the presence of the awe-striking head professor. Decaulain continued to press the plump bastard about the issue, for he had heard the demeaning demands from across the hall. The slick professor escaped home after getting harassed by his sister, and trouble kept chasing him all the way to work. He is not in the mood to argue with short-sighted people today, so he just lets his aura do the talking. He watched as Rellin squirmed and thought of a way out. The plump bastard's attitude made a 180-degree turn, transforming into the kindest-looking educator and claiming that the clubroom was too empty. He claimed that the mages of the Imperial University's Magic Tower needed better equipment and furniture, which was why he had been enraged earlier. He just lost his temper because the precious students weren't getting the resources they deserved. So, he volunteered to take responsibility for changing that and furnishing the clubroom himself. Decaulain just let the fat bastard dig his way out of trouble and repent. Now he has to grit his class's teeth and help the Commoners Club. On the way out, Decaulain side-eyed the snitch student, Beck, and offhandedly commented that those akin to cockroaches will always act like one. After basically calling the kid a cockroach, he made his way to his office. Beck, the brat, did not take that harsh but true comment too kindly. Later that day, Professor Decaulain conducted his first lesson since his return from Birched. It had been a while since the students had had the privilege of listening to him. Among the crowd, Silva was lost in thought. Her classmates were whispering about the train incident that appeared in the Wizard Journal. The image of the whole train floating in the air was front and center. Everyone was wondering if Professor Decaulain would regale them with the story of what happened. The old Decaulain might have bragged, but the new Decaulain is all business. With the telekinetically controlled chalk in the air, he began his lecture. The first topic for today is pure elements and magic interference. You see, as the name suggests, magic interference is the act of another mage interfering with another's power. Before they dive deep into the basic theory, Decaulain had devised a practical preliminary test. Alan entered the room carrying a box filled with some sort of mineral fragments. With a flick of his finger, the professor manipulated the fragments with telekinesis. He carefully sent each fragment floating in front of each student. Of course, the kids were equally baffled and amazed at such a high-level utilization of magic. Sylvia wasn't so easily entertained, and Ephraim was more curious than odd. The professor explained that these floating in front of them were magic stones that cost 3,000 elm each. They won't cast any other spell other than telekinesis, and they must try interfering with that magic to take the stone. Those who succeed may keep the expensive material for themselves. At the mention of making money, Ephraim was hyped beyond comprehension. She's just like me, for real. She would have screamed and shouted if her friend wasn't there to knock her down a peg. Decaulain pretended that he didn't see such wild behavior, and he explained that blocking spells is just as critical as interfering with them. And so, the practical preliminary started, and every student tried their own method of extracting the magic stone from the telekinetic grasp. Silence filled the room as everyone was completely focused on their own stone. Decaulain was able to stop a train from free-falling last time, but it hasn't been long since he memorized beginner-level telekinesis. He intends to use this test as a form of practice to familiarize himself with finer controls. At the same time, he's curious if his telekinesis could hold up against 150 debutante mages. Not to mention, this place houses only the most talented prospects all over the Empire. Two in particular stand head and shoulders above everybody else. Ephraim was solely focused on getting that damned magic material. Her scholarship funds are almost drained, so this stone would supplement her wallet nicely. While she is laser-focused on the cash, Sylvia is focused on beating her. Decaulain's claim that Ephraim taught herself to overcome her own weakness still lingers in Sylvia's mind. Fueled by the desire to prove that she's no slouch, she refuses to lose. One is motivated by money, and the other is motivated by the desire to prove herself. Who will win? The two are competing for first place. The rest of the class was struggling a lot. Most of them are trembling and feeling the pain of the spell keeping their grubby mana out. Alan praised his boss for not even faltering despite competing against 150 student mages. A lot of time had passed, and no one had succeeded in cracking his magic. Truthfully speaking, Declan is starting to feel the strain of keeping telekinesis up. He didn't know that his debutantes would put forth all their effort to the point of bleeding out their noses. Finally, he felt one of his magic stones crack away from its telekinetic shell. The first one to succeed was the golden prodigy Sylvia von Josephine Alad. Upon accomplishing what everyone else was struggling with, she immediately turned her attention to Ephraim. Seeing that she was still in the process of trial and error, Sylvia smiled with confidence. Today she is the winner in this one-sided rivalry. Suddenly, the professor's towering figure moved to her desk. Declan personally congratulated her for claiming first place. He already predicted that Sylvia could do it sooner or later. The question is whether anyone else would be able to interfere with his control. Just as he was about to call off the practical on account of everyone's inadequacy, he was surprised to sense another one succeeding. The bright green light attracted his and Sylvia's attention. Through literal blood, sweat, and tears, Ephraim had succeeded in securing her free 3,000 elmi. Sylvia felt pressured. There were only a few seconds of difference between their clear time. She can't be complacent. Meanwhile, the rest of the class looked like they were collectively shitting their pants, but their magic stones were unassailable. Some threw up on their desks, some bled profusely, and most of them passed out from exhaustion before Declan announced the game over. He called his failures pathetic for not even making his stones budge. He urged them to take a break and clean up the stinking mess thoroughly. The students gathered themselves as best as they could and followed the professor's instructions. Julia asked Ephraim how she succeeded when everyone else aside from Sylvia lost their dignity and almost lost their lives for a simple practical. Admittedly, Ephraim almost failed too. She was just fortunate to have an epiphany in the middle of the process. She does not know much about telekinesis, but when she tries breaking through Declan's magic, she feels like she has broken through something tangible. A few meters away, Sylvia's mind is going a mile a minute. She simply cannot accept that the one who ranked at the bottom of the previous exam caught up to her pace so quickly. She knows for sure that no special considerations were given to the girl. She suspected that the rumors about Declan teaching the commoner girl in private after work sessions were true. If that's the case, then Declan must have lied to her back in Berkt. She simply cannot fathom what the half-wit commoner has that she doesn't. The prodigious young lady of Ility had the gall to call Ephraim arrogant without looking at herself in the mirror. After all the puke and blood were cleaned up, the debutantes returned to their seats in better shape. In that warm-up practical, everyone tried their best to perform magic interference but missed out on the easiest way to stop his telekinesis. The two people who were successful might have an idea of what he's talking about. The method is hidden in the mana. Instead of the spell itself, one must interfere with the opposing mana. Unlike the commonly known methods that consist of blocking the demonstrated magic, mana interference is all about understanding the specific spell and disrupting the flow of mana. It sounds simple on paper, but there's a glaring reason why this method is not universally utilized. It has a big limitation. Mana interference only works if the user knows a lot of magic circle formulas by heart. You can only interfere with mana on magic that you know intimately. It is not a practical way in the heat of combat. In most workable situations, barriers are simpler and faster to use for defense. A solid block can be followed up by an effective counter. However, the professor intends to use this semester to properly hammer in the concept of mana interference into their bones. No pain, no gain. First, he gave them the crux of the technique itself. One must figure out a wide array of magic circle central circuits. These central circuits are formed based on the type of magic used, be it destructive or supportive. It also factors in what elements are being used. In other words, figuring out what central circuit the opponent is using at any given time would give them a free pass for interference. Once they familiarize themselves with this concept, the more complex magic interference should become easier. With that in mind, today's lecture will be focused on the central circuitry of commonly used magic circles. To demonstrate, Declan displayed the magic circle of the spell called Stormblade All, a destructive type of magic with a circuit that combusts from the inside out. He moved on to demonstrating support magic and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, his students were locked in, latching onto his every word and voraciously taking down notes. After 2 hours of non-stop show and tell, Declan turned to look at the clock and saw that it was time for dismissal. There's still a little more content they haven't covered, but time is up. The debutantes simply wasted too much time on the practical earlier, plus the cleanup that ensued after. For now, they must rest and absorb what they have learned. Midterm examinations are coming up and he will conduct an open practical before that. He warned everyone to study hard and commit to what they learn to heart, for it will be important down the line. He bade his students farewell and left. He's not one to linger when the time to clock out arrives. He's not doing overtime without getting paid. Oddly enough, his class hates it when Declan ends his lectures on time. To them, it feels like being stopped halfway through a good poop session. As usual, Julia barely absorbed any of what the professor imparted, and Ephraim was lost in thought. Today, the wild commoner girl felt closer than ever to a huge epiphany. It's difficult to put into words, but she felt significant progress in her magic. She was having a nice day up until the snitch from earlier came to seek some more trouble. Beck, the ugly rat trying to cosplay as Declan, did not even hide his disdain for the peasants. This time, the girls are not opposed to barking back at the moron. Beck had been all up in their business lately. He even brought Professor Reelan in just to cause trouble the other time. He's simply a jackass getting overshadowed by commoners. It infuriates him that low-class people are doing so much better than him in class. Today, Ephraim is in a good mood, so she doesn't want to sully it by stooping down to the rat's level. He was thinking before Beck brought up her family. He asked where she got the resources to bribe the professor to favor her when her house didn't have a penny to their name. This time, she's rearing to bust some ass and tear some smug noble's face off. Beck continued his provocations, bringing up the rumors about Ephraim's private lessons with Professor Deculin after hours. Naturally, she vehemently denied such scandalous allegations. Not far from the commotion, Sylvia was listening intently. If the rumors are not true, Beck demands a proper explanation for how a half-wit who didn't even come from the academy managed to outpace everyone. The smug bastard reckoned that the professor must have felt pity and gave the poor girl the Manistone as a gift. Since she has no home, a broke-ass orphan with dead parents can only scrape by through miserable means. At this rate, if Beck says one more word, Ephraim might lose control and commit murder right then and there. Refusing to back down with an air of arrogance, Beck dared her to make a move. Sylvia watched even closer as the conflict rose to its climax. Ephraim would have torn through Beck's conceited face with her bare fist if Julia wasn't there to keep her level-headed. She reminded her friend that another punishment would essentially spell an end to her career before it even started. At this important junction, Ephraim remembered the professor's advice that mages should maintain a cold and calculating disposition at all times. So, she tried her best to rear in the rage and stayed her hand. She smiled and thanked her friend for keeping her grounded. She was worked up, but she's okay now. Ephraim just goes a little crazy when trying to converse with idiots, so she apologizes and pretends as though Beck doesn't exist at all. She led the way and invited Julia to get something to eat in the cafeteria. From a few seats away, Sylvia quietly observed and re-evaluated Ephraim in her mind. Sure, the wild commoner girl managed to hold her temper, but that doesn't mean she's no longer pissed off. She really wants to teach that moron Beck a lesson he will never forget. Just as she was thinking of ways to deal with the elitist bastard out loud, she came across the golden prodigy, seemingly waiting for her to pass by an alleyway. Sylvia opened her mouth without a hint of conceit and asked if they could talk in private. Ephraim had no idea what this invitation to talk could possibly mean. She asked if Sylvia was trying to throw her hands again. Today is not the day for that, so if that's the case, she'll pass. Seeing how unreceptive she was, Sylvia just went ahead and asked her question of whether Ephraim was being tutored by Deculin outside of school hours. Of course, this allegation offended the commoner. She took it as another noble trying to pick a fight. The rumors don't even make sense. They have the worst student-professor relationship, so the secret tutorial allegations simply sound insulting. While Ephraim was fuming and rearing for a fight, Sylvia silently assessed her response. Upon seeing that the commoner was being genuine, she turned around to leave. Before going, she left Ephraim some relevant tidbits of information. As far as she knows, the professor hasn't stepped foot into a laboratory in 3 years. He hasn't returned once since Ephraim's father passed away. Blind as ever, the commoner took this info as confirmation that the scammer simply could not do anything right without her dad's help. He was a genius after all. Since Ephraim was so confident in her assessment, Sylvia asked if she knew that Deculin had been going to the lab every day for the past 3 months too. He cleaned the entire area, chose and hired an assistant, and even brought some new magical tools for research. That can only mean one thing, right? Ephraim was taken aback. Her mind immediately jumped to the worst-case scenario. Maybe the thief is going to extort her late father's research findings again. However, the scumbag Deculin everyone knew should not be capable of continuing such high-level studies himself. Still, this left her feeling an uneasy pit in her stomach. In front of Sylvia, she simply dismissed the matter altogether, projecting that this did not affect her one bit. Ephraim claimed that whatever the professor is trying to do in his lab is his business, and debutantes shouldn't pry. Sylvia could see through her act and hid her smile. After rattling her with an unexpected revelation and seeing her reaction, Sylvia bade Ephraim a dismissive farewell. The commoner was left to ponder the possibility of her father's legacy being exploited beyond his grave. Several days later, the continuation of the previous lecture commenced. The debutantes slowly petered out of the building and into the training field. Afterward, they neatly lined up under the sun for unknown reasons. None of them had a clue about what the professor was cooking up to require a class to take place outdoors. While everyone was wondering what was about to happen, Beck deliberately bumped into one of Ephraim's commoner buddies, making sure to knock her hard. This time, Ephraim was the one who had to rein Julia in to be the bigger person and let the offense go. A moment later, a calm and commanding voice demanded silence so he could start the lecture properly. As Professor Deculin mentioned before, today will be the last practical before the official midterm exams. With a snap of his fingers, he properly introduced today's lecture style. The tapestry hiding the stands fell from their clippings to reveal a sold-out crowd of spectators. As a surprise, the debutantes will undergo a public practical in front of countless people. Ephraim and the commoners had never seen such a large crowd gathering before. Deculain elaborated that the students will all demonstrate magic combat in front of all these watchful gazes. Using whatever magic they can manifest in their arsenal, the debutantes will fight each other. They will be required to properly showcase at least 3 forms of pure elemental magic. The wins and losses don't really matter. They will be scored on the quality of the fight and how well they conduct themselves within the rules. Deculain will personally observe and write down each debutante's strengths and weaknesses. He can only hope that most of these kids can use those notes as a foundation to improve their craft. In addition, Professor Relin will carefully officiate to prevent any serious injuries. With such a capable mage watching, they are free to go all out without restrictions in place. Without further ado, Deculain kicked the public practical off with the first matchup. He called onto a random kid, Eurozin, and asked the flustered debutante who he wanted to go up against in the ring. The random kid picked another random nameless kid, and the two inched their way to the stage for everyone to ogle. Finally, the inconsequential first fight began as soon as the professor gave the green light. The fights came one after the other. The magic matches were high quality and progressed quite smoothly. These debutantes might pale in comparison to real geniuses, but these kids have their own respectable talents. On the sidelines, the professors pay close attention to the stage for officiating and scoring. At first, some of the students were moving quite awkwardly due to their unfamiliarity with real battles. However, their inexperience forced them to focus more on their magic usage. A few bouts in, a massive explosion nearly vaporized the arena with devastating heat. Sylvia was simply in another stratosphere compared to her peers. Beck and his goon buddies laughed on the sidelines. They've been obnoxiously reacting to every commoner on the losing side of the duels. Beck suggested that those who were lost should quit magic and clean his garden instead. Ephraim is keeping an eye on these cruel bastards. They've been deliberately speaking at high volumes without fear of retaliation at all. As one of her commoner friends stepped out of the arena with a limp after a decisive defeat, Ephraim offered some upbeat and comforting words. Finally, Professor Deculain called on a familiar name to step up to the plate, the rat, Beck. Upon being prompted to pick his opponent, the kid smugly smiled and scanned the debutante lineup. Without hesitation, he pointed at Ephraim and chose her to be his duel partner. Instead of feeling fear and uneasiness, she felt tranquil. Truth be told, this is the best case for her. Now that she's about to face off the kid who's been terrorizing her friend group non-stop, she cannot wait to tear him apart and get good grades from it. Before officially starting, Beck hurled some trash talk in her direction. He joked that there's no one here who can secretly tutor her now to get the dub. He's still clinging to that weak-ass rumor. Ephraim could not help but start to think that talking shit must be what passes as basic manners for spoiled nobles. Then, she hit him where it hurts. Ephraim called Beck out for trying to copy Deculain's style and failing miserably. Upon being called out in front of countless people, the kid squirmed with discomfort. Without giving him a chance to recover his composure, Ephraim activated her first spell, shining a green light across the entire arena. She intends to show Beck that his whack fashion matches his lame magic. With the thick air of animosity between the two, the next practical duel had commenced. Beck summoned a bright light magic circled in his palm and quipped that he'd help Ephraim meet her parents in the afterlife. She was a tad too slow to properly block, parry, or counter the fast attack. It sent her hurtling back to her corner. After knocking her down the floor, Beck continued his assault to keep her down there. With a cocky grin, he reveled at his own domineering show of strength in front of the crowd. He loved the cheering. This could have gone on forever, and he would have loved every second of it. But the reality has something gloomier planned for the brat. Despite all his efforts to take her down by force, it looked like the commoner girl was entirely unharmed. After coming to the magic tower, she's been pondering about this old saying she had heard before. A good beating perfectly suits a noble. Truer words have never been spoken. Using her own magic circle, Ephraim summoned some sort of gooey green slime lifeform stampeding towards Beck. The slime eventually took the form of a fist and sent the Deculain cosplayer up to the stratosphere with a single punch. When Beck landed back on the ground, he was crying and traumatized. Someone better check his underwear for some yellow. Maybe there's also some brown in there. Ephraim would not miss this chance to gloat and bask in victory while towering over the defeated rat. Even after the announcement of Ephraim's dub, the bitter Beck believed that she had just gotten a lucky hit. Deculain was actually quite annoyed as the last bout finished too quickly because some idiotic miscreant couldn't hold his ground. It would be a shame if they didn't give the spectators a proper show of appreciation for their attendance. Overhearing his complaints, Ephraim volunteered for one more chance to go up and fight. She needed to use 3 kinds of pure elemental magic to pass the practical, yet she had only used one thus far. Her opponent was so weak that she could not even show her true capabilities without going overboard. What she said made sense. She's clearly strong, but the criteria would fail her simply because of an inadequate opponent. So the professor caved in and gave Ephraim a pass to challenge another person for a duver. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and pointed at Deculane. With a confident smile plastered in her place, she loudly announced an unprecedented challenge for the professor. She already defeated the cosplayer. It's time to fight the real thing. Upon hearing such a brazen and preposterous challenge, the pudgy professor who hates commoners berated and lambasted the girl. This dude called her a crazy bitch. Ephraim already expected everyone, especially those classist pigs, to kick up a fuss. She's not an idiot. Nevertheless, this is a golden opportunity to fight Deculane on a big stage, something she has longed to do for a long time now. If she can seize the chance, she's fine with being branded as a lunatic for a little while. Throughout all the uproar, Deculane was just amused. He then made Professor Rellin shut his fat ass up and stop spouting curses at the student. Turning to the challenger, he gracefully accepted the request. He did say that she could select anyone as an opponent. There were no set restrictions, so this is well within the parameters. With that being said, a professor can't possibly fight a mere debutante on equal grounds. As a handicap, he promised not to attack first. To make this more interesting, it will be considered Ephraim's victory if she manages to make him move from his initial position. With both participants in agreement, they took their stances on the field. As young Ephraim was gathering mana in her hand, her heart raced in excitement. She has yearned so desperately for this chance. Perhaps a match against Deculane would provide her with some resolution for her past. As soon as the start signal was given, she unleashed multiple blade winds, fierce and destructive. As of now, she's painfully aware of the gap between her and a professor. She's not delusional enough to think that she could outrightly defeat the man in front of her. Furthermore, this match itself is as reckless as everyone thinks it is. Even so, this is a rare opportunity to gauge the gap between Deculane and herself. Today, she will be extracting as much data as possible to formulate a winning plan for the future. While her wind blades honed in on their target, Ephraim pushed her mana output even further by weaving in a fire spell. It swirled like a scorching tornado while Deculane just stood with his arms calmly crossed, completely unfazed. Using her combination spell, he was pleasantly surprised. Still, he maintained his aura farming stance as a hellish blast of flames threatened to consume his body. Displeased with her already frightening output, Ephraim pushed her output even further by adding the element of earth. Fire consumed half of the stage. It was bolstered and fueled by the wind and brought to an even more damaging form by the earth. The crowd held their breath at the sight of a perfect combo. No one can deny Ephraim's genius when it comes to weaving multiple elements in combat. Her simple fire spell was turned into a molten lava of pure annihilation. Any other debutante would have been utterly destroyed, but Professor Deculane is no amateur. Without lifting a finger, he protected himself and cracked the surrounding lava dome open. Seeing his expressionless gaze, she grits her teeth in frustration. Even though her grand display of skill was thwarted, she continued her barrage of attacks by using projectile wind strikes. While easily dispelling the sharp gusts of wind projectiles with magic interference, the professor pointed out a bad habit she has when casting magic. In fact, said habit grows in prominence the larger her magic's movements are. He was giving her a valuable tidbit of information, but she refused to listen and continued hurling spells. At least she tried to. This time, Deculane did not give her the chance to freely get a spell off. He cancelled that shit before anything materialized. She felt that something was gravely wrong here. He must have hindered her magic circuit. From now on, she can no longer use magic in front of him. In a fight against mages, getting your magic stripped away is a death sentence. Even so, she refused to flame out pathetically. If her magic is taken away, she still has her fists. In the first place, she's more confident in using her body after all. She ran as fast as she could while loading up a haymaker, only to feel as though she was facing an impenetrable wall. Deculane lightly flicked her forehead and sent her flying like a loose kite. All it took was one light counterattack to get her out of the stage. This was an undeniable stomp, but Deculane was incredibly impressed with her showing. She managed to come up with an effective combination of pure elements, namely wind and fire. In addition, she ingeniously added the earth element for a frightening dust explosion. Her magic sense is simply out of this world, but even if her sense is great, it is impossible to properly execute complex attacks if one lacks the necessary dexterity and mastery over the elements. Right now, she could bypass her shortcomings thanks to her talent vessel. As long as she's equipped with that bracelet, she can tap into and use all elements. It's an artifact that anyone in the world would want to boast about. The old Deculane would be unsettled if he were to look at the current Ephraim. If a virtuous named character like Ephraim develops properly, she would be a powerhouse. He calmly approached the girl and nonchalantly gave her the obvious result. With that being said, he also praised her for not doing too badly. Hearing that crumb of compliment gave Ephraim a warm and fuzzy feeling inside. The professor turned to the crowd and announced the end of the public practical. Now, the debutantes must focus on preparing for the upcoming midterms. After watching the last fight, A lot of people were praising Efrain's efforts. They didn't know she was so cracked because her match with the cosplayer was so boring. Beck was forced to swallow all the insults to his lacking capabilities. Deculaine had already left and Efrain was still basking in the glory of the compliment. She would have stayed where she was sitting if her friends had not gotten her. In a faraway coastal land, the adventurer Ganesha excitedly waits for a boat to dock at her port. As soon as the sails went down, she welcomed Leo and Carlos. Then came the one she was really looking forward to seeing, some girl named Ria. Yuria is a black-haired girl dressed in seafaring adventure gear with a beautiful smile. She's also the island girl whom Yuera, Kim Woojin's ex-girlfriend, has possessed. That's right, MC's ex was also Isakade. Ganesha immediately pounced on her cute new recruit, her handling bordering on child abuse. While the captain holds her dearly, Yuera could not help but contemplate the bizarre string of events that led her to where she is right now. The last thing she remembered seeing back in her home world was a flash of blinding light. In the car in the company parking lot, the flash swallowed her whole. It engulfed and erased her whole existence as the sound of the old world was completely muted. When she regained consciousness after what felt like forever, she was in a completely different world and an entirely different body. Opening her eyes, she saw Ganesha and her party debating whether they should bring the girl to Deculaine. At this point, the cancellation fee for the mission is way too steep. Yuera immediately identified the party as characters from the story that she and her team built through countless sleepless nights of effort. Seeing that she's awake, Ganesha confidently introduces herself to the girl. Yuera knows Ganesha and the Red Garnet adventurers by heart. Observing the surroundings, she could feel the warm breeze and the smell of nature. Based on the interaction and the setting, she must have taken the form of Yuria. That is how Yuera turned into one of the characters from the game she created. While Leo and Carlos were running around and playing along the fort, Yuria stuck close to Ganesha. Yuria knows that in the future, this woman will become the world's best adventurer. So in order to survive, she reckoned that the best method must be for her to stay by Ganesha's side. She must survive and find a way to return home. Back in Deculane's luxurious mansion, he just received the extremely valuable package he's been waiting for. Opening the box, he was greeted by the sight of Lockloc's Euclid wand, a magic artifact crafted and tailored for Deculaine von Greyhan Euclid. It can store 500 mana and enhance magic casting by a large degree. More importantly, it tickles his aesthetic sense just right. The wand was beautiful. It was crafted with the best of all wood materials. After all, with automatic learning bolstering his utilization efficiency and aesthetic sense, adding flair, this thing is the perfect weapon. Furthermore, it was blessed by Euclid's bloodline, making it extraordinarily capable when it comes to exorcising and expelling demons. At first he was being scammed for 9 million iln, but now that the wand is in his hands, he realized that he got a great deal. The wand's true value far surpassed the cost. Interrupting his me time with the wand, Roy the butler informed him that dinner was ready. Today's spread was lavish and appetizing. It looks like the kitchen staff went all out. Deculaine does not mind the extravagance, but he was a little confused. His sister kept on hounding him about their dire financial straits, yet they were having a bountiful feast without an occasion. She scoffed and swore that she merely wanted to properly refuel to overcome financial troubles. Roy the butler confessed that the antiques were resold and they caused quite a buzz. All the items had hefty bids as soon as they were revealed. They were so appealing to the buyers that it caused problems for the auction house. Roy and the lady of the house cried tears of joy as they watched the bidding war unfold. Now they have more than the required funds to maintain the estate without worries for several years. She won't say it herself, but this luxurious feast is Lady Uriel's way of saying thanks. Deculaine could not help but smile at his sister's antiques. He praised her for doing such a great job with the spread of delicious food, and they quietly shared a delicious meal. The peaceful atmosphere did not last long. Soon enough, they were bickering again. Later Deculaine headed back to his office. On his table, mountains of paperwork were neatly piled up. With every page he turned and with every line of text he read, his frown deepened. That uncouth bastard, the old Deculaine, was such an incompetent ape. Right now, he's studying old exam questions and putting in so much effort to make an engaging midterm for his students. He expected to get some ideas by looking at previous test questions that old Deculaine submitted, only to find that every single question was impossibly difficult for mere debutantes to answer. It stinks of misplaced pride. I'm the high and noble Deculaine, an amazing mage. Fall into despair while looking at my exam questions, you little shits. It was a blatantly arrogant display of superiority. Anyone could see how wretched his personality was from looking at the questions alone. He did not give a shit about his students. He just wanted to flex how smart he was. The current Deculaine vowed to never be like that asshole. He wants to submit good questions. He will craft an exam that has a challenging process and questions that imprint a sense of pride on those who solve them. It needs to have those things to spark understanding and inspiration for promising mages. As an educator, Deculaine knows that his actions may become a critical factor in the growth of the new generation. After rummaging through useless papers that stink of ego all day, he's down to the last box. As soon as he read the contents of the last pile, something clicked. It was different. These questions completely diverged from the previous ones. He reckoned that a different person must have created this test. Sure, the difficulty is still high, but the questions ignite incredible interest even while scanning the pages. He activated comprehension to peer through what the questions were truly hinting at. Much to his surprise, the exam demands the infusion of solutions onto the magic exam purpose paper itself. In a matter of minutes, he completely decoded the exam and was prompted to use multiple elements to cast the solution. Imbued in the paper, the dazzling multicolored light made of pure mana was scattered. Eventually it formed a figure of a person, a woman. Declan looked up to an apparition made of pure power. This is an exam where you solve the questions and provide the right answer to produce a lifelike illustration. You can't chat GPT this shit. The colors represent the pure elements, mixing and forming a beautiful depiction. The solution forms a harmony that crystallizes every concept learned. This is the most suitable format for the subject of understanding pure elemental magic. Seeing such a brilliant concept made by someone else, he felt an instinctive jealousy that stung his heart. He is sure that the old Declan also understood how perfect this exam was. A beautiful display of understanding and inspiration that only someone who was truly talented could come up with. What got him a little crossed is the identity of the white-haired woman in this magical apparition. While Declan was glazing an exam paper, Birched Elder Zekton just sent a letter to the university's headmaster detailing the rescheduling of the Blood Shroud race agenda for the next meeting. Who would have thought that the Blood Shroud issue would be so highly contested due to a certain someone's strong aversion to their suppression? Professor Declan had certainly changed a great deal. Everyone in this room, namely the other professors of the Magic Tower, is aware of that. Adeline, the headmaster of the Imperial University's Magic Tower, is a mage widely renowned for her immense power. She is the most promising candidate for Archmage Ascension. Despite her power and position, she is an oddball with a surprisingly easygoing personality. A lot of the time, you would find her eavesdropping on other people's spicy conversations. The girl loves gossip. Her curiosity when it comes to worldly affairs stems from a hidden truth about her origins. You see, she's actually a half-fairy. Naturally, this attribute is also the foundation of her incredible magic power. She might grumble and complain when she has to address her employees, but she lives for days like today. Taking a seat, she opened a discussion for the monthly meeting with news of Declan siding with the heretics while casually sipping her cup of tea. Every month, Declan is always in the limelight for these conversations, but he is nowhere to be seen now. Old Declan would have scoffed and flaunted his family name to deflect all unsavory accusations. One of the other professors brought up that in the last Sorcerer Council meeting, Lady Rowena made an appearance. Rowena was the woman who once competed with Declan for the chief professor position. She was forced to voluntarily resign due to his underhanded schemes. Of course, Adeline was pleased with the news that someone as promising as that woman is back in the Empire. If the university offered her a guaranteed position, she might come back to their fold. When that happens, the Magic Tower will greatly benefit from her. Years have passed, and Lady Rowena has already established herself as a great mage in the kingdom. The professors tried to sneakily imply that they could use Declan's siding with the heretics to do some personnel changes at the chief position. Entertaining their conniving implications, Adeline promised to give it some thought. With that, the meeting concluded, and the headmaster reminded everyone to submit their midterm exam questions on time. When everyone had left, Adeline contemplated the changes in Declan's actions. She had already reviewed the test that the man had submitted, and she was floored by how well crafted it was. Almost as if he did not craft it himself, the mischievous headmaster decided to mess with him a little bit. If Rowena, an old arch-rival, shows up, there would be so much drama, and she would love to sit on the sidelines and watch with her popcorn ready. A few days later, the day of the midterm exam finally arrived. The test for understanding pure elemental magic is underway. Every debutante was provided with weird papers, and muted discussions about Declan's bizarre test erupted. Assistant Professor Allen tried his best to calm everyone down. Everyone is simply confused, since this was not a typical exam. The midterm will take place over the course of 10 days. It's a long-ass exam. The deadline is at midnight of the academic schedule's final Sunday. Each student will be taking the test individually in their own assigned room. They are permitted to leave only to attend other exams, eat, or sleep. However, they are not allowed to take the test papers outside. Furthermore, this is an open book exam. How difficult is a 10-day-long open book exam supposed to be? Declan himself did not even make a personal appearance. He always asked his assistant to relay the weird stuff. Before concluding, Allen also added that if anyone scores full marks, Professor Declan will write them a letter of recommendation under his title as Chief Professor. This is a game changer. A recommendation from the Chief Professor is a cheat code. Mage ranking ranges from rank 1, Eternal, to rank 11, Debutante. Advancing in each subsequent rank is a monumental task. It's not a straightforward system where you rise in rank by completing courses or as time passes. Each rank has a promotion exam. Those freaking promos are no joke. You're being a rank 4 mage, a monarch, and you have Declan's recommendation letter in your back pocket. It's akin to holding onto a wild card. It's basically a free pass for promotion. Ephraim was not exactly moved by the prospect of gaining a recommendation from her sworn enemy. This completely kills her motivation to do well in the exam. But then she realized something. If she can actually score full marks and receive Deculin's recommendation, she could end up in a great position. Ephraim could stand over his groveling body while mocking him for helping her achieve her peak sooner with the recommendation letter. Wouldn't that be so satisfying? With that image as her fuel, she pumped herself up for the 10-day exam. She was snickering like a lunatic. Her friend was on the verge of sending her to a mental asylum. Just like that, 4 days have passed since the exam started. Ephraim is now accepting the fact that this shit was way too hard. The first question took her an hour, the second was 4 hours, and the third was 10 hours. Each time she moves on to a new question, the difficulty dramatically spikes. The pile of test papers on the table felt like an indomitable mountain. Still, she recognized just how brilliant each question was. Sure, the process of solving them was painful, but the moment everything clicks, it brings about a sense of realization she had never experienced before. It's hard to believe that Deculin, the fraud, made this test. Even though every line is agonizing to think about, Ephraim could not put it down because of the possibility of realization. These papers have been beating her ass for 4 days now, but she is still determined to get that recommendation letter. No matter the motivation, you can't just brute force your way to the correct answer. Stuck in a bottleneck, she decided to go out and get some fresh air to recover a bit of brain power. It looks like great minds think alike. Sylvia von Josephinelid also left her exam room for some much-needed outdoor time. She just finished solving one of the questions after spending a whole 30 hours on it. Sylvia wasn't dumb enough to be wowed by the promise of a letter of recommendation. It was a meaningless bait disguised as some grand favor. Anyone capable of scoring full marks on this test wouldn't fail the promotion exam anyway. But still, she wants to perfect this midterm, not for the grades or the letter, but for herself. Sylvia found every question she was presented with beautiful. Each one is a key to unique enlightenment. If she can solve them all, she knows for a fact that her growth as a mage would skyrocket. While she was reaffirming her motivations, Ephraim arrived at the same park. The two geniuses were thinking about the same exact thing. How many questions have either of them solved? They even asked the question at the same time. It was embarrassing. After a moment of silence, Sylvia answered that she is currently trying to crack number 8. Sylvia was shaken to hear that the princess was already so far into the pile. Right now she is still stuck at the infuriating 7th question. Unbeknownst to Ephraim, Sylvia lied about her progress. In reality, they are stuck on the same question at number 7. This lit a fire under her ass to get back and finish that damn test before Ephraim could. Trying to act nonchalantly, Sylvia got up and walked in the direction of her exam room. While the Magic Tower students were in the middle of their grueling exams, Deculin was pondering a massive shift approaching. He just read in the paper that Emperor Krebane is currently in critical condition. Now the game really starts. Emperor Krebane was known as a gentle and mild-mannered man. He was a benevolent and peaceful ruler. He always sought out balance between divine and imperial powers. Furthermore, he did not enforce hostile policies against the Blood Shrouds. The new ruler who will take his place after death will be a problem as soon as he dons the crown. In-game, that next monarch is also the world's most important figure. He has a long-ass name, a long-ass hair, and will have a long-ass list of war crimes to his name. The world is about to go through a big change. Since the start of midterms, 10 days have quickly passed. On the last day of the exam, a large number of students dropped out of the hellish marathon. However, the distinction between the lower and higher ranks had never been clearer. Disregarding grades, all the students bragged about taking the exam as if it were a medal of honor. Imagine taking a test so good that it makes you want to be a good student. Most of them did not relish their freedom but reflected on what they learned instead. It was an unusual phenomenon that naturally grabbed everyone's attention. Even the other professors in the Magic Tower were eager to look at the rumored exam. At this point, the number of students attempting to solve the last question is down to 2. As expected, they were Ephraim and Sylvia. This damned 8th question is the final hurdle, and it is a gigantic one. Scattered all over Ephraim's exam room were piles of down coffee cups. She looked emaciated and drained. Her obsession over the final question was the only thing keeping her awake. Waiting outside, Deculin and Alan were pleased to see a bright light shine from one of the rooms. One of the final 2 solved the last question. Deculin knew that it was going to be her. He gently opened the door and laid eyes upon the undisputed number 1 prospect of her generation. Deculin gave her a much-deserved congratulations for coming out on top. Of course, it was Sylvia. As a result of her success, the distilled knowledge from all those hellish questions took the form of a picturesque light show, a painting of dazzling beauty. The bright colors were filled with condensed magic elements. Even in the darker hues, one can feel the warmth. Under the stars, the light shines hope within the darkness. Deculin was blessed to see a true masterpiece. Even though he was the one who theorized and derived these questions, he himself wasn't able to manifest this beauty due to his own limits. This is not the handicraft of Deculin. It was Kim Woojin's. He once dreamed of becoming an artist, but was slapped by his insufficient talent. He made peace with that fact, but he still wanted to make people emotional with his pieces. He continued to pursue art in a different medium. With Kim Woojin's desire and Deculane's aesthetic sense, the final question was born. Both of his halves were comforted by what Sylvia invoked through his guidance. She was surprised when the stone-cold professor wholeheartedly thanked her for solving the final riddle. Afterwards, he left the room. She did not even get the chance to show her gratitude. Looking at the dazzling representation of her power and knowledge, Sylvia was reminded of her path thus far. As far back as she could remember, everyone around Sylvia placed the burden of becoming the next archmage on her shoulders. Her family put her on a pedestal, obsessed with the power and prestige that comes with the title. During the past 10 days of complete immersion in the theory of magic, she found its beauty. On the other hand, Ephorine's tireless efforts did not bear fruit in time. Her time is up and the last question remains unanswered. She was forced to accept her shortcomings. Even so, Alan praised her valiant efforts. After all, there were only 2 people who even attempted to touch the last question. He had to break the news that Sylvia solved everything. Instead of sulking, Ephorine surprisingly took the news well. Sylvia is just a monster. During the course of this exam, thoughts about the recommendation letter and sweet revenge have vanished. The only thing that remained was her boundless thirst for knowledge as a mage. She really wanted to conquer the last mountain. Well, the exam might be finished, but the question is still on the table. She asked Alan if she could stay for a bit and solve the final riddle. Ephorine did not feel the exhaustion from the 10-day marathon. If anything, she felt lighter without the time limit hanging over her head. Alan could see her resolve and allowed her to stay for a while, quietly cheering for the feisty girl. A few hours later, Ephorine finally got out of the room. The halls of the university were empty. Every other student is probably knocked out in their beds. Now that she is coming down from the rush of solely focusing on the exam, she is bummed out. To make matters worse, she's probably coming home to a dorm marred with graffiti and a cold bed. Unfortunately for the poor girl, she has dependable friends waiting for her. They have been camping out of the exam halls to unwind with their commoner representative. Tired and emotional, Ephorine could not help but shed a tear. They comforted her and provided support. Then they took all that goodwill back by saddling her with tonight's tab to make everyone wait. It took Ephorine a few more days to finally solve the unsolvable. Finally she made the meaningful breakthrough of seeing the beauty in magic. Now that all the exams have wrapped up, the next few days are going to be about relaxing. The university is planning a trip, so everyone's looking forward to that. While sharing a cup of coffee with Julie, Ephorine could not get her mind off the best magical experience she had ever experienced. Then, Julie shared some news about the hotshot professor. Because of that last exam question, things have been crazy for Deculane. She doesn't know the exact details, but the man was apparently summoned to the floating island. You see, as the name suggests, it's an island that floats 1,500 meters above ground level. Eternally so. It holds the community of mages, the capital of magic engineering. People say that it holds the entire world's knowledge in magic. The floating island is classified as an independent zone free from the influences of the systems of Earth. Mages who dedicate their life to the pursuit of knowledge inevitably gravitate there. Those mages caught wind of the Magic Tower's midterm exam, and those magical geezers universally praised the fresh take on experiencing magic. Professor Deculane suddenly became a hot topic on the sacred ground of magic. Eventually, he was invited to give a special lecture on the solution to his exam. Admittedly, he did not expect that a mere exam paper he cooked up would garner such high interest. He accepted the invitation to give a lecture simply because of an event quest that could net him a whopping 30 additional mana. The exorbitant fee these rich mages offered also played a part. By his estimation, he's getting paid an equivalent of about $1 billion. Steering his future career into this lucrative area could be the move. The lecture hall was packed with high-profile mages, but he was not fazed. He gave them a polite greeting, his voice loud and crisp. He formally introduced himself as a rank 4 monarch mage, senior lecturer at the Imperial Magic Tower University, in charge of pure elements. Deculane concisely laid out the topic and the 2-hour duration of this special lecture. Before they formally looked at the questions, he gave a brief rehash of what pure elements are in the first place. Among the crowd, Headmaster Adeline was in attendance with someone she seemed familiar with. This woman is Rowena von Chauro McQueen, and she is 100% certain that her rival plagiarized that brilliant question. Although he has some haters in the audience, the lecture went smoothly. Before delving deep into the questions, he utilized the content he used in his previous lectures to aid in understanding. The attendees focused their attention on the systematic and eye-opening explanations for each item. Eventually, he reached the 6th question. It was then that a high-pitched voice annoyingly butted in with a question of her own. Of course, it was his boss, Headmaster Adeline. As discussed, pure elements can be differentiated by their types. Flexing her innately deep understanding of the subject, Adeline shot a luminous magic circle for everyone to see. Then she asked Deculane what she would need to combine the magic with question number 6 to make the circuit as destructive as possible. Deculane scoffed. It is obvious why she is here and why she is trying to grill him. She's not acting out of bad faith. This mischievous fairy just likes to fool around a lot, and given old Deculane's history, a little suspicion about his integrity is to be expected. Since that's the case, he decided to play along and entertain his boss for a bit. He duplicated the complex magic circle she displayed and expertly manipulated its circuit. She was pleasantly surprised to hear and see the demonstration of such high-level theory. After that first question, she continued pelting him with countless questions about every little thing, clearly enjoying herself. Deculane stood his ground and answered all of them while showing a deep comprehension of his expertise. Fortunately, several mages grew displeased with Adeline's restless interruptions, forcing her to stop interfering with the lecture they paid for. Her antics cost them a lot of time. Deculane only has 10 minutes left to his lecture. To make up for lost time, they won't be able to discuss the last exam question in great detail. Refusing to let him go with a win, the fated rival raised her hand and hurled one last question. Ruina inquired about the validity of the answer to question number 8. Based on her expression, it looks like she is ready to engage in a war of minds. Accepting the blatant challenge, Deculane implored her to elaborate and to state her case. Without mincing her words, she accused him of not writing the last question himself. Of course, this accusation caused a lot of murmurs. Deculane is heavily frowned upon, especially in this sacred place of magic. Deculane expertly sidestepped the allegation by answering that being inspired by concepts honed by those who came before is a common occurrence. Then, he summoned his interpretation of the final answer, illuminating the lecture hall with the culmination of magic and art. He laid claim to what is rightfully his in the most convincing way possible. Every single person in the hall was mesmerized by the beauty of his concept. Of course, this display was a little different from what question number 8 stated. He had to create a spectacle on the spot, and it seems to be working. With that, Deculane asked if fellow Professor Ruina had any other queries. Utterly humiliated in front of everyone, all she could do was grit her teeth in defeat. That final demonstration signaled the end of the lecture. The event quest was successfully completed. That is another 30 points of mana in the bag. While walking out of the lecture hall, he tried to recall the bitter rivalry between Deculane and Ruina. Nothing too bad really happened today, but a problem will undoubtedly arise soon. Sure, Deculane is supposed to be a villain, but being surrounded by haters everywhere he goes is quite taxing. He took a random turn in one of the halls and came across someone who looked oddly familiar. When their eyes met, the dark-haired woman grimaced at the sight of his face. He had no clue why this familiar girl would look at him with utter disgust. After staring at her cringing expression for a little while, he finally remembered who this woman was. She was Deculane's peer at the university. So, he politely extended his hand and greeted Charlotte. She seemed utterly offended to hear her name come out of his mouth. They weren't closed back in the university, and she has no intention of starting now. Ignoring her displeasure, Deculane asked about Princess Mayho's well-being. In truth, he doesn't care about old Deculane's closeness with this woman. What's important is Princess Mayho, the girl whom Charlotte guards. Emperor Crabane is on his deathbed. His demise is only a matter of time. At that moment, the game will undergo a huge turning point. Many named characters will face life and death scenarios as multiple events occur, Princess Mayho included. She must be saved at all costs. William Woojuan personally modeled her character. She will become an important figure who will be a good influence on the main quest in the latter half of the story. The princess is a special case due to her complicated bloodline. She is second in line for the Euron Republic's throne and third in line for the Layak Kingdom's succession. It's a unique position. She is a princess eternally followed by bloodshed. At this point in time, she's staying in the Empire using her studies as an excuse. But the moment the Emperor croaks, she will be a massive target. Charlotte does not appreciate hearing the princess's name from Deculane's mouth either. Without entertaining her hostility, he handed her a crystal ball. Out of the blue, he promised to be a valuable lifeline to save the princess who had chosen to walk the path of death. Charlotte was taken aback, but felt compelled to accept Deculane's ball. It was a standard communication crystal ball attached with a promise to lend a hand when the time came. At first she denounced the arrogant-sounding vow from the mess known as Deculane, but what he said next made a ton of sense. There is no time to pick and choose whom to get help from. The decision is up to her. Whether she decides to communicate and ask for assistance or not is completely up to her. While she was stressing over the ominous interaction, someone entered the room. It was none other than the kind-hearted Princess Mayho. Charlotte tried to act composed, but the princess is completely aware of their impending predicament. She knows that the followers of her brothers will be arriving soon, and they won't be friendly. Those fanatics will try to either use her authority or outrightly eliminate her, even though she doesn't give a damn about the succession to the throne. There's no need to pretend that things are fine. The princess is terrified. She fled from the chaos of succession, entered the Empire to study, and grew fond of the place. Even still, they might have to drop everything and escape at a moment's notice. The next emperor, whoever might succeed the ailing ruler, would be a fool to leave her alone. She reckoned that it might be better to flee quickly. For that reason, the princess had already withdrawn and gathered the cash she had saved up until now. She knows that they will need to hire escort mercenaries for the trip back. Charlotte tried to insist on finding the funds herself, but the princess refused. She urged her bodyguard to stop carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders all the time. Besides, she wholeheartedly believes that her money rightfully belongs to everyone. Seeing how earnest and selfless the princess is, Charlotte could not possibly refuse. She accepted the cash of money and immediately worked on hiring top-end mercenaries for a safe escape. Judging by the shady people eavesdropping from the shadows, they might be too late. Thankfully, Charlotte was competent enough to notice the hooded spy using the darkness of the night as cover. Once noticed, the spy skedaddled out of the way. This only proves that they have to move and move fast. Perhaps she should swallow her poor impression of the man and consult Deculane for help. Back in the Euclane mansion, Deculane quietly goes through some reading material in his office. Uriel came by to pester him, but he didn't fall for his sister's rage bait. Then, she slyly broached the subject of the lecture he gave at the floating island to ask how much he was paid for such a fancy lecture. Sniffing out her intentions right away, he outrightly denied giving a single coin from his hard labor to Uriel. With her plans to get some cash thwarted, Uriel brought up the topic of an official document that came earlier in the day. The debutantes of the Magic Tower University inquired if they could go to Euclane family's homeland, Hydekin, for the semester break trip. Deculane gave a resounding no as an answer. He is well aware of what happens on those trips. He won't let Hydekin become a vomiting spot for kids. Cleaning up after those youngsters would be impossible. It's more trouble than it's worth. Still, Uriel insisted on getting her brother to at least take a look at the document and the fee the university is willing to shell out. In addition, this is an opportunity to show their family's magic tower to young mages. He dropped the book he was reading and beckoned his sister to get the hell out. Deculane even gave her the serious death stare, for this is a serious and final decision. Uriel was stunned and stammered over her words as she relented. She pouted and walked away from the office. The university trip wasn't the only reason he needed the room alone. The crystal ball connected to the one he gave Charlotte is receiving an urgent call. It was sooner than he expected, but he promptly picked up. Charlotte doesn't want to admit her powerlessness, but she must put the princess' safety above all else. If she has to beg for Deculane's help, then so be it. He telekinetically grabbed a map and gave her colleague a concise rundown of how this escape plan would pan out. At their current position, Princess Mayho only has one viable way out. It will be a very treacherous journey, but that also means it will be the safest. They must traverse the deadly crevice canyon. Charlotte refused to accept his solution. That place is infested with demonic energy. He countered by asserting that using one of the countless ordinary routes is practically a death sentence. Deculane implored Charlotte to trust his methods just this once. Crossing the crevice canyon is the only viable option. The canyon is filled with rugged terrain and dense demonic energy since it's situated near a demon lair. People often say that demons haunt this dangerous path. It's also considered an independent area. If they can pass through this hellscape, they could reach the Uran Republic in no time. Charlotte has done her homework. Of course, she knows the advantages of its geographical location. Deculane committed to personally guiding the princess to alleviate her worries a little. Before agreeing to the bat's hit insane plan, Charlotte asked about his true motives for doing all this when there was not much to gain. He simply explained that he's quite interested in politics. He's also more intelligent and perceptive than the woman on the other side of the crystal ball. He just wants the princess to live so that the Euclid family and their territory could benefit from a full-blooded royalty. He's not helping due to the kindness in his heart. This is purely a business deal. 3 days from now, they will rendezvous at the entrance of the crevice. If Charlotte can't even get the princess there safely, then that means they don't have the right to live in the first place. Stealing her resolve, she accepted his plan. She could only hope that he had the skills to back up his big talk. Immediately, a new exclusive quest popped up. Escorting the princess successfully could grant him 4 store currency and additional completion rewards. 3 days have quickly passed since that ball call. Today, the university debutantes have arrived at their trip destination, the breathtaking Hydekin. As the state capital of the Euclid household, Hydekin is widely regarded as a tourist destination known for its plentiful food and activities. This lavish place was built to reflect the cities known to be great places to settle down in the real world. It has been proposed as the field trip's destination several times in multiple years, but Deculane refused the university's offer time and time again. This time, he even came with the debutantes. Of course, Uriel was there to bug him about his sudden change of heart. Well, he only came here because Hydekin is close to the crevice canyon. It's a 3 to 4 hour trip on horseback. He can easily leave when the chance arises. The students booked out one floor of the Hydekin Romance Hotel. It doesn't exactly sound like an appropriate place for teenagers to stay. Each room will house 4 students, though they can pay out of pocket for individual rooms. Uriel knows how to maximize profits. As a Magic Tower professor and the Lord of Hydekin, Deculane gave the bare minimum tour. He also promised not to involve himself in whatever the kids do. However, the moment someone fucks with his hotel or territory, he will make their lives at the Magic Tower a living hell. After giving them the threatening tour, he invested some time in laying the foundation to turn Hydekin into an outpost of sorts. He asked Uriel to gather the staff of the Hydekin Magic Tower and she quickly assembled everyone. Using his skills, sharp eyesight and wealthy magnate, Deculin evaluated the mages employed by his family. He picked out a few promising mages with golden glows around them and raised their wage. Those with a negative aura were unceremoniously fired. After spending all the time that the day had to offer, the skies turned dark. Students flocked around the massive bonfire while the professors sat out front. Sylvia launched a magic firework display into the night sky, revealing a colorful deluge of beautiful colors. Most professors were blatantly biased in favor of this year's noble golden prospect, so they gave her a flawless 10 points. In Ephorine's firework team, Julie is complaining about doing an assignment when this trip was supposed to be for unwinding. Finally, their group was called up to show their crafted product. As the representative, Ephorine gave a brief rundown of how they created a firework with ductile and destruction magic. Before she could explain all the work they did, Professor Rilen rudely cut her off. He wanted them to forego the boring explanation and just light the damn thing up. They cannot oppose a professor's whim no matter how rude it is, so they just fired that bad boy up. As expected, it produced a beautiful array of lively explosions. Their peers praised the fireworks. It was truly pretty. The professors, on the other hand, blatantly criticized them for unwarranted reasons. Rilen gave them 6 points for making the fireworks too loud. The old bat beside him awarded the firework with a measly 4 points. Julie wanted to appeal the unfair scores, but Ephorine stopped her from making it worse. They are commoners. These old fucks are just trying to find chances to bring them down. Once everybody else had given their unreasonable scores, Professor Deculin spoke up and gave Ephorine's team a perfect 10. He judged the product based on the exquisite balance between destructive and ductile magic. This was a surprise for both the students and professors. The lively atmosphere slowly died down and the night deepened. While everybody else was fast asleep, Deculin snuck out of the property with his horse. As he fixes his saddle, he wonders if Charlotte and the princess are okay. From behind, Ephorine snuck up behind him for a sudden confrontation. She demanded to know if he was just trying to be nice to her because of some sort of guilty debt. Deculin simply asked her to go back to the hotel. The girl is simply trying to figure out what his deal is. During the disciplinary hearing, in the clubroom, and even today, Deculin acted like a normal human. She wanted to know if he was doing all this because of her father. Deculin climbed up to his high horse and urged her to figure out the answer herself. She's an independent and capable child after all. Ephorine was not happy with that answer, but the shady professor had already taken off, his horse running into the night at full speed. Watching his back getting farther, she swore to apply to be his subordinate and do whatever it takes to expose the rotten man known as Deculin to uncover the truth behind her father's untimely death. She vowed to surpass the enigmatic man, to become someone far greater. Her pledge fell on deaf ears as Deculin is now nowhere to be seen. On the way to his destination, he wondered what would happen if Ephorine really became his subordinate. It might spell disaster due to the villain's fate. He worked on the game, but he doesn't even know what exactly happened between old Deculin and Ephorine's father. He can only hope that it's not something unforgivable. After a few hours of non-stop horseback riding, he finally ditched the horse because the demonic energy in the area had become too thick. Thankfully the steed is well trained. It will go back to the stables and come back at noon. Scanning the perimeter, he tried to look for Charlotte's party. It didn't take long before Charlotte called out his name. Looking at the group's tattered state, it's obvious that they went through hell just to reach the crevice canyon. Seeing the little princess, Deculin politely gave a graceful bow. He introduced himself using his long-ass name and his title at the Magic Tower University. Tonight, he will serve as the group's guide through the only reliable escape route on the land. Princess Mayho seemed wary of him, but she respectfully extended her gratitude. Charlotte approached his former colleague and handed him a letter from the adventure team. Upon skimming the intel they currently have, he could not help but scowl in disgust with the overreach the other royals are capable of. Still, they just need to pass the crevice to reach safety. Throughout this journey, they must make sure to keep up with Deculin's pace. Without further ado, he led the princess and her subordinates to the den of demons. Traveling at night, their only source of light was the moon. His wood steel guards are primed and loaded for any obstacles on the way. After seeing how the professor reacted after reading the adventure team's letter, Princess Mayho curiously asked her bodyguard about its contents. Since they're in the thick of it now, there's no point in hiding the level of danger they are in from the princess. That letter says that there are 37 assassins and a Dianance hot on their heels right now. Dianance are phantom demons. They cannot be killed through physical and magical attacks. They are a far bigger issue than your run-of-the-mill assassin. What's more sickening is that these Dianance are products of a contract. That means the one chasing them was conjured using demon summoning magic. Such vile methods often require human sacrifices and demonic materials. The dark mages of Ashes are going all out to catch them. They are the very people who want to take over the kingdom by installing their own king. However, there is only one person they can bet their hopes on right now. Despite the threat of a phantom demon, they have the lord of the Eucline family on their side. For generations, Deculin's ancestors were widely regarded as ruthless exorcists. His bloodline was finely tuned with the power to exterminate demons. In areas with high concentrations of demonic energy in the atmosphere, the quality of his purified magic will increase proportionally. There is no better place to receive that juicy buff than the Crevice Canyon, the demon's lair. The demonic energy is so thick that everyone can feel it in their skin. Most people even find it painful to breathe, making masks mandatory. While normal people struggle, a Eucline will flourish. Right now, his mana quality is temporarily bumped up to rank 4. This parameter is very important, as a difference in one grade can distinguish the rank of a mage. Mana quality is divided into 10 ranks. Commoners usually have a mana quality of rank 9 to 10. If you happen to have a mana quality of rank 7 or above, then you can try to become a mage or a knight. From rank 5 upwards, the number of people in that category exponentially drops. The most famous named characters usually hover around rank 3 to 4 in mana quality. Rank 1 is used to symbolize God, pure and omnipotent. Below divinity is rank 2. Currently, there are only 4 people who possess such a gift. Birch's Dazet Don, the Empire's Guardian, Gefrid, Archmage Demerkin, and the Headmaster Adeline. He may not be on that level, but Declan is confident that he can kill the Dionance with his temporary rank 4. Starting to get antsy, Charlotte asked him to speed up a little. He simply urged her not to rush and keep a level head. The speed they are going at right now is the most optimal one. If they hurry, they might succumb to demonic energy poisoning. Knowing that Charlotte is just anxious to get her to safety, Princess Mayho assured her bodyguard that they would be alright. Time and time again, Charlotte is in awe of the young lady's warm heart. Being as powerless as she is, there's no doubt that the princess is more nervous and restless than anyone in this group, yet she's still mindful of her subordinates. Throughout their journey to escape the enemy's clutches, Charlotte's resolve to protect such a pure soul deepens. She would willingly put her life on the line for the princess. Finally, the first obstacle appeared up ahead. It was a colony of rabid bats. This encounter was inevitable. Charlotte is ready to mow down anything that dares to harm her princess. Before she could draw her weapon, Declan stepped up and volunteered to take care of the incoming flying stampede. His wood steel guards hardened and pointed forward. With masterful control, he manipulated his sharp guards to grind down the incoming colony. The moonlight reflected off the surface of his weapon as it clashed against the bats. Each wood steel guard killed bats by the dozen every second. Not even a minute passed, and the first crisis was already averted. There is no time to lose. They must continue pushing on. Princess Mayho and her subordinates were dumbfounded by the professor's skillful display. As they get deeper and deeper into the demon's lair, more and more enemies and variants show themselves. Of course, they all died as fast as they sprang out. Seeing as the aggressors are mostly small monsters, they might luck out and never encounter the monsters truly worth worrying over. But that was wishful thinking. Declan's gaze sharpened. He shouted at whoever was lurking in the shadows not to dare come any closer. The paycheck cannot be worth losing one's limbs in the most painful way possible. Declan finally stopped his brisk walk and looked up to see who they would be up against. A hooded man maniacally laughed. Sure, Declan's instincts are impeccable, but knowing where the enemies are is basically useless if you have to face 36 trained killers. The whole gang was posted up on a cliff to Orifarm instead of doing their jobs. Immediately, Declan implored Charlotte to take the princess and head to the Urin Republic ahead. He asked her to stop pretending to care. It's cute, but entirely unnecessary. Pulling his wand out, he pointed at the gang waiting for them to pass through the cliffs and directed everyone's attention to where he was pointing. Like the absolute badass that he is, Declan silently cast a destruction spell that flattened 37 bums who could not even hide their presence. Bro needed an audience for his kill. It was basically over before they could get started. Screams of agony resounded as they fell one by one, swimming in their own blood. Declan with a wand is just built different. Now it's Charlotte's turn to fulfill her duty and take the princess away from this place as fast as possible. She finally steeled her resolve and beckoned Princess Mayho to run. Before they could take off, she noticed something odd on the other side of the cliff. Charlotte looked up and saw a wisp of black smoke rising up to the sky. It was an ominous aura, a completely nefarious existence. Shadows took the shape of a man with burning purple eyes staring directly at his target. The alleged Dianante has finally shown itself. Declan maintained his composure and reiterated the retreat order to Charlotte. They must reach the Republic no matter what. He came here to do a difficult task, and he's going to see it through. He's going to kill a phantom demon. Oh yeah, the other dude that survived with Charlotte is also staying to help. Once more, Declan assured her that there is no need to feel bad or hesitate. They could just pay him and his family when the princess finally gained some power. To ensure their safety, he also split off a portion of his wood steel guards to escort the princess. Charlotte gritted her teeth in frustration, knowing that Declan was 100% correct. She grabbed Princess Mayho by the hand and dragged her out of the battlefield in a rush. There were a few assassins who elected to hide somewhere else and survived the initial massacre. Fortunately, these dumbasses made themselves known by running out of their cover. The Dianante wanted to tag along with his boys and kill the ladies, but he's got bigger fish to fry at the moment. Shadow Man scoffed at Declan's arrogance for thinking that a few wooden steel weapons that contain no mana could kill a Dianante. In this canyon, magic is rendered useless by the latent, demonic energy. Seeing the phantom demon stand there with no sense of urgency, Declan was a little insulted by the overconfidence. Still, like the demon said, normal physical attacks and magic cannot touch a Dianante. Additionally, this location is a nightmare for mages who rely on mana. That being said, his opponent is not the only one who gets a buff from the thick, demonic energy in the air. Declan's mana quality is amplified, and so is his mana recovery rate. While moving, he had already infused Midas Touch into his wood steel guards. For a solid second, both parties just stood there to size each other up. Meanwhile, some of Declan's covert wood steels have already gathered to surround the demon. As soon as they were in the proper position, he raised his wand and started the assault. One of the wood steels outrightly beheaded the phantom. If this were any other fight, this would have been the anticlimactic end, but he is well aware that Dianants are way trickier than that. After chopping its head off, Declan followed up with a downward slash that chopped the demon's body in half lengthwise. The only thing loosely connecting the severed body parts was the omnipresent wisp of black smoke. Charlotte's random coworker is getting a little agitated to make a move, seeing as the phantom demon is now in pieces, but Declan stopped his bitch ass from moving. The Dianante will not die until they properly go for the kill. If 2 wood steels did enough damage to maim a demon, imagine what a dozen could do. With grace, Declan orchestrated the impending slaughter. Before the wisps of smoke could reattach the butchered body, the lethal weapons homed in. They bounced off in an unpredictable pattern, while relentlessly chopping up the Dianante from every available angle. Mr. Side Character was in awe of the overpowered MC. He's turning into a fan. This phantom demon was so hyped up as something terrible, yet it did not even get a chance to fight back. He was dog-walked like a trash mob, not even a mini-boss. Meanwhile, Charlotte is getting bloody as she slowly and methodically assassinates the assassins on their tail. By the time they reached the other side of the treacherous crevice canyon, the sun was already rising. As soon as they were out of that oppressive place with lethal air, Princess Mayho felt the nausea and exhaustion catching up to her. Even while experiencing a preliminary symptom of demonic energy poisoning, she can still smile to reassure her subordinate. Thankfully, her uncle was waiting for their arrival at the other end of this perilous path. Jelan, Urin Republic's Minister of Internal Affairs, doting uncle, was aghast at the sight of his sickly niece. He profusely apologized for not doing enough to save her. All he could do was wait for their arrival at the other side of the crevice. His knight should be fired, Loki. After making sure that Mayho was okay, Jelan thanked Charlotte for her service and for keeping the princess safe throughout this trying time. Charlotte insisted that she was not the only one who ensured Princess Mayho's safety. There are others still stuck inside the crevice. If possible, she implored the minister to wait for the others a little bit longer. Well, they started their waiting game in the morning, and it lasted until the sun was about to set once more. For the whole day, Charlotte and the princess just stood at the end of the path, hoping and praying for the dude and Deculane's safe passage. Every hour that passed made them worry about the professor's safety more and more. Charlotte is starting to lose hope. She would forever appreciate what that man did to deliver Mayho to safety. Minister Jelan is also ready to call it a day and get the princess back to the Republic. As they were about to head into the city gates, Charlotte turned around and saw the figure they had been waiting for. Deculane quietly walked alongside the dude who looked like he had just gone to war. His suit and hair were as neat and tidy as they had been when he entered the crevice. That's his real superpower. Charlotte and Princess Mayho ran to the side of their comrade in arms, finally reunited. Without acknowledging their joy upon seeing him safe and sound, Deculane excused himself and turned back in the direction he came from without taking a break. Charlotte could not make sense of what to feel about this man. When they met at the floating island, she thought he was simply messing with her and picking a fight. Who would have thought that the villain would put his life on the line to help her and the princess when it mattered the most? He willingly faced off against terrifying forces just to let them escape. Charlotte could not possibly let him leave without extending her gratitude. Her armor might be bloodstained, but her smile was pure as she extended her hand and said thanks. Deculane did not take her hand. It looks like she hasn't washed herself after the grueling journey. He has no desire to touch all that gunk. All the goodwill she was feeling dissipated, replaced by annoyance. Like the Giga Chad that he is, this mad lad walked back to the demon-infested crevice canyon like he was just taking a casual stroll. He would have kept going if Charlotte had not kept on bugging him. She just wanted to wish him well and swear that she will repay this heavy debt someday. Princess Mayho also saw him off with a wave and smile. Deculane replied by aura farming and looks maxing before waving away and vanishing back to the hellish path. With the princess saved, his exclusive quest was a success. He was rewarded with 30 mana and 4 store currency. By nighttime, the princess and her dutiful bodyguard have settled comfortably in the minister's house. Before the day ended, Minister Guylan invited Charlotte to his office to talk. He asked her to take a seat, his tone deathly serious. Charlotte's mind was reeling as to what the hell this man could want from her. She's partly worried that the Urin Republic might suddenly back out on taking the princess in. Maybe it could be worse. Maybe Guylan has his own secret agenda. Charlotte quickly shot that idea down. If he wanted to bring harm to them, they would have been dead before they could even reach the gate. The minister prefaced his speech by asking Charlotte not to be shocked and to listen until the very end. Without mincing his words, he relayed that the Grand Duke wants Manhwa to support the Grand Duchy. Charlotte was expecting all sorts of bad things, so this was not in her list of possibilities. After an awkwardly lengthy stretch of silence, she asked him to elaborate. If she is picking up what he's putting down, Guylan is basically offering Princess Manhwa the seat of the Grand Duchess. In truth, the Grand Duke wanted to bring this up even before Manhwa's SOS letter arrived. He is desperately seeking a different path of succession since he cannot trust his grandson. It goes without saying that this information is highly confidential. Only the minister and the Grand Duke know about this. Well, that includes Charlotte now. It is hard to believe this twist of fate. Not too long ago, Charlotte was worried sick that the precious princess would get swept up and die during the fight for succession. She was just a kind girl who didn't possess any sort of power or penchant for violence. Now she's practically the frontrunner to become the Grand Duke's heir, in line to inherit an entire duchy. No matter how you spin it, it's simply incredulous. Then Charlotte realized something. She firmly asked if there really is no other person who knows about this privileged news. Minister Guylan dismissed such a ridiculous question. He's not in the habit of leaking such things. Moreover, he just heard about this from the Grand Duke recently. Charlotte got the expected answer, but a dangling question remained in her mind. Why did Deculain offer his help by treating it like a business deal for the near future? Looking back at his words, he sounded so certain that the princess would gain power soon, and he was simply capitalizing on that future. Throughout this whole ordeal, he was moving like he knew about the Grand Duke's decision. Is he really intelligent and perceptive enough to figure all this out? Did he make precise calculations and predict such a ridiculous outcome? If he is, and he did, then that man is nothing short of a monster. Even when he's not in the scene, this dude is aura farming. Charlotte was equally terrified, impressed, and moved. She ended the night wondering if he managed to get back home safely. Well, he did. Deculain easily traversed the crevice a second time and retreated to his Hurricane mansion. After the grueling back-and-forth mission, he slept like a baby. By sleeping like a baby, I mean he slept for just 2 hours. Hell, looking out the window, the sun hasn't even risen yet. Deculain's Iron Man trait melts away all exhaustion with just a brief rest. After exorcising demons straight from hell, he only needed 2 hours for a complete reset. Yesterday was far from normal, yet his body is back in top shape so soon. Out of all his powers, perhaps the Iron Man trait would make the modern world jealous the most. Right out of bed, he started telekinesis training. At this point, doing this shit is pretty much automatic for him. Still, he could not help but sigh in regret. If he had done this earlier, things could have gone drastically differently in his life. Now that he's in this odd world, he's been diligently training non-stop. He efficiently pinpointed weaknesses, worked on them meticulously, and tirelessly improved. Danger is everywhere for a man like Deculain. This routine was basically required for survival. Perhaps he's only been able to do this because of old Deculain's routine habits, competitiveness, and mentality, leading to a purposeful life. It would have been great if he had all these traits back in his old life. If he had just gotten out of his ass and lived a purposeful life, things with his ex-girl might have shaken up differently. Anything would be better than how things ended between them. Kim Woo-jin didn't even know what was happening. She just walked out the door, and that's that. If he had been as diligent as he is right now back in the modern world, perhaps Yura would have stayed. This Iron Man trait might sound like a great power, but it's been a long time since he had a normal length of sleep. Being awake for 22 hours straight every day is way too long for a man trapped in a world he helped design. The day proceeded, and the debutante's trip ended. All of them have packed up to leave Hydecane and board the train back to the university. In a seedy alleyway, Ganesha and her gang of kids are hiding behind a wall as they spy on the debutante mages. It's not every day they see so many people who can bend magic to their will gathered in one place. Unlike the other kids who were just happy to be there, Yuria asked Ganesha why they were really here, and why they had to hide. Ganesha asserted that they were not hiding, just staying out of the crowd's way. She's not a very good liar. In reality, she immediately dragged the kids away from the crowd as soon as she spotted Deculain. Whether he has recently changed doesn't matter. She believes that nothing good will come out of seeing him in this context. But Ganesha is an unfortunate victim of his manly charms. Even though she doesn't want him to see her, she wants to look at his handsome face. Having had enough of Ganesha's antics, Yuria broke away from the group and walked to the train platform. Hearing Ganesha's voice, Deculain turned his head in their direction. At the end of the platform, he saw a girl staring straight at him. Ganesha realized that they had been spotted. There's no use in hiding anymore. Then she saw the girl staring at Deculain, her eyes seemingly entranced by the man. All of a sudden, both their memories as Yuera and Kim Woo-jin came flooding in at the same time. Co-workers, partners, and lovers. They were inseparable and full of affection for each other. Why would all these tender flashes of the past surface now? Era kept on telling herself that this man is just a game character, a character designed after the man he once loved. Still, the intense longing and emotions from the old world made her tears fall. Similarly, Deculaine was reminded of the one that got away. Who would have thought that they would be reunited not as friends, lovers, or enemies, just two strangers who once shared fond memories? Time stood still as two people from another world stared at each other from afar. With their souls contained in foreign bodies, their hearts subconsciously skipped a beat at the same time. Both of them wanted to say something, but the words didn't come out. Deculaine von Graham-Uckelin averted his eyes, finding it ridiculous that he was feeling flustered just looking at a game character. Era did the same, reminding herself that Deculaine is just a character modeled and written for a game. Shaking off the initial shock, she walked past Ganesha with a stretch. Deculaine is already back in professor mode, threatening to deduct points from his students for eating messily on the train platform. Ganesha was partly testing how he would react to the girl she brought, and he passed the test. The man had truly changed. Several days later, Deculaine is back in business. Right now, he's in the back of a luxurious car, telling Yariel to stop trembling like a soaked dog. His sister couldn't help herself. They are on the way to meet the new emperor after all. It would be stranger if she's chill. Nevertheless, all they need to do is bow their heads at the coronation. They're not seeking a proper audience. There's no need for the dramatics. To help calm her nerves, he handed Yariel an extensive document. Written on the document were his insights, deduced from analyzing various conditions and taking into account the new emperor's temperament. It'll be helpful for Yariel's territory management. 12 days ago, Kribame, the previous emperor, passed away. According to the script, the progression of the main quest will start accelerating upon the new emperor's reign. Deculaine documented the important events that will concern the Euclidean territory. If Yariel follows his notes, the difficulty of future quests should decrease. She was naturally skeptical of his scribblings. She thought he was trying to be a fortune teller or something. The ride to the castle went without a hitch. They were directed to the section where other noble houses have gathered. A lot of people have shown up to pay respects to the crown. It was only a matter of time before they came across some familiar faces. For a brief moment, Deculaine locked gazes with Julie von de Frieten. She quickly looked away as soon as she saw his nonchalant look. It was understandable. There's a lot of history between ex-fiancés. Moreover, Julie must still be troubled by the Varan business. Not long after they arrived, a grand carriage inlaid with the brightest gold pulled up to the royal carpet. Deculaine and the rest of the nobility block dropped to one knee and bowed with utmost respect. A woman stepped down from the carriage and immediately commanded everyone's undivided attention. Her long red cape flowed as she walked down the royal path. No one dared to lift their heads up. With regal confidence, the woman climbed the stairs up to the imperial throne. Perfectly lit by the rays of the sun, she received the symbol of her rightful crown. The symbol of the empire's new ruler was placed upon her crimson head. Celebratory drums rang out, and the cheers of the citizens resounded. Today, a new emperor was born. Empress Sophie Nyakateri. August von Gebrein sat on the throne without contest. Her first act as the empire's new ruler was to yawn with maximum boredom in front of her subjects. It wasn't the best first impression, but no one dared to speak out. The new empress, despite obtaining the highest status with unrivaled influence, was terribly bored out of her mind. This was a trait baked into her character design. Within the game, she had the greatest talent and potential out of any character. If she wanted to wield the sword, she would have risen as the most powerful guardian knight. If she had walked the path of magic, she would have easily become a generational archmage. In other words, all her sliders are maxed out in all aspects. She's a cheat code, but precisely because of that, she grew to become disinterested in anything and everything. If you asked Deculaine, he would say that her general indifference to everything wasn't the biggest problem with the new empress. While he was quietly dredging up everything he knew about Empress Sophian, he felt an intense glare poking into his brain. When he looked up, he saw the woman on the throne intensely focused on him. Uriel felt it too, but she thought the new ruler was just surveying the nobles. Deculaine knew better. That woman is laser focused on him for some reason. As for the reason, he doesn't know. He felt an uncanny and eerie sensation. It was like he was being observed under a microscope. After the crowning ceremony, the empress retreated to her throne room and complained about how uneventful the event was. She would have preferred it if there had been an ambush or a bombing. Her throne, Sophian's imperial guard, just listened to his boss's insane rant. The only saving grace of the ceremony was that singular noble, who piqued her interest quite a bit. She had heard of Deculaine's infamous exam. She was aware of the uproar the set of questions had caused not too long ago. Now that she'd gotten a closer look at its creator, Sophian wanted to know more. For some reason he felt as though the man knew her inside and out. She can't quite explain it, but out of every respectable noble in attendance for the ceremony, that man was the only one sizing her up. His will did not even waver when she pressured him with a one-sided staring contest. She was sufficiently amused by the man they called Deculane. Seeing him today felt like meeting an old friend. Now that Sophian is officially the Empress, she's got tons of work lined up. First order of business is getting rid of all the outdated unwritten rules that should have been struck down long ago. She's talking about the practice of emperor's classes. Not long after the coronation, classes have resumed, and Deculane is back in the Magic Tower University. With the start of a new school term, he's not looking forward to interacting with a bunch of stupid kids again. When he and Assistant Professor Allen arrived at the faculty office, they saw a crowd of people clamoring at the door. Deculane had no idea what they had gathered for. Upon entering the faculty office, he found the reason why. Imperial Guard Chiron and a full party of Imperial Knights were waiting for Deculane's arrival. Seeing the Imperial crest this early cannot be a good sign. He's tired of attracting the attention of the Imperial family. Chiron showed him a letter from the palace and respectfully demanded that he show utmost respect. After all, Allen took a knee in acknowledgement of the Imperial crest. The letter stated that the Imperial family intends to grant Senior Professor Deculane the honor of sharing a conversation about magic with Her Majesty, the Empress. He's been included among the candidates selected for the instructional mage position to teach the Empress, after proving his ability by solving a problem devised by Palace Mage George. This wasn't supposed to happen. It's a mystery to him why the Empress would do such a thing. The Empire has a tradition in which the Emperor learns about the world from outside personnel during their first year on the throne. Premier Knights, mages, and scholars are selected to conduct lessons. The Imperial letter in Karen's hands anointed him as one of the candidates to teach the Empress. In every scenario written for Deculane, none of them led to him being a tutor for the most powerful person in the Empire. Admittedly, his interest was piqued. If such an exclusive event like this falls into his lap, there's no real reason to refuse. Quests connected to the Imperial family always come with incredible rewards after all. On top of that, he might be able to figure out why Sophian had her eye on him. Chiron added that he may forfeit the opportunity if he believes his skill to be insufficient. Still, he would be a fool not to accept the challenge. The Imperial Guard promptly handed him a magical parchment to test his qualification. Afterwards, he and his knights quickly headed for the door, concluding their business. According to George, the palace mage who devised the test, he created a problem that would stump the brightest minds for 1 to 3 whole days. Chiron has the utmost trust in Lord George's brilliance. Admittedly, he's curious how long the much-rumored Deculane will take to crack the code. Imagine his surprise when the infamous professor blew the test wide open in mere moments. They haven't even opened the faculty door yet. Deculane looked at the magic parchment with utter indifference. A projection of the Imperial Court mage spawned from the parchment to give him a cheerful congratulations for cracking the code within a day. Chiron was stunned and speechless by how fast it took. Deculane explained that the problem was far from easy. He was only able to solve it because of his recent studies in rune language research. The rune language within the problem is a difficult script found only in ancient texts. It just so happened that he was the one who refined its font in his cubicle back in the day. It was quite a long time ago, but with his memories and comprehension, a problem of this caliber was trivial. After adjusting to the absurdity of the situation, Chiron formally extended the imperial invitation for Deculane von Greyhan-Ucklean. He gracefully accepted and gave his thanks. When the imperial guards got back to report to the Empress, Sophian was shocked to hear about Deculane's absurd speedrun record. The Empress doesn't even want to consider anybody else for the job. She wants Deculane to come as soon as possible. Chiron suggested that they wait and observe for a while longer. Sophian was a bit annoyed. In her eyes, breaking George's problem in mere moments is more than enough proof of qualification. She's aware that Chiron would prefer the woman named Luina over Deculane. However, she took 4 hours to solve the problem. That would have been considered frighteningly fast had no one solved it in a few seconds. The results speak for themselves. Chiron claimed that his inclination towards Mage Luina is not a matter of personal bias. Professor Deculane is simply a controversial figure. Luina would be a more suitable admission to the palace based solely on reputation. Empress Sophian doesn't want to hear about rumors. She only believes in merit. She put her foot down and chose Deculane as her instructional mage. End of story. On the topic of tutors, she heard that Isaac Ruggedin, the man who was supposed to oversee the instructional night examination, got injured recently. The Empire is still searching for suitable candidates on that front. Looking at the stack of papers on her desk, the Empress came up with a brilliant idea. Chiron hasn't even heard her so-called idea and he's already grimacing internally. Up in the Order of Freiheim, Captain Julie is hard at work refining her swordsmanship. Her men watched from afar and they could tell that the captain was pushing herself too hard these days. She's been pressing herself on the brink of collapse every day. Perhaps the only thing that would make her stop punishing herself is news of Varon's body being found. Interrupting her intense training session, a messenger ran across the training ground to relay urgent news to Captain Julie. Julie von Dierfrieden has been granted the honor of conversing and crossing blades with the Empress. She must pass an examination against other candidates to become the ruler's instructional knight. With a wholehearted voice full of resolve, she grabbed onto the opportunity of a lifetime. The examination will be held atop an unforgiving mountain amid a brutal blizzard. Thankfully, the rendezvous point was a cabin that could shelter the candidates from the elements. Upon entry, she was greeted by some familiar faces. The rest of the candidates have already arrived. They huddled in the middle of the room near the fire. She respectfully returned the greetings to her seniors, and a cheerful knight invited her to sit and make herself comfortable. Being gathered like this reminded them of group projects back in their school days. Sacred Star Knight Gwen was the first to assert that she won't be going easy on anyone, so they had better prepare. Knight of Vigor Raffaele concurred. Obviously they've all come here to compete for a prestigious spot. Although familiar with each other, there was an air of competitiveness in the room. There was only one seat unoccupied in the middle of the room, the examiner's seat. Whoever's testing them is running late. They heard that Vice Captain Isaac is out of commission due to injuries. It's a mystery who'll be running the test. Finally, the cabin door swung open, and the sound of the mean blizzard storm blared through. Julie kept her eyes on the entrance until she heard a measured and calm step inch closer. As soon as she saw who the last person they were waiting for was, she was taken aback. Lane stepped into the cabin with a classy winter drip, and introduced himself as acting examiner for the instructional knight selection. Julie wasn't the only one bamboozled and puzzled by this development. The rest of the candidates were similarly confused. Why would a mage stand in as an examiner for a knight examination? More importantly, what is this man plotting this time around? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the Knight of Vigor was the first one to stand up and question Lane if he even knew anything about a knight's duty. Lane casually sat on the remaining chair and cited that he would evaluate the candidates according to the manual. It's easy to see why they're less than pleased to be examined by a mage. However, his newly minted instructional mage status gives him more than enough credibility. Seeing his involvement is akin to protesting the Empress's decree. Hearing that he was selected for the prestigious job gave the knights pause. Another one of their concerns was fairness. As an examiner, he can't favor one person above the rest. Of course, they were referring to Lane's history with Julie. He asserted that his job is to get the numbers, and the Empress will make the final decision. The assessment is set to begin the next day, giving the knights a night off to rest. The candidates knew they just had to roll with the punches, and hoped that the Empress chose fairly. Alone with his thoughts, Lane admitted that this selection exam won't be a fair one, but not in the way the candidates expect. He took this troublesome job for one reason: to make sure Julie fails. As expected, the knights couldn't just preserve their energy for tomorrow. They all went out in the snowy field to spar in the middle of the night. Lane watched them from afar. The reason he accepted this outrageous job despite being a mage who doesn't know the basics of swordsmanship might sound a little dubious, but Julie cannot enter the palace at all costs. At least not yet. There is a monster in the palace basement that could alter the course of her story. A chain of events that would trigger Lane's death variable in Freyden's abyss. Julie must never encounter that mirror, no matter what. Once he gains full access to the palace, Lane plans to destroy that thing for Julie's sake. The next day came, and the instructional mage explained what the first exam entails. Candidates will be evaluated according to their observational skills and persistence. This snowy mountain houses rare fruits of magical prowess. He'll assign each knight one fruit to bring back. Lane gave them a mental image of their assigned fruit and added that it must not be damaged in any way. In addition, he will not move from his seat until the time limit lapses. If they have any objections, now would be the time to say so. Seeing as the knights have already put on their game faces, it looks like the exam is already underway. With everyone in agreement, their 24-hour deadline begins. Julie's assigned fruit was supposedly located deep in the harsh mountain tops, the ice flower. It's a transparent flower that grows on cliff faces at high altitudes. Harvesting the delicate flower won't be easy. Approximately 10 flowers bloom and wither within a day. It's not completely impossible to find one. While roaming and scanning the area, her thoughts were filled with Lane. Finally, after searching for quite a bit of time, she found a single ice flower growing on a random cliff face. It didn't take her long to pluck it out and bring it back to the cabin. Julie was quite proud of herself for being the first one to return with her assigned material. Lane gave the ice flower a cursory glance and saw some damage. Her first attempt won't count. When he pointed out where the damage was, Julie was surprised to see a tiny tear on one of the petals. She blamed herself for being careless and not looking carefully before submission. Eager to learn from her rookie mistake, she promised to venture out and bring back another one. On her second try, Julie found an ice flower at a higher altitude. She had to push herself to the limits just to climb up a steep ridge. Subjected to the extreme elements, she felt relieved at the sight of the beautiful flower. Unfortunately, she was met with more scrutiny as Lane spotted yet another tear on the flower's leaf. At this time, someone had already passed their first assessment, her senior. He's earned the right to stay in the toasty cabin with some warm food. Julie's stomach audibly grumbled from hunger. Declan warned her that meals would only be provided to those who had completed their mission or had given up altogether. He was practically tempting her to drop out of the exam using food. Julie's resolve was stronger than that. She could go on without some perfectly cooked eggs. As night crept in, the blizzard grew stronger, yet Julie persisted in her precarious search. Her outerwear blocked most of the wind, but she could feel her condition worsening by the minute. Thankfully, she's gotten quite good at spotting the ice flower's unique sparkle. Upon locking onto her third one, she carefully harvested the flower. She protected it from the wind as much as she could. Her third submission went down the same as the last one's. Declan deemed her flower damaged. This time, she protested vocally, so Declan patiently showed her the barely perceptible crack on the petal. Julie had grown extremely frustrated. That thing wasn't damaged when she checked outside the cabin. Something must have happened. She looked around the room, and her eyes naturally locked onto the fireplace, sending heat all over the cozy room. Upon realization of what's happening, she didn't waste another second and went out for one last trip. Declan saw her moment of recognition. She must have figured out what was happening. Even so, he's not planning on letting her pass this first round. Julie's last trek took longer than all the previous ones. The sun is already rising. All the other candidates have succeeded in bringing their assigned materials. Now they're just worried about Julie's safety. Before the 24-hour deadline was reached, Julie's voice rang out from outside the cabin. Declan invited her to bring the ice flower in, but she refused. She asked him to come on instead. Julie realized her grave mistake on her third failed attempt. She was foolish not to notice that the ice flower was being damaged by the fireplace. Surely, making him check her flower outdoors would give her the pass. But Declan simply refused to leave the cabin. He clearly stated that he wouldn't move a single step from his spot for the duration of the assessment. Using this technicality revealed his true goal. He never had any intention of letting Julie pass the next round from the start. Declan gave them a chance to raise any objections earlier. It's the candidate's fault for not carefully observing the rules. Julie honorably admitted her fault, but she refused to give up after all the work she had put in. From outside the cabin, she started channeling her mana into a field. Based on everyone's reaction, no one expected her to resort to such an extreme method. Julie gritted her teeth, clearly in pain from overtaxing her mana channels. Ultimately, she succeeded in forming a bubble of protective mana that covered the entire in an instant. She erased all the warmth inside. Clearly gassed out from working non-stop and forming the overkill bubble, Julie smiled and presented her supposedly pristine ice flower. Declan gave her flower a cursory glance and labeled it defective like the ones that came before. He explained that aside from heat, ice flowers are easily affected by mana, too. All the effort she put in was pointless. Drained of stamina, mana, and spirits, Julie collapsed on the cold, hard ground while Declan gave her a failing grade. After fainting, the candidates brought her to one of the rooms to get some rest. Her body temperature dropped too low. She doesn't even have enough strength to wake up. The candidates weren't shy to voice their dissatisfaction with Declan's unjust evaluation. He didn't give a rat's ass about their opinions, though. He saw Julie's mana for the first time today and felt something strange. His sharp sight caught something, which indicated that she was suffering from mana damage due to a wound in the inner core. Injuries of that caliber are not common. The source of damage was definitely far from ordinary. It probably stemmed from a life-threatening injury at one point. Declan wasn't aware of any injury plotline for Julie. Was she always carrying this abnormal status in her climb to the pinnacle of knighthood? The knight candidates huddled together to talk shit about the unfair instructor. Knowing they were Julie's peers, Declan assumed they must know something about Julie's condition. He shamelessly approached them and was immediately bombarded by criticisms for pushing too far. Julie Sr. blurted out something about an escort duty they went on with Declan. These are tidbits of lore that Declan knows nothing about. Settings and backstories that took place before the game started. Raphael sparred with Julie the night before, and he did notice that she was consciously limiting her mana usage. She wielded her sword just fine, but she was being extra careful with her mana. Declan had heard enough. He ignored their rants and dismissed the candidates. The second exam will resume after the first eliminated leaves. Fortunately, Julie recovered within the day and was up on her feet by sundown. Declan had the gall to call their situation regrettable. After collecting her thoughts, she accepted that she simply failed the test within predetermined parameters. Her oversight ultimately led to her failure. Before sending her off, Declan wanted to ask her one thing. It has nothing to do with his duty as selector. It's a personal question. He wanted to know what promise he had made and broken before. He just wanted to hear it from her mouth once more. It was a promise broken long ago. Julie clearly holds a deep hatred for Declan because of it. He must be crazy to dredge up the painful past. Maybe he just wanted to keep her in front of him for a few more seconds. Perhaps he's just trying to make excuses for himself. Julie grimaced before breathing deeply, calming down. It's been half a year since everything went to shit. At that time, she received a letter from the Luna family. It was written by the mother of a mage under Deculane's command, a mage who took his own life. The letter detailed the many evil deeds he had committed. Julie confronted him, demanding to hear his side of the story and whether the contents were true. In response, Deculaine burned the letter in a fit of rage. His hostile reaction became the decisive factor in the annulment of their engagement. After being threatened with annulment, he promised to reveal the truth and wholeheartedly apologized. That's all Julie was willing to recall. There's no point in digging into the ugly past any longer. After diligently listening to how cringe the old Deculaine was, he sincerely apologized and took responsibility for his mistake. He added that the research detailed in the letter is still ongoing. Naturally, the mage who originally worked on it will be co-authored as soon as he publishes. The profits will be shared to help revive the man's family. Only on the day of publication will he have enough courage to apologize to the man he slighted. Julie was frustrated. If he was capable of being kind, why didn't he do so sooner? He can only excuse his wicked ways by saying that the him from back then is vastly different from the current him. For the first time in a long time, Julie actually believed that he was being sincere. He looked her straight in the eyes and vowed that from now on, he would try not to love her. It would be better if they went in completely separate ways going forward. That way, she won't be burdened by his hurtful presence anymore. Deculaine turned around, praised her hard work during the exam, and wished her well on the way back to the Order of Freiheim. Walking down the pure white ground of the snowy mountainside, his last words echoed inside Julie's head. Perhaps the Deculaine she knew and hated is gone. Even with his strong mental fortitude, Deculaine's feelings for Julie felt unavoidable. It is deeply etched into his code. For days quickly passed, and all the preliminary evaluations for Imperial instructor positions had been completed. The 4 Imperial Palace tutors for swordsmanship representing the current era hit the headlines in a big way. Deculaine pushed hard for Raphael, but the Empress ultimately rejected all 4. As for the teaching mage position, Deculaine was a shoo-in. On his first visit as the ruler's official magic tutor, he was received with utmost respect in the Imperial Palace. The name Deculaine von Grahanucline continues to generate a buzz. He paid his respects to his new boss, who maintained her indifferent attitude. Surprisingly, he wasn't the only one granted the privilege of teaching the Empress. Louina von Schoraut McQueen was also called up. Considering their rancid history, working alongside Louina will surely worsen the friction between the two. She is someone who could never have an inkling of goodwill towards Deculaine. They crossed paths on the floating island, but this time is different. They will see each other daily. Louina did not bother hiding her animosity towards the man she hated the most. Their beef started a few years ago, during the professor promotion evaluations. Most professors at Magic Tower University openly supported Professor Louina in her bid to become the new head professor. Most of the faculty hated the arrogant Deculaine, but they won't say it to his face. She was elated by all the support she was garnering from her colleagues. At that time, the leading candidates for promotion were just the 2 of them. Deculaine was tough to beat. He had a spell interpretation ability, extensive theoretical knowledge, and, more importantly, family influence. But when it comes to overall research achievements, Louina has him beat in every category. She received more support from the teaching staff due to Deculaine's arrogance. Louina truly believed that the head professor position was as good as hers. Deculaine knew it too, so he started making his move. One day, House McQueen was thrown into chaos by an unexpected development. Louina was informed that the patriarch, her father, had been gravely injured. What followed was a string of misfortune that cannot be attributed to coincidence. Their livelihood was pushed to the brink of collapse as business partners terminated their contracts left and right. Her sister had a freak accident, bandits invaded the estate, and many more misfortunes befall the family. The culprit behind these egregious attacks was obvious. Deculaine knew that the head professor's job was slipping through his fingers, so he resorted to underhanded methods. Louina was pissed, and she didn't want to yield to that horrible man. She believed that admitting defeat would only plunge her family into an unrecoverable state. She kept telling herself that there's a way out of this mess. One night, her father pulled her aside to talk about giving up the position she had been working for her whole life. Getting that promotion at the cost of her family wouldn't feel like a victory at all. By the time she looked back, her stubbornness had driven her house to the brink of collapse. She finally yielded with no other choice but to give up. Her minor noble family didn't have the power to stand against House Eucline. On a rainy night, she marched over to the Eucline estate, seeking an audience with Deculaine. When he finally showed up surrounded by his dogs, he had the gall to look annoyed, as if she were a mere inconvenience. For her family's sake, she promised to withdraw from the competition for the head professorship. Instead of mercy, Deculaine responded with mockery. He denied any involvement in her family's misfortune. He actually expected her to come and apologize, given that she barged into his home like a crazy woman, but apparently not. The McQueens have been receiving support from the Euclines for ages. They would have perished without his family's aid, yet they dared to act like ungrateful dogs. Louina's anger reached a boiling point upon hearing his nasty sentiments. She couldn't even find the words to condemn him for being such a dickhead. Louina naively thought that giving up her dream would end the nightmare, but the demon in front of her was simply evil incarnate. Even so, Lina dropped to her knees and gave him what he wanted. For the sake of her family, she gave up her dream, swallowed her pride, threw away her decency, and apologized even though she'd done nothing wrong. No matter how humiliating it was, she just wanted the pain inflicted on her family to stop. Deculin towered over her, calling Lina lowly and pathetic. Demon-maxing Deculin proceeded to stomp on her knees like he was stepping on a bug. He warned her that a dog-like wretch from a family with no history should know their place and never dare climb above him. He stomped on her repeatedly while throwing out all kinds of nasty insults. Once his sadistic tendencies were satisfied, he dismissed her like trash. If she wants her family to recover, she'd better stop showing her face before him again. Lina was left kneeling on the cold, hard ground, unable to move a muscle. Her tears fell with the rain as she engraved the prick's face into her brain. A few years later, they kneel side by side before the Empress. Lina had never forgotten that night. She vowed never to lose to this bastard again. She is hell-bent on repaying the humiliation she suffered several times over. The very next day, unexpected news shocked the palace. Lina von Skullrat McQueen had vanished without a trace. In whispered conversations, everyone assumed that Deculin had a hand in her sudden disappearance. It's hard to blame the masses for believing the worst. Deculin never had the most pristine reputation in the first place. From time to time, mana disasters strike the world. Mana storms, fire rain, dust fog, and so on are natural occurrences. As mages, Deculin implored his students not to view these phenomena as mere disasters. They are combinations of pure elements. After all, even in the middle of his lecture, he was thinking about Lina's disappearance. Everyone's been staring holes through him all day. His skin was practically prickling. Dealing with his students' stupidity was a nice distraction for his peace of mind. He's currently teaching them to think of mana disasters through a magical perspective. Deculin hopes the truth comes out soon. He had nothing to do with that woman's disappearance. The very next day, his estate was visited by an officer from the Security Bureau. His visitor was the deputy director of the bureau, Lilia Framian, a familiar face. She didn't waste time and stated the purpose of her visit. She came by to ask some questions regarding the missing Duchess. Deculin asked if he was a suspect, and Lilia assured him that they're just covering every basis. After all, he's most likely the last person to have seen her. Lina and Deculin had a joint tutor session with the Empress, and she hasn't been seen since. He strongly encouraged him to share any suspicious circumstances that might come to mind. He kept his cool and didn't give her anything. The deputy director didn't push him to talk, and their conversation was cut short. As expected, being under suspicion of a crime he had nothing to do with was unpleasant to say the least. The original Deculin would certainly be capable of doing such a heinous thing. When he entered his office, he was welcomed by a strong swirl of mana. A disembodied voice whispered to him eerily. The voice asked if he had abandoned them. They're still following his orders. Whoever left this message must have been connected with the old Deculin. Based on its content, there's a high probability that his dark network is still active. A message like this at such a time can only mean one thing. Without his knowledge, he might have truly been responsible for Lina's kidnapping. As soon as he interacted with the remnants of mana, someone slithered out of his office's dark corners. A mana construct in the form of a man kneeled before him with complete subservience. This must be the work of illusion magic, a strong one at that. Deculin played along and tasked the mana construct to lead the way. Following the illusion, he ended up in the inner city slums, a squalid area where those neglected by society gather. People who had no access to medical care or basic necessities line the back alleys. Even in the splendid empire, there is darkness and light. If Imperium, the Emperor's direct territory, is the light, this place, Oakland, is darkness. After navigating the complicated maze of the slums, they finally arrived at their destination. Hidden by a landfill of all kinds of garbage was a dark underground dungeon accessible only by dingy stairs. Stepping into the dungeon, Deculin was received by a pair of unsavory characters. They paid respects to their master, not daring to look him in the eye. Deculin wanted to retrace what had happened, so he asked his underground employees about his last orders. Their last command was to show no mercy if the woman named Lina von Skullrat McQueen were to set foot in the capital. His suspicion was correct. This scandal was the doing of Deculin's dark network. Fortunately, he doesn't see a death variable from these sinister servants. Even so, their feelings toward him don't seem particularly favorable either. He ordered them to lead the way to where Lina was being held. The Duchess had been bound and bagged in a damp and disgusting room. She's been injected with anti-mana toxin, so she won't be able to use magic for about 3 more days. Deculin's mind spun as he thought about how he should deal with this hassle. His subordinates have gone and kidnapped Lina, technically under his orders. He could feel a strong villain's fate manifesting from the Duchess. She's unconscious at the moment, but she's fully convinced that he was the mastermind behind her capture. It's now up to him to clear up this misunderstanding and eliminate a nasty death variable. His subordinate handed him a stack of documents, labeling them urgent. Parsing through its contents, the stack looked like simple ledgers. Upon realizing what picture these business transactions were painting, Deculin was taken aback. He'll need to take this new information into account when dealing with Lina. He thanked his subordinate for helping him organize his thoughts on the matter. The old Deculin would never thank an employee, so the dude was momentarily stunned. Afterwards, he dismissed his kidnappers to speak with Lina alone. They hesitated for a moment, but followed his orders with haste. Deculin came here expecting the worst, only to uncover something much bigger. A few moments later, Lina groaned and groggily woke up. He snatched the rope tied to her neck and removed the bag covering her face using mana. As soon as Lina's eyes adjusted to the light, she saw the face of the devil she had detested for years. Her hatred for the man had been seething and boiling, reaching an all-time high. She sternly reminded him that she's also an Imperial instructor now. He can't possibly get away with doing this to her. Deculin advised that she'd do well to choose her next words carefully. She is currently bound and forbidden from magic after all. She grunted in resignation. She knew he was right. She had no power here. Lina asked if he's doing all this because of a grudge from the past. He already got the promotion and brought about her downfall in every conceivable way. She has nothing for him to take. Right then and there, Deculin threw her a curveball. He emphatically proclaimed that she must take his position as head professor. That scrambled her brain for a moment. Why would he kidnap her just to say something like that? Deculin ran all the simulations of how this interaction can go. This is the only method to eliminate the brewing death variable. The document given to him by the criminals on his payroll illuminated Deculin's cruelty. This ledger detailed all the heinous acts committed by old Deculin. He inflicted harm of all kinds on numerous people, engaged in extortion, kidnapping, and many other deplorable activities. Orders came from the top, and his criminal underlings executed them without question. Within those pages lay a history of evil. Seeing all that awful content in writing helped him organize his thoughts. There is virtually no peaceful way to resolve the issue surrounding Lina's death variable. No matter how eloquently he might speak, her grudge would not lighten. However, killing Lina simply because of a mistake on his part was not an option. Given the immensely positive role she would play in the upcoming main quest, it was imperative that she survived. With no choice but to make her listen, despite the terrible things she had endured, Deculin needed to utilize what he had originally stolen from her. Still playing the role of a villain, he began by reiterating their agreement, in which Lina had consented never to set foot in the capital. Frustrated, she argued that she had already paid her debts to the Yukline family, and should be allowed into the city. He sighed and called her irresponsible for talking nonsense. Lina pushed back, putting her foot down and insisting that she should be free from debt. Deculin had to remind her that compound interest exists in this world. House Yukline lent House McQueen 100 million elm 15 years ago. With an annual interest rate of 20%, Lina still owes a sum of more than 15 million. Now, she broke her promise to stay away from the capital and evaded the remainder of her debt. Legally, Deculin could seize her new residence if he wanted. Refusing to accept such a ridiculous notion, she threatened legal action against him, and even the royal family if necessary. The evilest thing old Deculin did was include a poison pill clause in their agreement all those years ago. The draft was essentially designed to milk Lina dry through a sneaky and misleading inclusion of the cumulative nightmare known as compound interest. That ridiculously nefarious practice is now coming in handy for him as a tool to pressure Lina. After planting the picture of the worst-case scenario in her head, Deculin offered a way to mend things in a more peaceful manner. All she has to do is pledge her support to help him become the director, and the debt will be reduced. Lina will be able to do that once she takes over as head professor. For once, she didn't reject whatever was coming out of his mouth right away. Given their tumultuous relationship and her history of not keeping her promises, Deculin drafted a new deal while she was out like a light. He dropped a stack of documents on her lap to read while confined in the dingy basement. First and foremost, Lina McQueen must remain silent about today's criminal affairs. Second, she must adhere to the contract for 5 years. Failure and refusal to honor the contract will be punishable by the destruction of her inner core. She was fine with giving up material possessions, but putting her life and cultivation on the line was way over the line. Knowing that Lina's ambition and weariness would keep her from signing on the dotted line, Deculin sweetened the contract. If she agrees to everything written in the draft, he will return House McQueen's secret technique to its rightful owner. Hearing those words come out of his mouth made Lina's heart skip a beat. House McQueen's secret technique was the family heirloom that Deculin forcibly seized after destroying Lina's family. It is the root of her grudge, and the thing she wants more than anything. After leaving her with a lot to think about, Deculin made his exit from the torture chamber. Taking the spiraling stairs back up to the slums, he wondered if his play would be successful. If returning the McQueen heirloom doesn't clear Lina's death variable, his last resort won't be pretty at all. Thankfully, the system informed him that it succeeded. Removing the death variable rewarded him with 2 store currency units. The usually stoic Deculin cracked a rare smile. When he emerged from the torture chamber, he found his shady underlings waiting for him. A a short compliment for a job well done, and headed for the exit. Shady sister stopped him from leaving so soon. She didn't do all his dirty work just to hear one word of praise. She demanded what was promised when they started being his goons. Old Deculin promised them hefty pay and their freedom once everything is said and done. Her emotional outburst was met with a smack to the face courtesy of her more level-headed brother. The slap was crisp and strong, making her skid on the dirty floor. Shady sister looked up to her brother in confusion. He was supposed to back her up. Shady brother turned to the boss and apologized, and Deculin allowed him to continue talking. Similarly to his sister, Bro brought up what they were owed: freedom and enormous wealth. Deculin listened intently, taking their protest seriously, while the shady brother disciplined his sister for stepping out of line in front of the boss. The grudge he held against Deculin was deep and long-standing. The siblings have been working in the shadows non-stop, carrying all sorts of dirty work for Deculin's evil ass. These disgruntled grunts have harbored a deep grudge against their boss over time. Deculin could pay up and cut ties with them, but they possess some very useful skills. The wealthy magnate's energy is flowing out of the siblings. They can be very beneficial to his cause if used correctly. As long as he steers them away from criminal work going forward, they should be manageable. So Deculin agreed to give them what was promised, and offered to hire them for a different kind of job. Grateful for the offer, the siblings lowered their heads and extended their thanks for the opportunity. The first order of business for their new jobs is to stop executing all previous orders given up until today. Deculin dismissed the siblings for the day, and invited them to come to his estate the next day. The past few hours have been very stressful for Deculin. He was just glad everything had been resolved peacefully. A day later, Ephraim and Julie can be seen traversing the halls of the Magic Tower dorms with their heads down in defeat. On their way back to their rooms, they came across a commotion up ahead. Fellow students gathered in front of the gate where an unknown magic circle suddenly appeared. The curious onlookers were suddenly alerted when the circle abruptly activated, emitting ominous energy and a dark red light. With the mysterious magic circle at the epicenter, an explosion of magic nearly knocked out everyone in its vicinity. Something unforeseen is happening in the Magic Tower dormitory. While chaos was spreading in the dorms, Professor Deculin was in his car, driven by his new chauffeur on the way to the university. Ren, the former assassin, extortionist, kidnapper, and overall crime goon, was loving his new and more relaxed job. Ren and his sister, Annan, now officially reside at the Euclane estate, working as chauffeur and maid, respectively. They've done a lot of awful things in the past, following old Deculin's orders. It's high time they retire from a life of corruption. For a while, they were reasonably wary of their boss's intentions, but Deculin showed good faith by being a man of his word. They were compensated and slowly warmed up to the idea of serving him as their lord. Jeff, who was his previous chauffeur, wasn't fired. In fact, he was promoted to a general office worker. He couldn't be any happier to get his life back on track. The ride was smooth and fast. They have arrived. As soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, Deculin felt something odd in the air. The ominous energy coming from the dorms caught his attention immediately. Something had finally triggered the beginning of the main quest. The reward for completion was 2 store currency units. The ominous energy had grown and enveloped a massive portion of the dormitories. Those who were present to witness the initial explosion were shaken and confused about what was happening. Ephraim gritted her teeth, knowing that some of her friends were on the other side of the door, painted with the magic circle that started it all. You see, Hall 3 is where most commoner students were assigned. Naturally, Ephraim turned to some nearby professors for help, urging them to go inside and check on the students on the other side of the explosion. Professor Dumb and Dumber pointed at each other to step in, but neither of them had the balls to do anything. They can't even call the director, since she's supposed to be on the floating island right now. Effie clicked her tongue, frustrated and disgusted by the honorable professors who were supposed to protect their students. Deciding to take matters into her own hands, she left her bag with Julie, ready to jump into the unknown. Before she could try being a hero, someone told her to stop. With her arms crossed like a disappointed parent, Sylvia von Josephine laid butt in. Effie argued that this was not the time to mess with each other. If Sylvia's not going to help, then she better get out of the way. Ephraim had had enough of these annoying snobs. The professors are useless cowards, while the nobles are unfazed when commoners are in peril. They love to act all high and mighty, but freeze up at times when actions matter. If no one steps up to the plate, Ephraim will brave the unknown herself. Sylvia stood on her way and asserted that she didn't tell Ephraim to stop just to mess around and pick a fight with her. She implored her rival to calm down, take a look, and observe carefully first. To demonstrate her reasoning more effectively, Sylvia shot out a twisting beam of mana carrying the properties of every attribute. Much to everyone's surprise, her assorted beam dissipated into nothing as soon as it touched the sealed door. While the amount was small, Sylvia detected traces of demonic energy coming off the barrier surrounding the dorm. All kinds of magic will be scattered, so Effie would be better off staying put. Sometimes she needs to be reminded to calm down so she doesn't cause more trouble for others. Right now, this problem is beyond a debutante's capacity. Recognizing that she was in the wrong and she was stupidly rushing, Effie grimaced in frustration. Thankfully, the only man who could, in theory, Do something about this mess had arrived. Professor Dekulane von Grianyukline strutted into the dorms like he owned the place, demanding to know what was going on and what the deal was with all the noisy commotion. He walked up to the barrier, feeling the bits of demonic energy seeping out. At first glance, what was deployed here was a wickedly complex barrier magic, but the system cannot even glean any information despite its use of comprehension. Thankfully, he has a tool better suited for dealing with problems like this. Lokalok's Yukline wand amplifies his bloodline's inherent power for exorcisms and expulsion of evil spirits. As long as there's a detectable amount of demonic energy involved in this bizarre incident, Lokalok should be able to break through. Like a true mage, he stabbed his wand right into the seemingly impenetrable barrier. Just a few steps away from the cracked barrier, the incompetent professors instructed everyone to hold their breath. The small crack in the barrier was turned into a man-sized, shattered hole big enough to enter in one strike. Dekulane stared into the inside of the demonic barrier, analyzing what was ahead. As though he was just entering your mom's house, Dekulane went inside the barrier through the hole he made. Inside was a lot gloomier than outside. Something thick and spooky was in the air. Dekulane stepped into the interior of Hall 3, where he was seen by a few students waiting near the blocked gate. As soon as they saw the professor come in, the students breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had been saved. Dekulane asked them a couple of questions regarding the other tenants in the dorm. According to the dorm attendant, there are a few more kids upstairs. Seeing him move to search the higher floors, the attendant warned her that it had become dangerous up there. Disregarding her warnings, Dekulane summoned his trusty wood steel guards, letting them fly wild all over the place. He was confident that he could find out what was really going on in a minute. Even though he had been very busy as of late, Dekulane never neglected his training. In order to strengthen his telekinesis, he used metal enhancement on his body. Then he used his memorization skills to achieve even better results. Practice made the wood steel guards less of a burden to control. As a result, he was able to obtain one of the bonuses rewarded by the in-game system. After a thorough remote scouting mission without taking a single step out of the room, Dekulane accounted for every student in Hall 3. Dekulane's new detection function essentially made them an unparalleled surveillance tool. Detection was just a special bonus that came from his comprehension of the pure elements. Before he knew it, his practical proficiency had become perfect. Constantly sharpening his abilities unlocked the second sense in him. It felt like moving through space. Once they were found, the students were rescued from their respective hiding spots. Scared and emotional, the commoners gathered in one room. With rescue out of the way, the real problem begins now. Dekulane was fine, but other mages can't be in a space pumped full of demonic energy for long. The clock is ticking. Deactivating the barrier using finesse was no longer an option. Still, Dekulane came to realize that a barrier of this size and complexity could not have been triggered by a simple spell alone. There must be some kind of mechanism that acts like a switch hidden in the area. Dekulane looked around the room, his eyes stopping at one particular person. Without uttering a word, his wood steel guards collectively pointed at someone. He surprised and terrified the students when he sent his deadly weapons whistling into their position. After a complete scout of the barrier's interior, he found something that scratched his exorcist gene just the right amount. Based on the evidence he uncovered, this whole fiasco must be an inside job of some sort. The caster who set up this bizarre barrier is hiding among the people trapped inside. Following his gut, Dekulane controlled his wood steel guards, focusing them on a specific area. They whisked past the terrified students, warping the air wherever they passed. Despite the seemingly aggressive attack that came out of nowhere, the only damage his wood steel guards inflicted was on someone's bright red hair, a light trim. With lightning-quick deduction, he became certain who the imposter was. He aired out the truth and accused the dorm supervisor of being the rat bastard who activated the barrier. Naturally, the dorm supervisor played dumb. She was quite good at acting like a dainty lady being wrongfully accused of a heavy crime. But no matter how good an actress she was, the origins engraved into her body cannot be hidden. Furthermore, the biggest evidence that tipped him off to the truth was the ashes falling from her hair. When he called the supervisor by her proper title, an ash-born mage, she finally dropped the innocent act. She looked right into Dekulane's eyes with a murderous gaze. The ashes are one of the 4 pillars that compose and support the magic world. They have a horrid reputation. Most mages either despise their existence or are averse to even mentioning them. The ashes are the dumping site of the magic world, a hideout for dark mages dabbling in all sorts of illegal practices. This dorm supervisor made sure that her disguise was unreadable. Dekulane might have seen through her true identity, but there are things he doesn't know about. Those who were born from the ashes do not spare those who call them ashborns. It's practically a slur. Ignoring her plight, he used his wood steel guards to relocate the students near her, delivering them away from harm. With the helpless kids out of harm's way, Dekulane can move with a lot more freedom. Insulted that she was seemingly ignored, the Ashborn mage conjured wild flames and hurled them into Deculane's position. He stared at the incoming barrage without so much as blinking. When they entered his sphere of influence, the flames dissipated into light, warm wisps. Using Lokalok's Yuclean wand, small flames like these won't even leave a crease on his suit. Her Ashborn pride was hurt. She insisted that the first one was just a warning shot. Internally, she was freaking out, thinking she had made a mistake. For her second attempt at taking Deculane down, she leaned on her ice attribute spells. Same with the flames. The cold dissipated without offering any resistance. Growing desperate with every failed attack, the Ashborn mage tapped into something more unusual, a winding pillar of purple fire. Deculane didn't move and didn't change his approach. With a flick of his wand, the purple fire broke down. Give an overpowered mage and an overpowered stick, and he will stun on these hoes. In truth, he was having an extraordinarily easy time shutting her down, thanks to the thin layer of demonic energy wafting in the air. In an environment where he could endlessly purify demonic presence and turn it into his own energy, Deculane practically possesses unlimited mana. Remember that the Yuclean bloodline is potent when it comes to exterminating demons. Right now, he's operating with purified magic above his current supposed level. Unfortunately for this Ashborn mage in disguise, this was a massive mismatch. As long as they're inside the barrier meant to trap the students and empower an Ashborn, Deculane is invincible. A few moments later, she ran out of juice, cursing herself for gassing out with nothing to show for her efforts. To provoke her into making even more mistakes, he called her an Ashborn with a heart. Offended by that demeaning term, she looked at Deculane like she wanted to tear him apart limb from limb. Continuing his trash talk, he called her and her kind worse than trash, shunned by society. The only skill these Ashborn rats are good at is squirming. With their lowly and dirty nature, they are beyond any hope of salvation. Clearly rattled by his pointed words, she dared him to destroy the barrier before she killed the children inside. He almost laughed out loud upon hearing that desperate jab. He might have to explain to her deadbeat brain what she did wrong. This time, Deculane used his wood steel guards not for offense. He could have, but he didn't. He planted them deep into the floor in a specific pattern instead. From the start, the Ashborn rat had already committed an extremely foolish mistake. She cast the barrier into the building rather than into the space. Barriers that rely on physical structures to maintain their shape can be easily dispelled when those structures disappear. It was an amateur mistake that shows the notable gap in her intelligence. She can't even sabotage the university correctly. Instead of panicking, she laughed at his accurate assessment. She refused to believe that a professor would destroy an entire portion of the dormitory to get rid of her barrier. Having had enough of her stupid ramblings, he shut her up by mentioning a name, Al Rose. Hearing that name shook the Ashborn mage to the core. Deculane just spoke of her real name after all. Imagine talking trash in-game, and someone just blurted out your full legal name. While she was frozen in shock, Deculane detonated the wood steel guards he planted in key structural positions. The collective explosion blew up a decent chunk of the building, shattering the demonic barrier into countless tiny shards in the process. She called him a crazy bastard for causing so much destruction, putting everyone and himself at risk of getting buried alive. As the unstable dorm falls apart, he encourages Al Rose to return to her true form. He not only knows her true name, but also her hidden form somehow. She was freaking the hell out. While her mind reels for an explanation, Deculane raised his wand and set his crosshair on her red hair. With a casual flick of the wrist, he sent a singular wood steel guard to her dome. It moved so quickly and contained so much force that it separated her head from her neck, ending her miserable existence via decapitation. At least that was what should have happened. Lopping her head off didn't kill her, but revealed that Al Rose was never there in the first place. The dorm supervisor was a mere doll. Fully expecting such a result, Deculane turned his attention back to the students and instructed them to gather up. The whole dorm is trembling. It's only a matter of time before it collapses in on itself. Those waiting outside the door, clueless about what had just transpired, had no choice but to evacuate to safety. Finally, the commoner dormitory crumpled under its own weight and sheer strain from Deculane's explosives. The aftermath of the collapse was hard to look at. The whole thing had been reduced to rubble. In the eyes of the bystanders, those who were trapped inside could not have survived the level of destruction. Thankfully, Professor Deculane emerged from the debris alongside the commoner students. Some sustained light injuries, but everyone was accounted for. Ephraim and Julie lit up upon seeing their friends emerge from the aftermath alive and well. She wrapped Parrot in a tight hug, emotions running high. With tears still in his eyes, Parrot gave them a quick rundown of what happened inside the barrier. How Professor Deculane came and saved them from a horrible Ashborn mage. Despite everything she'd come to know about Deculane, Ephraim was still surprised that the haughty professor would risk it all for a bunch of commoners. Internally, he was celebrating the completion of the beginning of the main quest. Not far from the demolished site, the culprits gathered. Al Rose, an absolute blondie baddie in her real form, failed to accomplish what she set out to do. Her accomplice, or rogue figure, was disappointed and ashamed by the fact that they were beaten by a sheltered guy like Deculane. This failure was symptomatic of the people's wavering faith in the ashes. They never expected that rich bastard to have so much vigor in him. Alrose noted that they shouldn't look down on him if they cross paths in the future. Even though they failed to carry out the mission to the end, they still achieved their goal to some degree. They successfully concocted a very specific mixture of substances. It wasn't fully done, but the effects shouldn't be too bad. Even if this was just one small step forward, it still progressed towards their greater goal. Even though Alrose was unmasked, there are still a lot of young mages with fresh spirit and mana running around waiting to be used as materials for doll production. Evidently Alrose wasn't a fan of her accomplice. They're hardcore nuts who believe that the path of faith is filled with thorns, but for the sake of manifesting their revered entity, they will do anything. They will kill anyone and do unspeakable things just to reach the true path of enlightenment. Alrose wasn't too deep into that cult shit herself. In her eyes, the fanatic bastards among the Ashbournes are fools who can't come to terms with the fact that their god is dead. They dream of resurrecting a vanquished deity. Alrose attached herself to such a deplorable organization for the sake of furthering her own dream, but it truly is disgusting to interact with the diehards every time. Still, she will continue making her dolls and working with the ashes. They will use her and she will use them. On the very next day, even with the dormitory destroyed, classes continued. Deculain addressed the elephant in the room. Everyone at the university had been talking about what was found in the ruins of Dorm 3 non-stop. Upon further investigation of the site of the incident, authorities found a disturbing spell buried among the debris. The magic circle's shape and construction were completely different from the spells they studied in the magic tower. The peculiar form reminded Deculain of the magic that Ephraim will reconstruct in the future. He studied the unusual magic structure and reverse-engineered the spell. He infused the reconstruction with magic, breathing life into the unknown. Doing so unlocked a message, a warning to prepare for the judgment of Ash, a threat that will come to test everyone's vulnerability and weakness. Deculain and the rest of the university interpreted the phrase as a declaration of war. The judgment of Ash signifies the game's true enemy. They are finally bearing their fangs at the Empire at last. Given the weight of this revelation, Deculain discouraged his students from getting involved, imploring them to leave the matter to the professors and those above. They'd better stop giving attention to apocalyptic stuff and focus on their studies. In addition, the professor announced that due to a recent imperial order, a practical assignment has been added to the university's syllabus. An assignment invoked by an imperial order was unheard of. Coming from the Empress herself, the students of the Magic Tower are now required to conquer the Mountain of Darkness. Being the good student she is, Ephraim trekked to that horrifying peak after ample preparation. She never would have thought she'd be returning to the Mountain of Darkness so soon. This place was temporarily closed due to a demon sighting not too long ago. Based on the recent reopening for their practical assessment, it seems like the new ruler of the land wants her imperial mages to hone their powers to fight against demons at a young age. Under imperial decree, all debutantes shall confront the Mountain of Darkness, encouraging them to use it as a training ground regularly. The rookies were given 3 assignments that needed to be accomplished to officially pass their practical. The first passing condition was fairly easy. They just had to find a magic ingredient and bring it back. The second test will rely partially on luck. They must witness and document a magical phenomenon out in the wild. The last test was a lot trickier and more dangerous. They must fight a demonic beast and defeat it. Thankfully, Ephraim hadn't seen any dangerous phenomenon that forced her to retreat just yet. Walking around on edge, a simple rustling of the bushes nearby triggered her fight or flight instincts. Using a demon beast to emerge from the foliage, she loaded up a spell and dared whatever's hiding in there to come out and square up. A few moments later, instead of a demon, what emerged from the thicket was none other than Sylvia. Ephraim turned her head away in embarrassment while Sylvia called her stupid for running her mouth. Naturally, they joined each other for a walk around the perimeter. Curious, Ephraim asked about Sylvia's assignment progress, talking big about how she might just snag first place away from her rival this time around. Sylvia didn't fall for the obvious rage bait. She's currently number 1 in the class, and she's confident she could destroy number 2 again. She had the results to back up her confidence. Out of the 3 assignments, Sylvia had already checked off witnessing a magical phenomenon. She just needed to tidy up her notes before submission. In truth, due to the bizarre time dilation in the mountain, she had been wandering around the area for 20 hours straight. Ephraim could not wrap her head around that. It hasn't even been 20 hours since their last class finished. But upon closer look, she noticed how dirty Sylvia's clothes were. She looked like she had been out in the wild for hours on end. Their conversation about time dilation and their assignments was interrupted by the voice of an old man who claimed to be the cause of the temporal anomaly. Back at the foot of the mountain, Deculain stayed up to monitor the status of his students from afar. His quiet observation time was interrupted by guards who sounded as if they had urgent news to deliver. They came by to request the professor's cooperation. An urgent message from the Intelligence Bureau has just arrived. Their intel suggests that the Mountain of Darkness has been infiltrated by the man known as Lohaken. Deculain's heart sank upon hearing the familiar name. Lohakon is a powerhouse through and through, an old man with a blood-stained reputation. This infiltration could not have happened at the worst time. The mountain is crowded with students trying to accomplish their practical. This unforeseen twist of fate kicked off a middle boss event titled, The Baron of the Ashes. Defeating the middle boss will reward Dekulin with a page of the item catalog and 2 store currency units. Motivated by the mission and the safety of his students, Dekulin coordinated with the knights to venture into the mountains in the middle of the dark night. In the middle of the woods, Ephraim and Sylvia held their breaths upon seeing the old man who interrupted their conversation. Contrary to Lohakon's bloody prominence, he looked and talked like a goofy geezer. He even explained that the reason why time had become disjointed was because of the barrier he had erected. He apologized to the girls for accidentally trapping them in his time-warping spell. Ephraim tried to put on a brave face and demanded to know the old man's identity. For some reason, the geezer lied and introduced himself as Merkin. The Imperial Knights in the Intelligence Bureau's last report revealed Lohakon's fake name before they stopped communicating altogether. With Dekulin's senses extended to the limit, he was the first to detect his student's presence. Locking in on the target, he sped up and left his escort knights in the dust. While Ephraim was being confrontational with old Merkin, Sylvia quietly evaluated the man. He had a bulky aura and abnormal mana emanating from him. The geezer's presence reminded her of the overwhelming and suffocating sensation that typically comes from an archmage. Merkin claimed that he was bewitched by the smell of pure mana. He followed the source, and he stumbled upon the girls. Now he wanted to ask both of them a favor. If they agreed to help him out, he promised to give them something very nice in return. Unbeknownst to the girls, a mass grave of murdered intelligence officers can be seen just a few steps away from where the old man was standing. As soon as she heard that she might get something nice, Ephraim's greedy ass was ready to agree, as long as she saw the reward first. Merkin surprisingly agreed to pay up front by conjuring a complicated magic spell that summoned 2 tangible spirits. Each spirit picked its host and entered Sylvia and Ephraim. Unsure what just happened, Sylvia looked inwardly. The old man simply told them to stop panicking, take a deep breath, and accept his gift. Confused and a little frightened, they followed his instructions. They synchronized with the spirits that entered their bodies, amplifying their magic bit by bit. When the light emanating from the process slowly faded, they nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Merkin explained that the spirits will assist in their development. Only talented people like these 2 could accept such a precious thing. Sylvia came to understand that she was granted the Spiel of Light. This highest-ranking spirit seamlessly combines all the major attributes: water, earth, fire, and wind. That old man summoned it like it was nothing. Now that they've accepted payment, Merkin asked them to deliver a letter to his family while he's caught up with something. Ephraim was a bit disappointed that she wasn't paid in cash, not grasping that what she received was much more valuable. Still, she honored the deal and accepted the letter. It was then that Dekulin pulled up. With his wand equipped and ready for combat, he kept his eyes on the geezer. He gave Lohakon a snippy greeting. It's been a long time since they last saw each other. When he mentioned the old man's real name, Sylvia and Ephraim subconsciously recoiled in fear. It is common knowledge that Lohakon is known as one of the continent's premier mages. He's also this generation's worst criminal. He is listed as one of the 10 most wanted criminals under the Black Beast. His heaviest and most infamous crime was the assassination of the previous empress. With Lohakon in front of him, the system initiated the main quest related to the old man's story. Tonight, he must receive something from his old mentor. As one of the big names who takes up a major role in the main quest, his importance to the plot is apparent. Sylvia and Ephraim moved closer to the head professor's side, distancing themselves from the geezer. Lohakon was surprised to hear that Dekulin had become the head professor. Back when he was mentoring the villainous young man, he didn't have the skill or potential to take that position, but a lot has changed. Lohakon believes that skill and talent cannot be easily altered. It would be more realistic to assume that Dekulin made someone else miserable for such a prestigious position. He basically replied that he's just built different now. He even entered the barrier Lohakon created without any issues. The old man was intrigued by an old student's drastic transformation. Prioritizing the safety of his star pupils, Dekulin instructed the girls to head down the mountain of darkness at once. They were worried about the spirits they received from a known criminal. When used by their reaction, Lohakon assured them that the spirits were the real deal. That's the only way they'll keep their promise to deliver the letter after all. Surprisingly, even Dekulin signaled that the creepy old man wasn't lying. He then pointed them in the direction they needed to go to exit the barrier, urging them not to dawdle any longer unless they wanted to die. Dekulin left them with 1 wood steel guard to serve as a guide, so they won't get lost in the woods. Before running full speed ahead, Sylvia asked the head professor for one thing: don't lose. Gripping his lock-a-lock wand, he focused all his attention on his old mentor. He was ready to go all out right from the get-go. Every wood steel guard had been deployed. Dekulin counted 157 people lost inside the temporal barrier. 23 are actively trying to crush it, while 37 have forged their own paths to get out. A siege net had been established on the east, south, and northern sides. The Imperial Knights will begin swarming soon. Lohakon was unfazed. It doesn't matter how many there are, the reinforcements won't even be able to touch him. He already killed many agents of the Intelligence Bureau. He would rather not increase his kill count. From the very start, Decollane had no plans to lose, because he never planned to fight in the first place. The old man didn't expect that Decollane, of all people, would choose the reasonable route. Instead of exchanging blows, he simply asked his old mentor if he had come to this mountain to destroy the temple. Based on Lohakon's reaction, he hit the nail on the head. Decollane pointed Lohakon to head northwest, where security is still lacking. This weirdly peaceful interaction changed the old man's opinion on Decollane. Something about him really has changed. Even so, this will be the last time he'll let the old man leave unscathed. In truth, he doesn't feel any hostility or sympathy for the person who murdered the Empress Dowager. They can't get into more details at the moment. There's no time for pointless conversation. Before making his way towards the gap in the encroaching swarm of knights, Lohakon turned to his old student one last time and asked him if he believed in God. A light smirk stretched his face. The old man just asked him the question that would lead to the point of the main quest. Fortunately, he already has the right answer in mind, locked and loaded. I only believe in myself. It was a good answer befitting of the man known as Decollane. On a whim, the old man granted him a book. It's a journal about the cultists of this world. It should be an interesting read. The system recognized the book as Lohakon's exploration log. It details the habits of cultists that the old man encountered in his travels. After dropping off his log, the geezer scurried away into the night. Decollane's quest was successfully completed, granting him store currency and one page of the item catalog. As far as he knows, Lohakon is not evil. He's one of the focal point characters who must not be killed for the sake of carrying out the main quest. That eccentric geezer must have had his curiosity piqued by Ephraim and Sylvia's bright talent, causing him to wander around the mountain. Even as one of the most wanted men in the land, he's brazen enough to do such a dangerous thing. A few seconds later, a bright light exploded in the direction the meticulous bastard headed. To cover up what truly happened tonight, Decollane had to get creative by going crazy. In hopes of capturing the wanted criminal, the authorities and knights searched the Mountain of Darkness for 4 straight days. As expected, they failed to find anything substantial. The knights had to report their failure to the Empress. They deduced that Lohakon must have already gotten out of the imperial capital. The Empress didn't really mind the lack of results. She just found the report a little boring. She would have preferred if her people just gave her the bottom line. Lohakon, the man who killed the previous Empress, is in the wind. The only interesting part of the report was the supposed battle that erupted between the old monster and Decollane. Apparently, when the knights arrived at the scene, the whole area was a mess. Trees were uprooted, the ground was upturned, and destruction as far as the eye could see. They also found faint traces of Lohakon's blood in the scene. Presumably the old monster was injured in the battle against Professor Decollane. Hearing that painted an excited smile on the Empress's face. When it comes to power, there are 3 prominent names in the conversation for the strongest: Headmaster Adeline, Knight Sight, and the wanted criminal Lohakon. Knowing that her magic instructor made one of the strongest entities in the land bleed made the Empress excited for her lessons. A few days later, Magic Tower University is back to normal, as if all that stuff about demons, explosions, and wanted criminals didn't happen. That night in the mountain, Decollane told Ephraim and Sylvia to keep their meeting with Lohakon a secret, or things would become troublesome for everyone. He also nudged them to keep the promise they made with the old man. Decollane must have heard about the letter before he intervened. For the past few days, Ephraim has not been able to make sense of why a professor would encourage her to honor a promise made to a notorious criminal. She just chalked it up to Decollane returning to his villainous roots. For now, all she needed to do was focus on her classes. She opened the door to the classroom where they always held their lectures and was surprised when, instead of a lecture hall, it led to an outdoor space. She looked around and saw a familiar sight. The door led to what appeared to be the university's arena. Currently, Decollane turned their classroom into a replica of the Imperial University. When the clock reached 3 o'clock, the head professor's voice was broadcast all over the subspace. Those who didn't get in on time will receive an automatic fail. Today's lesson is very important. The following activity will heavily reflect on their grades. The topic will be practical coping. It would be best if every student stayed alert throughout the lesson, since the assessment will be conducted like a real combat. Currently, they are trapped inside a virtual barrier, and the goal is to escape within 3 hours. Decollane unleashed a bunch of demonic beasts inside the barrier. It is up to the students to survive. Just like in real life, the moment they become critically injured, they will be eliminated. The head professor wished his students good luck. Ephraim liked the sound of his test. She was down for some intense evaluation. She heard some animalistic cackling in the distance and decided to head over and check out what's up. While the debutantes were fending for their lives, Decollane was chilling and reading Lohakon's book. In order to overcome the disaster that will soon befall the Magic Tower, he is hastening the development process of his students, especially those 2 who will take on significant roles sooner or later. Today's success hinges on whether they can reach him within the allotted time. Ephraim ran full speed following the cackling she heard moments ago, and it led her to an alleyway. In that alley, she found a doll that signifies elimination from the lesson. The clock just started, and someone's already out. Since she willingly entered an area where someone was critically injured, the culprit, a demonic feral dog, showed itself. Without a hint of fear, the dog pounced at her, baring its fangs and claws, spreading drool all over the place. In response to that straightforward attack, Ephraim conjured a wind blade that sliced the monster cleanly in half. Her first encounter was quick and painless. If anything, she was insulted that a weak mutt tried to sink its teeth into her. Hearing her overconfident quips, more feral dogs spawned in to give her a proper challenge. While Ephraim was tangling with a whole pack of demonic feral dogs in the alleyways, Sylvia was systematically wiping out the furry demons that dared to target her. Some other students found her and tried to curry favor by showering her with compliments, hoping to team up with Miss Number 1. She quickly shut down any attempts to leech off her. Fortunately, those noobs knew not to push their luck, slinking away after she refused to carry their sorry asses. Sylvia doesn't want to team up with people who won't contribute, but when a giant golem towering over the replica building sets its sights on her, Sylvia reconsidered getting some help from her fellow debutantes. Ephraim cleared out the alleyway of dogs. Now she's exploring the cafeteria area, impressed by how accurate Deculane's virtual barrier was. She was busy staring out the window when she was jump-scared by a wild Sylvia. Sylvia approached her rival with an idea. If they want to escape and pass, they need to take the barrier down within the remaining hour on the clock. 2 hours have passed, but they haven't even found the core of the barrier. Clueless Ephraim had no idea what she was hinting at. When it clicked in her head, she teased Sylvia for hinting at a team-up. Her noble pride made her scoff as she corrected Ephraim by insisting that she was just going to help a fellow student out. Ephraim enjoyed the very rare chance to torture Sylvia von Josephine Alade. Once they got down to business, they theorized that the core is likely somewhere in the middle of the barrier. No matter how fancy this virtual space was, there needs to be a core for stability. As far as Sylvia knows, the classroom where the virtual space was set up is the epitome of state-of-the-art magic engineering. The problem is mapping where the middle of the barrier is. They don't have an exact scale of how far Deculane's duplicate stretches. Sylvia wandered around in order to get a better grasp of the area. However, she kept running into feral dogs and golems, interrupting her search for the core. There aren't many survivors left, meaning more demonic beasts would mob them once they're found. While Sylvia was at her wit's end, Ephraim brought up the bats. She pointed out to Sylvia that bats were circling the sky and not attacking students. To figure out what those bats were up to, Sylvia convened with all pure attributes and inspected the bats with her magic. She sensed a bunch of bats circling Building A, the cafeteria, in the dormitories. If her theory was right, then those bats weren't meant for attacking. They were up there to observe. That means an entity collects the information they send at the center. Triangulating the location where the bats were stationed, they concluded that the gym must be the barrier's center. Sylvia was surprised that Ephraim was able to come up with the correct answer herself. Dumb Ephraim was upgraded to less dumb Ephraim. The barrier's core must be guarded by the craftiest guard dog there is. Hoping that their theory was right, Sylvia walked into the gym with confidence. She was quite proud to have solved the puzzle, only to find the center of the barrier with Deculane himself on core guard duty. He had a hunch that Sylvia would be able to crack his challenge wide open. However, the condition for passing specifically states that one must disable the barrier. She is aware of this condition and ready to get it done. For the first time since the challenge started, he closed his book and dared Sylvia to give it her best shot. She'll need to bring her a game if she wants to pass through a gauntlet of all the remaining demonic beasts under Deculane's command. The howl of feral dogs and the heavy steps of giant golems made it hard to lock in. Sylvia lowered her stance as a whole pack of demonic mutts converged on her position while the golems followed suit. Maintaining her calm, cool, and collected demeanor, she shot her all-attribute spell, illuminating the gym. Each colorful strand of her spell represented the power of pure elements, working together to create life itself. No matter how aggressive the monsters were, the first wave of attacks was thwarted without much trouble. Deculane watched intently from the sidelines, his ears filled with the sound of whining and whimpering feral dogs. Deculane was very impressed by the way she created a new environment with the power of her superior affinity for every element to wipe out the demonic phantom beasts. Sylvia came here to demonstrate that she is not the same as other students. Her existence proves that there are levels to this shit. Sylvia von Josephine Elade is not your run-of-the-mill genius. Deculane might not say it, but he was impressed by her rapid growth. Magic-wise, he would gladly give her a perfect score, a job well done. She was able to delete the obstacles placed before her. Still, she made the rookie mistake of leaving herself wide open after a small win. Exploiting the wide-open defense, Deculane closed the distance in an instant. He stamped Sylvia with a failing mark before flicking her forehead. Instead of panicking, Miss Nobility smiled. Deculane fell for the oldest trick in the book. A simple diversion play pulled him away from the core, leaving it open for an all-out attack. When he realized that the girls played him, Deculane accepted the L. As soon as he stepped away from the core, the next part of the plan kicked in, getting Ephraim involved to deliver the winning strike. With her overwhelmingly destructive offensive power, shattering the sturdy core shouldn't be an issue. This cleverly sneaky tactic was made possible by a hidden passageway. After meticulous planning, Sylvia created a bunker that could approach the core without the head professor noticing. She even willingly volunteered to serve as a decoy to distract Deculain from defending the objective. He could have rained on their parade and stopped Ephraim from shattering the core, but they deserved the win for their simple yet ingenious plan. In the end, both of his star pupils passed the virtual barrier assessment. When the core was reduced to 1,000,000 little pieces, the remaining demonic phantom beasts scattered into nothingness. The whole barrier fell apart. It fractured off into countless magical shards. Before long, the illusion was broken, and they were back in the classroom. Looking around, the rest of the class who fell victim to the ferocious phantoms were still recovering from the realistic sensation of sustaining lethal injuries. Ephraim was hyped to be back in the real world. Deculain was genuinely astonished by the girls. One drew his attention, creating a new world with the magic she had experienced during the midterm exams, making it her own. The other showed enough firepower to disable the barrier by brute forcing and imposing her will through multiple layers of protective magic until it shattered. Today's lesson was formulated to prepare the debutantes in case they are thrown into similar experiences in real life, like in the dorm barrier incident. When something unexpected happens, the most important thing to practice is working together and cooperating with one another. In addition, Deculain gave everyone their own demonic energy gas mask, encouraging the kids to always carry them around just to be safe. As for Ephraim and Sylvia, he extended his heartfelt praise for their flawless performance. Deculain left the classroom in complete silence. The girls in the whole class had never seen the head professor smile and give a sincere compliment before. Ephraim was so freaked out that she felt chills run down her spine while Sylvia blushed. That night, Deculain found himself working overtime, magically manipulating chalk to scribble some texts on a board. After writing a whole board worth of text, he used Mita's touch on its content. Once satisfied with his little experiment, he proceeded with the next step. After a little more tweaking, he was able to develop the finished product. He installed a chalkboard that connects his personal office in the Magic Tower's lecture room. This man just invented the magical version of Zoom. The twin chalkboards, enhanced by Mita's touch, maintain a connection that cannot be severed, no matter the magical interference. It's a tool that enables two-way communication even inside magical barriers. He poured a lot of thought and effort into this thing in preparation for the middle boss event that will start soon, the Baron of the Ashes. Like the name suggests, the Baron of the Ashes is a formless and faceless entity, a creature that leeches on mid-rank monsters. The students must figure out a way to defeat this formidable enemy somehow. All Declan could do was prepare the bare minimum to get them equipped for the upcoming fight. Given the inherent randomness of the event, he doesn't even know when exactly it will happen and who the Baron will target. He can only hope that his star students will deliver. After his all-nighter, Declan had to attend an important meeting at the 40th floor party hall of the Magic Tower. The meeting was kicked off by the high-energy headmaster. She began by introducing two Empire citizens who had returned after achieving great feats in foreign nations. One was a princely man named Varkan, and the other was none other than Luina von Shilrak McQueen. The entire faculty welcomed them with a toast and a jolly celebration. While his co-workers partied, Declan vigilantly watched from his seat. The Baron of Ashes is a parasite. It is highly likely that this room has already been infiltrated. Adeline and Luina's ranks are too high. They are too strong and too smart to victimize. If you ask Declan, his suspicions are mostly directed at the new guy, Varkan. One thing is almost certain: someone in this room is about to be, or already has been, parasitized. There's an imposter among us. By sundown, Luina McQueen retreated to her office, supremely upset by what had just transpired. It was an exhausting day. She just went through the worst welcoming party he had ever been a part of. Those damn professors didn't even bother hiding their disdain for her. They didn't make eye contact and made it abundantly clear that their malicious whispers were directed at the odd woman out. Back then, they would bend over backward to pamper Luina as Declan's rival. But now that she's a mere visiting professor, they're treating her worse than dirt. Those bastards deliberately excluded her from toasts and casual conversations. Some were so petty that they literally cleared the food away from her plate. It took every bit of willpower she could muster not to crash out. She must endure those gazes full of ridicule from now on. Just thinking about the humiliation that they were putting her through was chipping away at her spirit. Bear with it. Get used to it. Nothing's going to change. A few days later, Deculain von Grahanuklein finally met with the glorious Imperial Majesty in the Hall of Learning to fulfill his new job. Right from the get-go, Empress Sophie and Yekateri August von Gebrein scrutinized him from head to toe with her seemingly all-seeing eye. This was their first time seeing each other since the appointment ceremony. To get started, Deculain intended to identify which categories and elements of magic the Empress finds most comfortable. She wasn't one to talk about boring stuff. For the first lesson, she wanted to simply chat. The Empress heard a report not too long ago about his encounter with Lohakon in the Mountain of Darkness. A full-on magic duel. It's known throughout the Empire that surviving against that old monster is comparable to a miracle. Yet here was Deculane, looking perfectly fine. He lied, claiming he simply got lucky when he came upon an exhausted Lohakon on the run. She laughed and asked if the Intelligence Bureau agents who died before him were simply unlucky. She's deliberately trying to fluster him to avoid the lesson. Deculane wasn't about to get swept up in Sophien's pace. This woman is currently the most important figure in the world. If she becomes lazy and lags in progression, the game's difficulty will spike dramatically. Ignoring her question, he handed her some magic paper that could identify her aptitudes. Yet again, she refused. He put his foot down. As the instructional mage selected to explore the truths of magic with the Empress, he's free to leave if there's no lesson to be had. Deculane asserted that she must honor tradition, etiquette, and study. As the absolute ruler of the continent, it had been a long time since someone dared to lecture her like an unruly child while sporting such unwavering eyes. This man is as extraordinary as the rumors say. Clashing with him head-on made Sophien like the enigmatic man even more. In the end, she agreed to play the day his way. But if she ever gets bored, she will end the lesson for good. Meanwhile, Lady Lina McQueen was on her way to the palace when she was assaulted by a pounding migraine. She blamed Deculane for every little thing she was suffering from. That man was living in her head rent-free. Who could blame her? That man swindled, used, exploited, and trampled over people on his way to the top. He's a devilish bastard who ascends through wicked means. But in her limited time back at the Magic Tower Academy, she kept on hearing things that simply didn't make sense. She saw multiple students dreading attending Deculane's class, but for reasons she didn't expect. They feared how difficult his class was, but admitted that he's probably the best professor in the tower when it comes to actually teaching. Lina also heard that her mortal enemy defeated a demon at the Mountain of Darkness, saved countless lives during the Birched incident, solved the dormitory barrier incident all by himself, and dueled Lohakon and survived. The Deculane she once knew couldn't possibly do any of that. The cognitive dissonance she was feeling was making her worldview implode. The Deculane she knew had to kidnap and use her to become a chairman himself. How could a despicable bastard rack up so many glowing achievements? Her mind was in ruins. She convinced herself that the prick must be inflating his standing with false rumors. Something was taking hold inside Lina. Just a little more push and it'll reveal itself. The driver pulled over and she lost her train of thought. Right now, she must lock in and wow the Empress with her lesson. Lina went all out for their first meeting. She had stacks of teaching materials ready for the most powerful woman on the continent. Her efforts were met with an uninterested yawn. Midway through her introduction, the Empress stopped her from talking any further. Without mincing her words, Sophien called everything that came out of her mouth boring. In comparison to Deculane's lesson, hearing her speak was like watching paint dry. Saddled, Lina lowered her head and profusely apologized. Still hung up on Deculane, the Empress asked Lina if she had any interesting stories about him. Hearing Her Majesty say that on top of everything she was feeling beforehand, something in Lina's mind broke. She returned to the Magic Tower at sundown, marching to her office with fury. When she opened the door, she noticed a note placed on her table. It was a notice of expulsion from the Magic Academy addressed to her. This girl just couldn't catch a damn break. Those bootlicking professors practically begged her to join their little club, where they occasionally meet to pay respects to the chairwoman. That was when they were still campaigning for her to replace Deculane as head professor. They must have panicked upon hearing rumors that Deculane had said something strange at Birched. Those same spineless bastards who tried to curry favor with her flipped the switch and showed their true colors so quickly. It felt like the whole world was ridiculing her, calling her a loser. Leading the hate train was none other than her tormentor, Deculane von Graenucline. Unable to process the pain and shame any longer, she maniacally laughed. She snapped, hated the world, hated her peers, and most of all, hated that man. Those wastes of space are going to pay. She swore she'd have her revenge. If she has to kill every single one of them, then so be it. Alone in her office, the presence that lingered in her body completely took over. She expelled something dark and putrid from all her orifices. Up on the 20th floor study room, Ephraim, Sylvia, and the gang were catching up on their homework. The top students were busy decoding the intricacies of magic while Urizen brought the snacks. That boy knows his role. While the group was gobbling his snacks, something sinister was afoot right outside. A dull thud caught their attention. Something was happening beyond the study room door. Ephraim thought some other kids were playing a prank on them, so she went to check it out. As soon as she opened the door, she saw someone standing eerily still with their shoulders drooping lifelessly. She recognized Lautan from the back of his head, so she invited him in. When he didn't respond, she tapped him on his shoulders, and the truth was unveiled. Lao Tan looked like an ugly undead. He locked in on her and groaned unintelligibly. In a panic, Ephraim swatted him away using wind magic. Zombified Lao Tan fell on his ass as she hurried back to the study room, locking the door behind her. It was now up to a few debutantes to make sense of this ominous situation. Using her scanning magic, Sylvia closed her eyes and painted a preliminary lay of the land. In her mind's eye, she saw the magic tower covered in some kind of ash. She doesn't know what's going on either. She had never encountered anything like this before. What she knows is that the ash had blanketed the lower floors of the magic tower, blocking all exits. Given how far things have progressed, the professors must have no idea what was going on. From what she could gather, the ash has some aspects of bewitchment to it. To ask for an adult's assistance, they would have to get out of the 20th floor first. The professors must be locked in their offices, writing exam questions. Outside, Lao Tan must have recovered from being knocked down. He's now trying to get in by banging on the door relentlessly. If he were just using his lanky arms, it wouldn't have been a problem, but the door was being corroded and burned by ash flames. They're going to need to find a secure place to hole up in until help arrives. Among the various rooms in the magic tower, their best bet would be one that's filled with magic crystals. Class A's classroom. The problem was its distance from the study hall. Sylvia made the boss call to take the risk and make a run for it. Despite the fear and uncertainty, they must power through. Ephraim bravely opened the door, laying eyes upon the groaning zombie once more. This time, she meticulously merged wind and earth to form her control spell, Unseen Chains. Hands of sand controlled by the wind suffocated the zombie, trapping it in place. Leading the charge, Sylvia gave the signal to run for their lives. Halfway through their sprint, the ashes seemed to move with sentience, targeting Ephraim at the rear. Fortunately, Sylvia shielded her just in time to stop the encroaching ashes. Grabbing her by the hand, the star pupils made their way to the classroom. On the way, they grabbed some gas masks from the lab as a layer of protection against the turbid air. Eventually, they encountered a hallway filled with those mindless zombies from all sides. They can't exactly deal lethal damage against them, considering the lack of information. For all they know, their peers were just under a spell. It would have been nice if they could blast a passageway to their destination. Still, Sylvia knew for sure that the magic tower's ceiling and floors were built with high-level magic engineering. They have no choice but to take the long and treacherous way. Ephraim took charge of blasting the zombies out of the way, being mindful not to kill any of them with her wind magic. She bought enough time to get everyone to the top of the stairs, but a new batch of groaning puppets was waiting for their descent. This time, Sylvia took the reins with confidence. It took a while, and the rivals had to work together seamlessly the whole way through. Still, they eventually made it past the drooling obstacles and into the classroom. In there, they could finally take off the stuffy gas masks and breathe fresh air. They reached a relatively safe hiding spot, but it would be too risky to simply wait for help. They must look for something they can do instead of waiting around like sitting ducks. Ephraim wanted to prove to herself that she can be a cool-headed mage in dangerous situations. Sylvia looked around the room and saw something odd scribbled on the chalkboard. Written was a list with 4 things to note. 1. Break through the core of the barrier. 2. Avoid head-on confrontations. 3. Survive. 4. Remember that the board is their only connection. It looked like Professor Deculin's writing, but the content was oddly specific. Feeling mischievous, Ephraim grabbed a chalk and wrote, "Deculin is an idiot," on the board. Sylvia sighed. She couldn't believe this girl still had the energy to joke around, given their current situation. After hearing her writing some stupid joke, new words were carved onto the chalkboard on their own. Deculin's magic chalkboard was finally getting some use. First off, she gave Ephraim demerit. She didn't believe that the board was connected to the professor, as the note stated, and she paid the price. Sylvia grabbed the chalk and messaged Deculin back. She gave him a brief rundown of the current situation in the magic tower, a state of disaster where their fellow debutantes were zombified by an unknown force. At the moment, the door of the classroom they hold up in is on the verge of breaking. For safety reasons, they need to activate the room's barrier. To do that, they're going to need the password. Deculin acted fast and gave his students what they needed to protect themselves. Thankfully, Sylvia is a genius. She easily grasped the formula and activated the barrier herself. Moments before the room was overrun by zombified students, Sylvia, Ephraim, and the other students stuck in classroom were transported into a pocket space. She came in clutch and essentially saved everyone from becoming mindless ash zombies. A few hours passed, and there were still no signs of help coming to get them from outside. Hundreds of promising young mages are being held hostage in the tower. The authorities must have prohibited entry from outside if they were made aware of what was happening by now. The best course of action for those trapped in the pocket dimension was to be patient and steel themselves for an indefinite waiting game. The snotty Deculin cosplayer was one of the students who holed up in classroom A. He yapped about how useless the head professor was for not rescuing them when hours had passed already. He even teased Ephraim to beg Deculin for help since she's his favorite anyway. As a result of analyzing the different mana concentrations on each floor from the outside, Deculin estimated Ground Zero to be the 23rd floor. There isn't much situated that high up in the tower. In fact, only the office of the new visiting professor, Professor Luina, was placed there. The students have overcome the safety hurdle, but they can't exactly kill their way out of the tower, since the enemy is their peers. When Deculin read that Luina was the sole resident of the 23rd floor, everything made sense. Some of the ashes must have found a way to parasitize Luina McQueen, a named character with a high rank. Perhaps the covenant he forced her into had adverse effects. Maybe her mental fortitude had reached the breaking point from years of torment. At the moment, Deculin is designing a spell that'll be super effective against the ashes. The LARPer Beck chimed in and called the professor's idea ludicrous. As far as he knows, designing a spell takes an ungodly amount of time. Sylvia finally had enough of his irritating voice and told that bum to shut the hell up. She believes that Deculin will deliver. His magic is much more valuable than all the whining and negativity Beck was spouting out of his rotten mouth. Looking down on the LARPer, Sylvia gave him some advice. If he wanted to act like a noble so much, then he'd do better if he'd just focus on maintaining his dignity and biting his tongue at times like this. Instead of complaining, they might as well try to see if they can help the professor expedite the process while they're trapped. Ephraim had an idea, and she was pretty sure Sylvia had already come up with the same plan. They must catch one of those zombies to dissect and study for themselves. Outside the classroom, the infestation was growing gnarlier by the second. Suddenly, a vibrant spell using components of water and earth lit up the ash-filled hallway. Ephraim engineered an artificial mudslide that swallowed every zombie in its path. Sylvia followed up with her primary colors creation magic, wrapping an unsuspecting victim in tight-fitting fabric. Once they got what they came for, they hurried back to the pocket dimension. In his office, Deculin was calmly formulating the spell he promised to his students. He intends to add a circuit that would neutralize ash control to a barrier spell. This should have been easy for him. He's merged spells together countless times. Furthermore, the decomposition magic he was using as a base is versatile, and the circuit itself isn't difficult to build. The only roadblock was his lack of information about the material to be decomposed. Thankfully, his students were clever enough to provide exactly what he needed. Sylvia and Ephraim captured a zombie, separated them from the ashes, and sent the detailed research results through the magic board. Thanks to their efforts, the spell was completed. Upon transmission, a complex array of magic circles with multiple superimposed layers was projected onto the chalkboard. The spell was too vast and complicated to understand at first glance. Deculin asked if anyone could operate the spell he transmitted, and Sylvia confidently replied that she could pull it off. Up on the 23rd floor, Luina's office, the source of the ashes, had become a nest where the cocoon of complete corruption took hold. Inside the fleshy chrysalis was Professor Luina, completely consumed by the parasite eating her from within. Knowing that they'll probably just get in the way, the other debutantes let the top two work on the spell. That formula was too vast and the magic circle too big. It was large enough to cover an entire floor of the tower. Drawing and activating the whole thing seemed impossible. Ephraim took on the role of scribbling the necessary magic circle. She will use Class A's lecture hall as the center and work her way outward. Mana will also be an issue. Activating such a massive circle will require copious amounts of mana. Sylvia pulled out a previous artifact with a magic amplification effect and volunteered it as a catalyst. Surprisingly, Beck also contributed. His artifact might not be as good as Sylvia's, but it's still pretty decent in mana conduction. The other students scrounged up as many artifacts as they could find just to increase their chances of success a little bit more. They ended up with a pretty shiny stockpile. Ephraim's the fastest on foot. Letting her draw the spell was a no-brainer. To protect her, Sylvia will draw the enemy's attention. They'd be doing the exact same battle plan they drafted in that practical lesson. First, they'll release the classroom's barrier, and Ephraim and Sylvia will pretty much take it from there. While the zombies chase her tail, Ephraim will scramble to cover the entire floor with the gigantic magic circle. While that's happening, the others would power the spell by pouring their mana into the catalysts. They must keep going so the spell doesn't dissipate. This will require team effort, and they only have one shot. There's no room for error. As soon as they left the classroom, Sylvia used a loud, bright approach with her magic. It was very effective in luring the zombies away from Ephraim. Running as fast as she could, she deliberately painted the floors with Deculin's magic circle. Sylvia was having a tougher time the longer the chase went on. Somehow, the ashes floating in the air converged into one gigantic golem capable of crushing her in one swing. To deal with the annoying clump of ashes, she lit up its flammable ass. Fire consumed the whole body. As for the zombies still hot on her heels, she cooled them down with some ice magic. Sylvia was just flexing how versatile she is as a mage. Still, dealing with these threats nearly depleted her mana, and the worst has yet to come. Approaching from behind, the culprit behind this whole ordeal landed a sneak attack on her rear. One poke was all it took to lay her out cold on the floor. By sheer will, Sylvia managed to wake up and stand despite the damage. Under the Baron's control, Luina praised the debutante's enviable talent. She looked very different from the zombified students. This pretty much confirms that she was patient zero of the outbreak. Driven by jealousy for those more talented than her, Luina decided to kill Sylvia. While the girls were risking their lives outside, the side characters were also giving their all to fuel the magic circle. When Ephraim gave them the signal, they activated the catalyst to juice up the spell. It didn't take long for some of the scrubs with paltry mana supplies to drop like flies. Surprisingly, Beck held on the longest out of everyone. With no one else carrying the burden, his mana drained away faster than ever, bottoming out his reserves in an instant. If they fall now, everything will go to waste. He tried to will his body into moving, but it had become physically impossible. As his vision blurred, Beck saw a familiar figure enter the classroom and finish what he and his peers started. The catalysts glowed with blinding light, fueling the magic circle with enough power to fully activate it. Against all odds, the risky plan succeeded. However, Sylvia was still in grave danger. She's got nothing left in the tank, and Luina was pissed that her plans were thwarted by mere kids. With her plan crumbling before her eyes, the possessed professor decided to at least bring one of these darn kids with her to the grave. She unleashed ashes more potent than the grains that took over the tower. They all coalesced right where Sylvia was hunched over, panting for air. She was about to accept that it was her time, but Professor Deculane wasn't about to let his star pupil die such a meaningless death. Like a proper main character, he appeared in the nick of time to save the damsel in distress. When she saw him come to her rescue, Sylvia's body finally relaxed. She collapsed from utter exhaustion. She really lived up to Deculane's expectations. He'll be taking over from here on out. Deculane gently laid Sylvia down and quietly praised her for the great work she had done while he was away. When he turned to face the parasite, his poker face turned a little more menacing. Behind what the eyes could see, he could sense Luina pleading underneath. The Baron of Ashes wasn't able to take complete control of her due to her high rank. Based on the awkward movements, it seemed like the parasite was struggling to pilot its host. What it could completely control was her speech. That bug has a foul mouth. Deculane didn't even bother defending himself when the Baron tried to attack. Luina's body is under oath never to harm him in any capacity after all. The parasite is at a dead end. The Baron of Ashes admitted that he might have been a little too eager and stupid. If his current host won't work, then he'll just take over a new body. The sinister Ashes completely abandoned Luina's frame and surrounded Deculane from all sides. Laughing maniacally, thinking that he caught the nonchalant professor with his pants down, the Baron forced himself inside Deculane. Upon entry, the Baron decided to feed on his inferiority complex, consuming him from within. The threat didn't even faze him. He just dared the clump of dust to try. Envy, jealousy, inferiority, hatred, those are emotions that the old Deculane struggled with as an average man who was thought to be a genius, but the current him would never crumble because of such petty sentiments, especially with his resolute trait. Resolute basically makes him immune to others' will and defends against mental interference. Deculane's ego will not be swept away by some shitty bewitchment effect. This man literally ego-checked a primordial menace, burning the parasite out of existence without lifting a single finger. Killing the Baron of Ashes marked his mid-boss event mission a success, rewarding him with an item and some shop currency. The magic tower quickly settled the cleanup. To the outside world, it was reported that a visiting professor was infected by a parasitic demon, the Baron of Ashes, causing major disturbance. Thanks to the efforts of head Professor Deculane and his students, a larger catastrophe was prevented. In recognition of the professor's invaluable contributions, he was appointed Director of Planning and Coordination at the Magic Tower. He'll now be in charge of managing the tower's finances. In other words, more money and more power. In a hospital near the university, Sylvia finally woke up after days of bed rest. Surprisingly, her rival, Ephraim, was the only person in her hospital room when she woke up. That girl also brought her up to speed on everything that happened while she was out of commission. Ephraim claimed that she had just come by to deliver Sylvia the check the Magic Tower had awarded them for their contribution to resolving the incident. She also admitted that she wanted to visit a friend who suffered alongside her. It sounds like they've finally shed their rivalry. They're just friends now. The Magic Tower has a lot of cleaning up to do. The others were mobilized for that, so they haven't been able to visit Sylvia. That made her a bit sad. But what she really wanted to know was if Professor Deculane stopped by while she was out of it. He's the busiest person in the university, but Ephraim would bet that he visited a while ago. Poking fun at her new friend, Ephraim straight up asked Sylvia if she liked their professor. Her face turned red, but she denied having feelings for him. Sylvia sincerely explained that it wasn't that simple. At first, Deculane was just another professor in her eyes. He was an obnoxious man who saw through her schemes and looked down on her, but at some point, he started weighing heavily on her mind. The more she knew him and the more she learned new things from him, all the rumors that had made her prejudiced were wiped away. His eyes seemed to know sorrow, real sorrow. He was the one who made her ponder the true value of magic, that it wasn't just a tool to kill or hurt people. Deculane was the only person who made Sylvia feel the real joy of magic. He would go as far as to make new magic to save his students. He put himself on the line to save her life. Even Sylvia couldn't understand why she cared about this man so much. Before she knew it, Deculane had become her muse. Ephraim could tell Sylvia was being genuine, so she didn't jab her with a wise-ass reply. Not right away. At least, she had to tease Sylvia more before she left the hospital. Back in the Hall of Learning in the Imperial Palace, the Empress praised Deculane for handling a major disturbance at the Magic Tower yet again. She wasn't really interested in some demonic incident. Sophian was more fascinated by his new outfit. Aside from his signature tailored suit adorned with tasteful accessories, Deculane added a monocle to his drip, making him look quite distinguished. The monocle was not a simple accessory. The magnifying lens allows him to see the target's attributes. This was his reward for completing Lohaken's quest. One of the first people he tried the lens on was the Empress herself. He wasn't hoping for much, but he was still disappointed when the reading came up blank. Sophian's attributes are beyond broken after all, but even though he couldn't get an accurate gauge of her numbers, the truth was, he already knew the Emperor's secret without the assistance of his lens. Forget about attribute points. Empress Sophian Yakateri, August von Gebrine's secret trait was her regression after death. At the moment, he doesn't even know what cycle she is living in. How many times has she died and regressed?